Trump has the charisma of a mortician and the energy that makes Jeb Bush look like an Olympian. The policies of a DC swamp rat, because we've seen the flip-flops, right? You can.
Am I a joke to you?
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Just straight up stealing that from Flash. Nice.
Yeah. No, well, I fixed it up. I sped up the pauses between his speaking. So
that's fair.
It actually isn't as dragged out.
Yep.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes. We'll have a look back at some of the news in the past week. See if we can figure out exactly how high Don Jr. actually is. What the fuck was that? Like, I understand he couldn't read his teleprompter, but Jesus.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yes, cocaine is a hell of a drug.
I haven't seen the full thing. Like that sounded like he was reading Twitter comments.
No.
Or reading opposition articles.
He meant to say DeSantis. But instead he said Trump. That's why.
Oh God!
Which is fucking hilarious.
No wonder the Aussies wanted to keep him out.
Hey Snafu, how you going, man?
Good Lord!
It's called breeding month now. Trust me. Okay, I trust you. Screw you, Costy. All right, let's get started. A 3-year-old has shot his mum and her friend in Lafayette, Indiana. The man has been arrested on a murder charge. So this 3-year-old shot a murderer.
And his mother,
but
unfortunately, yeah.
They were only winged, but I thought that's gold.
Well,
this kid's based as fuck.
Worst things that I saw this headline and I just like oh wait, this has happened before. This is actually yeah.
Like kids shoot people all the time.
Kids have shot their parents accidentally before.
Look, I'm fine with that. It's more of a tragedy when the kids shoot themselves or another kid.
Yeah. Oh, the mother had her concealed carry in her purse, which is hanging off her shoulder.
Yeah,
and then she's carrying her child in the other arm, and the child reaches inside and gets the gun, and Darwinism.
And then starts blasting.
Yep, and then they started blasting, but at least this kid got something resembling a win.
That's right. He should be given a medal,
and then taken away because he shot his mum. But
yeah, basically,
yeah. Speaking of people who should be taken away, yes, charges have been dismissed against the COVID patient who assaulted a senior citizen in a nursing home. This was
This was like earlier in the pandemic. Fuck New
Yeah.
York. Fuck New York City.
This is
And
Detroit.
was it Detroit? Sorry, I thought it was New York.
It's Detroit.
My
No,
bad.
it just feels like New York.
Feels like
Yeah.
I could swear it was New York. But either
So,
way,
yeah.
fuck Detroit. He doesn't change.
Yeah. Well, he was found not competent to stand trial.
Yeah.
So Jaden Hayden, it was his name. He beat the well. Speaking of beating the brakes off someone, yeah, he
literally
was in the
did.
same room. Like I don't even think he was in the same room. He went into another room
I can't quite remember.
in the nursing home. I remember the story vaguely.
Vague.
It was,
No,
it was
sorry,
all,
was
was
that he
all
was
on
in the
camera.
room.
He beat the
Yeah,
shit out of this elderly dude.
it wasn't. They're not dead. They're not dead.
No, they lived, but he.
Well, I mean,
beat
maybe
the
they
shit
are
out of
now,
them.
but they're not dead because of that.
No, yeah.
Yeah, old people can take a beating, right?
Yeah, just not a tasering. So yes, one of the four founders of the Oath Keepers has been sentenced to 16 years in prison for seditious conspiracy over the January 6th Capitol riot. So Stuart Rhodes has been sentenced to 18 years in prison for seditious conspiracy.
It's only sedition if you get caught. Remember.
Correct.
Well, yeah. Well, the argument is that look, he delivered weapons to Virginia, and he was planning a full-on coup. These guys are larpers, man. Like, if you've seen the texts between these guys, like, only the feds could take that shit seriously.
Yeah.
Because they usually make it up.
Yeah, that's right.
And yes, Ray Epps still walks free, but he's
Yes,
a fed. He's
exactly.
A fed. Ray Epps is a fed. So
Ray Epps walks free. Fucking yeah.
feds always walk free. So
Of course.
Well, the feds are informants.
Exactly.
So just look at Baked Alaska.
Yeah.
So yes, this was last week. I missed this one, but yes, the University of California, Berkeley hosted a blacks-only graduation ceremony where participation was based on race. Of course,
segregation's back,
look,
boys.
honestly, I'd want to go to the black one. This looks hilarious.
It just looks like a church gathering.
It looks far more athletic.
Oh, true.
I do want to point out that this is the department. People they're getting degrees from the Department of African American Studies. So these guys just flushed. It's UCLA, so probably $200,000 down the toilet.
Probably.
They can write books and tell white people how bad they are.
There are no
That's a
Ibram
fist.
X candies in this audience, in this crowd.
Aramis Anderson said the last shall be first and the first shall be last. Receiving a Bachelor of Arts in Disciplinary Studies field, Political Economy, Legal Studies, and African American Studies. He said disbursement and allocation, reparations for African Americans, and opportunity.
Fucking Christ.
I was going to say something potentially racist, but I actually forgot what it was.
Yeah, save that for after 10 minutes into the show.
Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
It's probably not going to be a long one, so we can all rest easy. But yeah, it's definitely not going to be a 7-hour episode. So yes, Amaranth is getting her very own AI companion, allowing fans to chat with her at any time.
That won't go wrong.
So, hey there,
At
I'm
all.
Amaranth. Hey there, I'm Amaranth, your sexy and playful girlfriend, ready to make our time on Forever Companion unforgettable. Let's explore mind-blowing adventures from steamy gaming sections to our wildest. Like, dude, don't give your sexual fantasies to an AI. You will totally get blackmailed.
Blackmailed, or you'll go crazy and actually go to the actual person's place and
Yes, you'll end up like that fucking weirdo who went to her house.
oh, they got catfished.
No, he wasn't catfished. He was just obsessed. He came all the way from like one of those Eastern Bloc countries in
Oh,
Europe. Like
really?
he came all the way from Europe. Yeah, we covered it at the time. It was fucking weird as fuck, man. And she's in Texas too. Like she's in Dallas. So
Oh yeah,
Oh, Dallas is blue as hell, though. So
yeah, but it's
Yeah.
still inside Texas.
yeah.
Like that motherfucker's like eating you blown away. Like, cause she's, well, you saw when, we saw she got sent a fucking handgun and cash.
Oh yeah.
It's like self-defense and a phone. It was like cash, a handgun, and a phone. And it was like it has one number in it. Call me if you need help. We'll be able to send you an extraction.
Fed.
Yes, it was like Borat. Guys, it was totally like Borat.
Who's opening doors?
That's Dave.
And cracking beers. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd normally say Tim, but he's not here. He's over in the chat. Shout out.
Puppies are coming back in.
Shout out to Tim.
Shout out to the game mod in the chat.
The game mod in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
We missed him, but he's having trouble. So yeah, Ice Cube is on the Full Send podcast.
Wait, full sense. So these are the guys that got in trouble for interviewing Trump, right?
Yeah, they interviewed Trump. They fucking interview everybody.
They did, but they
interviewed Tucker the week the week of him getting fired.
I've never listened to the Full Send podcast.
Me either. I just know they exist.
Yeah,
it's like the Whatever podcast. I know it exists, but I've never watched it. Like I've seen
this was great.
I've seen clips.
Yeah, Cube has been saying this for a while.
One more thing I wanted to ask about was like in the 2020 when you kind of supported Trump and stuff like that. What did you think about, like, because you're Hollywood, there's a lot of like propaganda and stuff like that. What was that like getting flack for that?
I mean, I never supported Trump or Biden. I never asked to speak to the Republicans or the Democrats. I created a document called The Contract with Black America that spelled out a lot of different issues that we believe were the reason why it was so much unrest after George Floyd was killed. And I released the document, and everybody wanted to talk to me. The Republicans asked to talk to me, and the Democrats. I went to talk to both of them about the contract. The Republicans asked, could they implement some things from the contract into their proposal? And I said the document was open for anybody to use in any way they desired. So if they just want to use it as educational purposes, they could. They wanted to add more, paragraphs or more ideas to it, they could. They wanted to use it to get a law change, they could. So I didn't mind them using it. I met with the Democrats. The Democrats said, we like 90% of what's in there, and we'll talk to you after the election about it.
There's like a stigma amongst like the African American community to like Republicans and stuff like that.
I don't know what's going on in the African American community when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Like, black people have supported Democrats, overwhelmingly for 50, 60 years. And nothing has changed. So something's got to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
Preach.
So this is the.
There you go.
I haven't actually read the
Neither have
contract
I.
with Black Americans, though.
Neither have I.
That's probably because I'm not a Black American.
Read the contract here. Oh.
Hello, world.
So
Headline: The contract with Black America.
It's just a blank WordPress instance. So.
No.
That's
Deadline has it.
Do they?
Yeah. Hang on. Let me see if I can.
What the fuck is this?
Boom.
Download. And bam!
It's only 2 pages.
Oh God, I wish the Zoom would reset the Zoom there. Width, yay! As citizens, lawmakers, both we are joining to demand the contract with Black America be addressed immediately to finally create the more perfect union all Americans deserve. As such, it's time for a complete paradigm shift in how we run our institutions and operate our country. The problems facing America are too deep and wide to simply reform one area or another. Long-lasting solutions demand comprehensive, thorough rethink of America so that Each new approach in each area supports the success of the others. This contract with Black America will provide the conceptual approaches in several areas. Derek, God, that's such a black name. Like, let's take a white name and change the fucking. It's Derek.
Butcher it.
But let's change the E to an A, and now it's a black name. Derek Hamilton, in the preface to the contract, says the contract with Black America strikes at the heart of racism and presents a blueprint to achieve racial economic justice.
Keywords are already there.
It was written in the backdrop of the killing of George Floyd, which set off a wave of protests not seen since the civil rights era. Eric says it's pronounced Dar-ek.
Probably.
Maybe. Yeah, that sounds about right.
We speak proper English.
That's right. We speak the King's English here. Not seen since the civil rights era in a global pandemic, which the black mortality rate has more than double the white rate, and in which 45% of black-owned businesses closed. But the impact of presumably random, such as the pandemic, however catastrophic, can be linked to one's racial identity is highly problematic. Oh yeah, that's fair.
Oh yeah, they died because they were black. Well,
yeah,
probably underlying medical.
If blacks died of COVID at a higher rate than whites, then that's kind of weird.
But
yeah, it would be.
Why
weird.
was that? That's the question. Why are blacks dying more from COVID? I don't know.
Are you
why.
saying that Chinese are racist? It would create a racist plague.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there were people saying COVID was racist.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Black people are supposedly overrepresented in the death stats, which I don't know why.
It attacked the sickle. It attacked the sickle cell.
Poverty's racist too.
I was about to say sickle cell anemia. Yeah.
Poverty and crime are racist too. Further evidence that as a nation we are failing miserably. This links to a larger. I want to get to the point where he says what to do. Okay, so a bill to guarantee black opportunity and representation. Adopt a plan of neo-reconstruction to redress past wrongs systematically imposed on black Americans economically throughout many generations that has resulted in a wealth gap where the average white family has 10 times the wealth of a black family. This is the problem. The average white family.
Yeah, again, why is that?
That average is skewed by all the rich pricks.
Yep.
Yeah. I've never seen what average looks like.
Well, Dave, I want to know why you have 10 times the wealth of a black family.
Why do you own property, Dave?
Yeah, Dave. Why do you have a roof over your head? Why do you have
Dave.
cats? Imagine owning cats.
Because my mother-in-law died, and that's about it.
Why did you?
So the slaves were transferred to you?
You have
why
a mother-in-law?
Did she have wealth?
Yeah. Why do you even have a mother-in-law?
Imagine being married, Dave. That's not very black of you.
I like divorcing Dave.
In addition to some of the economic initiatives listed below, also formally apologize to black Americans for past discrimination and slavery. Okay.
That already happened.
Okay.
I'm sure that did actually happen. But
wasn't that the Emancipation Proclamation?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're not, no, because then the rabbit hole ends up with me reading the Emancipation Proclamation.
Oh, we're not doing that. No. Fuck that.
Additionally, black opportunity and representation will include affirmative action in schools, public and private.
Yeah.
Isn't that already a thing?
It's already a thing.
Yeah, I thought that was a thing.
Yeah, conservatives, don't get your hopes up. Ice Cube is not suddenly based.
Yeah.
It's just he was willing to talk with you.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
That's about it.
No, he's realized that supporting the one party blindly for, as he said, 60 years has achieved them nothing. They're
exactly.
Because it's a dumb idea.
Like no one here is black.
No.
But are African Americans, actual African Americans, not people from Africa who moved to America, are the descendants of slaves better off? Are the descendants of slaves better off since the civil rights period?
In some ways, yes. In some ways,
yes.
No.
Actually, yes, because the standards of living have been raised.
In terms of child mortality and wealth, not really.
Rising tide lifts all ships. Yeah.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
But have they closed the gap? Has the gap been closed at all?
No, it's widened. It
doesn't seem like it.
I'd say something in the 90s has been planted to widen that gap.
I don't think Reagan helped.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think Reagan helped at all. I think you leaving intact a welfare state that encourages black women to get rid of their spouses and be single, be welfare mums is has destroyed the African American community. Taking away, like the war on drugs has taken away.
Oh yeah.
Many fathers.
Yeah.
From black and white, predominantly black.
But don't do drugs. Don't get into. Well, no. For the
just say no.
Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks,
Nancy.
CIA.
Yeah, CIA. Really. Yeah.
But yes, additionally, black opportunity and representation. Funding in states on an equal basis instead of paid by local property taxes. Oh yeah, because school funding's done by local property taxes, whereas instead of all the money goes into a pot and then gets distributed per student. But I look, fundamentally, spending money on on a per student basis doesn't actually get you better outcomes. DC spends more money per student than any other state, and they have the worst outcomes. Gerrymandering reform, everybody should be able to agree on that.
Yeah.
Additional polling places in black and minority neighborhoods. Polling places should be distributed based on population density.
Yeah, no, we're not allowed to do that anymore. Remember,
That's racist.
You're not allowed to have an egalitarian society anymore. You've got to cater to the ethnic minorities, those of African descent specifically.
Well,
do you know that they can't get ID?
Yeah, didn't you know that?
Oh, I saw that. I saw what's it called? Mark Elias, that fucking human thumb, on CNN talking about how Florida has the most restrictive voter registration laws, and they're stopping black people from registering. I had a look. I replied to him with a screenshot of the fucking requirements. You have to have a driver's license or ID from the Florida Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, that's racist though. That's racist because black people
and a social security number.
Black people don't know how to get one.
That's this
legit. That's the
excuse. It's literally the same requirements as New York State.
Yep, but that's right. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Just there's always an excuse. This came up.
I would say the same as PA, but they keep fucking changing it.
Yeah, this shit came up during this was the shit that happened during the 2020 election because Republicans were trying to impede voting rights allegedly just by saying everyone has to show photo ID. And
you all need to get rid of the the whole concept of a social security number that is your central ID is baffling.
But that's basically their Medicare number that we have.
But it wasn't supposed to be an ID.
It was never meant to be an ID.
I know it was never meant to be, but it's their equivalent of a Medicare number in Australia, right?
Yeah, but except it's basically your
government number. I understand that.
If you have that number, you can do whatever the fuck you like. That's all you need to open a bank account.
Every single.
We can do that too. We can do that too.
You are that number.
But
when it comes to the government, you are that number.
Yeah. Tim, I can't open a bank account with just my Medicare card.
You gotta have 100 points of ID.
Yeah, CYA requires 100 points. And one of them has to be photo ID.
Oh yeah, so 18 plus card or something like that.
18 plus card, driver's license, passport.
Yeah. And your Medicare number, yeah. So I see what you mean.
Medicare card
whereas in America, you just give your SSN and you're done. Okay.
Yeah, as long as name matches social security number.
Fair enough.
Yes, you are. Oh, here's this magic key.
Yeah, we don't have any. We don't have any one single piece of ID that does that. No, that's fair.
Oh, in that case, the transgenders will have a fit because they usually try to change the name.
Yeah. Snafu says you don't have a right to vote; you have an opportunity.
Legally there.
Correct.
I don't know about that. I think you do have a right to vote.
You have a right, but that means you should also have the right to.
But I also think you have an obligation to vote.
I don't know about that. Some people shouldn't vote.
Yeah, some people shouldn't vote, and if everyone's terrible,
I think of voting like jury duty. It's a civic responsibility.
Yeah, but I keep getting out of jury duty, so what's the point?
Well, you're free to get out of voting too. Juneteenth to become a federal holiday. Well, that's done.
Yeah, that's already happened.
Bank lending reform. Bank lending to be regulated to require banks to lend a percentage of all loans and credit categories on an equal basis to the black population each bank serves. However, the minimum threshold must yearly meet the percentage equal to the national black population. Rates on black loans federally and from banks to be the same average rates as whites.
That sounds impossible.
So if you're black and if a bank is approaching the end of year and they haven't lent money to enough black people, they will just throw it at them to meet the...
Do
the
banks
target.
even ask about your race? I don't think they do.
Well, yeah.
Generally, you would show up in person.
You're not
Yeah.
allowed to.
Yeah, but it's not something that goes on your application, right? They don't.
No.
they don't
No.
ask,
Not-
they don't
not-
ask
not-
for that information.
No,
I don't think they're actually allowed.
That's what I mean.
no, they're not allowed.
No,
Period.
but Cube wants them to be allowed to do that.
Pass federal funding program providing every child with a government-funded trust account at birth, starting with $1,000 contribution.
No.
What's wrong with that?
Why is the government creating a trust account?
Because it's a bond. As proposed by Senator Booker and account to be managed by the Treasury, and only those born into lower wealth families will receive more contributions each year, up to $46,500
This is
total.
just equity. This is just equity.
No, but no, this is not a racial thing though.
I didn't say
this
it was.
one's a wealth
I didn't
thing,
say
yeah.
it was racial.
Yeah.
But this is
the funds allowed.
This is Cory Booker and Ayanna Presley.
Yeah,
this
of
is
course.
just
Look, if
No,
they could
let's-
get away with it being blacks only, then they would.
yeah. This
Yeah.
no, but this is
At age
just equity.
18, access to the funds allowed, but use restricted to assets enhancing actions such as
Why aren't
buying
the parents
homes,
setting up a trust account?
starting businesses, and funding education. Well, why even bother? Why even bother with this part? Just set up a federal program to lend money to 18-year-old black people to buy homes and start businesses.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that, look, I think a bond is a good idea. Like the government invests $1,000 into a fund whenever a child is born, and then that fund grows.
Yeah,
no.
something. Black children and abortion.
Yeah, it's probably a scam. Yeah.
I'm more concerned of just about the market of just throwing dumb money into the stock market.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah, and the price of everything.
Well,
is
that's a
just gonna-
bond. Like this uses the bond system. So this
Yeah,
is just
the price.
this
of
is a
everything
number
just
on a
gonna-
page. This
Yeah,
is
it's a number on a page, but the
doesn't
price of
get
everything is
invested
going
in
to
anything.
adjust for this. Like house prices are going to adjust for all this.
Oh yeah.
Extra money. It's just like no, because then you're making it even harder.
We've
for
seen
people
it
who
here.
don't
Every
have
time you have a financial incentive
Yeah, it
to
just goes up. Yeah.
to buy a house, the prices of housing go up by exactly the amount of the incentive.
Yeah, it's. I understand the intent behind it. Yes,
Yeah.
help try and give kids a head start, but there's flow-on effects for the rest of society that
Yeah.
I'm not willing to accept. Sorry.
Yeah. So
And it might be the case that they don't get ahead after all, and they're just in the same position.
Yep. It's just here I'm 18. I've got 20 grand. Holy shit! I'm just going to spend the shit out of that.
Jesus, and then you've got this. For qualified black Americans, the Federal Reserve allow a one-time interest-free loan for home ownership. The Fed
What?
The
Didn't
Fed
that? Oh, you want to cause another global financial crisis? Good
the
fucking
Fed to
luck.
ensure banks and institutions it oversees
Oh my god.
comply with bank lending reform. Fed to adopt a modern monetary theory with the goal of full employment and avoidance of actual inflation. Modern monetary theory.
Yeah, this of course this was still just going to be a Democrat propaganda rag. We're not. There shouldn't be anything surprising coming out of this. This is coming from Ice Cube.
No, this is not coming from Ice Cube. Ice Cube's publishing it, but this is. I don't think Ice Cube sat down and went, yeah, this is my idea. I think he's taking ideas from a whole bunch of other people.
Yeah.
Federal and state pension funds control over $1 trillion. They must allocate 13.4% of their investment into black-owned enterprises. Is that a movable feast? Like, does this change when
the population,
when 100% of the population is black?
like the $200 tax stamp on rifles, it's a set figure, and then eventually it becomes nothing. Or conversely, if the black population increases, then what happens then?
A banking commission will be set up to overlook and report on black and minority lending, whatever. Personal data and credit. Most states publicly release bulk data about arrestees unchecked. Like the 1970 Fair Credit Reporting Act regarding credit data, there must be guidelines regarding arrest records that allow similar privacy and accuracy protections. Sweet. So you want Equifax to compile your no, you get a criminal rating.
Rating? Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well, look, the 70s Fair Credit Act. Fair Credit Reporting Act regarding credit data. There must be guidelines regarding arrest records that allow similar privacy and accuracy protections. All right.
What-
Well, we don't release your arrest record, but you have a
What's your
you have
criminal
a
rating?
you have a criminality score.
Yeah, and then you take that.
I'm
to the
sorry.
bank.
I'm sorry, but we can't lend to you. Your criminality score is 1300. I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. Probably run prison.
Isn't he in jail? No,
No, he's
No,
out.
he's
He's
out.
tweeting. He tweets videos.
He's been
It's
out.
fucking
He's
great.
been out for like 5 years.
Okay, I thought he was back in jail again for robbery.
You know, because he was acquitted, and then he lost all his money because of the civil settlement. Then he tried to rob a friend who bought
I thought he
had
was
some
back
of
in
his
jail for
memorabilia
that.
and then went to jail. He did. He went to jail for that for I think 16 years. Like it was, I was like, wait a minute, what? He stole like a football and he's getting 16 years. I'm
I was
like,
just getting my
this is
property
because he's a
back.
murderer. It's like, well, you were acquitted there, so we're going to make sure you pay. Privately run prisons will be abolished. I agree with that. I think for-profit prisons are a dumb idea.
Only 10% of the prisons are private. This is what gets me.
In the
Everyone-
US?
Yeah, or at least most prisoners. It's like only 10% of prisoners are in private prisons or something
Really?
like that. Like there's not that many private prisons comparatively, but everyone loves to blame the private prisons. Like maybe there's truth behind it. Maybe the private prisons have the worst conditions. I don't know, but
There was a lot more in the past, but we've been steadily getting rid of private prisons.
I do
Okay.
think that's probably a good idea. I don't think you should lose your right to vote forever. I think once you finish your sentence and any post custodial sentence, so once you're off your
Your
Probation?
right be restored.
your rights
All
are-
rights.
your rights, because your rights never go away, they're just suppressed.
Yeah. Suppressed because you've done something against the law. You need to be punished. And the punishment is your rights being pretty much taken away from you for a time.
Yeah, your physical freedom and then your right to vote and participate in society as a full member. Judicial reforms eliminate mandatory minimums and 3-strike laws. I think mandatory minimums are stupid. Either you trust judges to make decisions or you don't.
Yeah.
Simple.
yeah, I can understand removing that. But the 3-strike laws, I'm sorry, guys. You can't be caught for smuggling crack 3 times or attempted murder 3 times, and expect to keep getting out.
Man, if you're busted for attempted murder 3 times, you should really not be trying to kill people.
Yeah, you kind of
Because you're
suck
clearly
at
fucking shit at it.
Yeah.
I will agree with it to the point, as long as it's non-violent, not offenses.
Look, I think 3-strike laws
Maybe.
should be contextual.
Yeah.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
you selling weed on a corner and done for it 3 times. Oh,
Yeah,
that's 3
bullshit.
strikes.
That's bullshit.
That's some fucking bullshit. Like,
Yeah, bullshit.
Yes.
Weed should be illegal. That shouldn't be a crime.
but you've done 2 drive-bys and you'll get a shorter term than the guy who was busted for selling weed or crack 3 times. Like that's where these weaknesses, like these arbitrary these line in the sand arbitrary laws, they're the edge cases that make it stupid. Lynching to become a federal hate crime, didn't that happen this year, like last year? So maybe Biden's giving him 2 things.
It's already illegal everywhere. Why does it need to be a federal crime? It's already a crime everywhere.
Well, yeah.
And also the Ku Klux
And the Ku Klux
Klan
Klan a terrorist organization.
Oh,
Okay.
great. A
They already
democratic
are,
organization becomes a terrorist organization.
They're already a terrorist organization, aren't they?
They're a hate group, but all a hate group means is the Southern Poverty Law Center has labeled you a hate group.
So they're not actually deemed a terrorist organization. Okay.
No.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that, Stabby. I don't think. Yeah, if you're growing weed for yourself, I don't think weed should be a crime any time.
No.
I don't care. I don't care if you're driving 3 tons of weed from Mexico to the US. That shit should be legal.
Honestly, it's a fine.
Weed's only been a crime
because
since the 60s, hasn't it?
I think it goes back further than that. I'm pretty sure Reefer Madness it dates back to like the 20s or the 30s.
Yeah, it was basically just a suppressed hemp.
Yeah, it's because what's his name? The guy who buys ink by the said never pick a fight with somebody who buys ink by the barrel. Started the Spanish-American War. William Randolph Hearst.
Yes.
William Randolph Hearst had concerns in cotton, so he's one of the reasons that hemp, like weed, was the devil's. Promoted the whole devil's weed bad thing. Also, there is a racial thing to it because Mexican workers in in what would be Texas used to enjoy weed.
Yeah, the Controlled Substances Act came in 1969. Though, like they were trying to tax the shit out of it up until then.
Yeah.
But I think it was in '69 that
Nixon started the war on drugs.
Yeah. In '69 is when they actually made it federally illegal.
Nixon admits
Schedule 1.
Nixon is on tape, his own tapes, admitting that the whole reason weed was added was because you wanted to get those N-words. So,
hell yeah, my N.
I mean, up until 50 years ago,
my nigga.
Up until 50 years ago, it was legal,
although
heavily taxed in the later years. But it was legal. We're just It's like undoing Roe versus Wade. We're just going back 50 years.
Elimination of qualified immunity. Look, I agree with that on some level. I don't think police should be immune under every fucking almost every circumstance.
Yeah,
but
it's a bit too
they
broad
would
at
be
the
able
moment.
to do their job.
Dave. I don't think they should be able to do their job. I think they shouldn't be able to do their job because fuck the police.
Well, yeah, but if we're going to have them, they can't.
That's a good idea. Malpractice insurance. Absolutely.
There you go.
Interesting.
That's better.
Requirement.
Because look, if you're a bad cop, there's no shifting around if you fucking have to get insurance. Like if you're like, doesn't matter if there's not a nationwide licensing scheme for doctors. If a doctor is a butcher and gets sued frequently and loses for malpractice, he can't practice because he can't get malpractice insurance. That's actually a great way to avoid like some sort of federal police training system, while also bringing in some level. That's actually an interesting free market way to regulate police.
It'll stamp out the worst of the police.
Sorry, it's not really free market because you're being made to buy it.
It's basically Obamacare, mandatory buying of insurance.
Yeah, but no, I would don't make buying it mandatory. But if you remove qualified immunity, because that's all this replaces.
Yeah.
Like if you remove qualified immunity, then they have to get malpractice insurance.
Yeah. To become a police officer, you must have malpractice insurance. We're not enforcing you to have it. So like companies, you're not linking companies.
If you want
if
you want to work for us, you need to buy it. Yeah, it's not quite the same as every citizen must have. Yeah, must buy healthcare.
Yeah. Stabby says William Randolph Hearst had lumber, paper mills, newspapers, and was married to a Dow heiress. All industries that would have been hurt by hemp production. Yes, exactly. He was also one of the robber barons of the 1900s. 18 and 1900s. Where were we?
Chokeholds,
chokeholds.
Warrants.
Yeah, look. Whatever.
Look, chokeholds in America are almost universally banned, except in lethal force scenarios.
If you're a cop and you've got a problem with body cams, then you probably shouldn't be a cop.
Yep.
Elimination of chokeholds.
Yeah, that's fine. No warrants are bullshit.
Yeah,
that's bullshit.
Absolutely, they're absolute bullshit.
Look, the black community and I are fucking almost a straight line, like almost a completely overlap on police reform. Because fuck.
For sure.
Yeah, fuck the police.
Sure. Yep.
And I would imagine libertarians would agree with black people on police reform too.
Take the guns away, give them billy clubs.
They should do that here. Absolutely, they should do that here.
Oh, especially
I don't know.
Here.
There is absolutely no. Yes, Thermo's whack. Thank you, King.
He's going to vote for Biden.
Because I'm black, but because I didn't vote for Biden, I'm not white.
Yeah.
That's how that
gets
works.
around that.
He's one of those white South African people.
He's one of the black faces of white supremacy.
But yeah, no, I totally agree. There's no reason why, I hear every day about how there's no guns in Australia and all the guns have been taken away, and Australia is such a safe society. Why do all our police carry handguns at all times?
Well,
Yeah.
again,
Like, shotgun in the car. If Australia's so safe, you can secure your weapon the same way every fucking citizen who has a gun license has to secure their weapon.
that's fair. I take the opposite view. Cops should have guns for their own protection, and so should everyone else.
Yeah. Well, look, that's not going to happen.
That's not
going to happen. I understand. I know. Like I have no problem with police having a sidearm for their own protection, because in America, criminals shoot first. That's just a fact.
But
in
Tim,
America,
there's no guns in Australia.
I said America, but I'm talking about American cops here, because in America,
We were talking about Australia.
Yeah, but this document's about America. But I mean, you like Australian cops. I mean, again, I think everyone should be armed. So I'm fine with the cops having sidearms for their own protection, and I'm fine with regular people having sidearms for their own protection. Everyone, and that's the Lolcows in my.
Why would you use a gun?
That's the Lolcows in me. Everyone has the right to self-defense, even the
But
cops.
why have a gun when you're going to get sued out of the ass if you use it?
Well, would I rather die?
Hang on. Broadcast networks will be required to air black produced content equal to 20% of the total content on the network. Where's this 20% number coming from?
Yeah, that's an overrepresentation, O'Shea. What are you doing?
13.4%. Well, now it's 20%. What the hell?
A little bit
Doesn't seem
greedy
fair.
right there. Unless they're saying that black culture is actually better.
Confederate monuments and institutions. Okay. Jesus. Okay. A memorial will be built to Washington, D.C. to victims of police excessive force. Well, they have that. It's Black Lives Matter.
If it was the crime rate, Costy, that's very underrepresented. It's very low if it's related to the crime rate. Also, Snafu, yes, I know American cops also.
No, it is definitely the percentage of the population.
Yeah, it's closer.
Because the crime rate is what 68% now.
Well, in
13.4, but 13 because it used to be what
13% and 60% of the murders. Like it's not 60% of all violent crime, but that's approaching half of all violent crime.
Yeah, but
in some categories, it's
African Americans make up 13% of the population. 13.4,
yeah. In some categories of crime, it is the majority. Sure. Yeah.
Confederate monuments, AJP program for AJP. Where's the duck?
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
That's Dave's.
It's Dave's chair.
Dave's rocking chair.
I don't know what AGP is, but whatever.
Sorry.
Chronic poverty creates an atmosphere full of negativity. Black responsibility.
Go on.
Okay.
As we begin to gain social and economic equality, it is our duty to clean up ourselves and our community. This contract is a two-way street.
No. This is too white. No.
Yeah.
This is just too white.
No,
this is why everybody's like, he's a Republican.
His Uncle Cube.
He wants something in return for this contract.
Uncle
Now
Cube,
we found the
Uncle
10%
Cube,
that
what are you doing,
Democrats didn't agree to.
Yeah, that's right. We must really step up after we pass the contract to Black America with no more excuses left in the kitty.
No, they're going to keep using excuses.
Our entertainers should be persuaded to deliver more positive content that leads our youth to make better life choices.
Said the gangster. Said the actual gangbanger.
Said the guy who literally has the song "Fuck the Police."
Mm-hmm. Coming straight from the underground.
They're just mad because
a young being
mad and brown.
A new pride must develop with these new opportunities, and we must fight against negativity, frustration, hopelessness, depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, crime, and violence. This tells me that Ice Cube, Ice Cube 100% understands the fucking community and its fucking issues.
Oh, a lot of big figures in Black America do understand this.
I want to see Chucky D's contract for America.
Parents understand this. The process understand this. But, you know,
And Flavor
no one
Flav.
wants to listen.
Anyway, moving on. E. Jean Carroll is seeking new damages from Donald Trump over post-verdict statements because he again called her a whack job.
Yep. Well, the precedent is set now. Whatever he says, you can sue him for.
Yeah,
You know,
basically.
look, I agree with Trump. I agree. She is fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Like, this woman is cocoa bananas.
Of course.
Like, all you have to do is play the video on fucking Anderson Cooper, and you're like, this woman is
just want to just nod, and just like, you're a fascinating. Talk to him.
She was trying to S.A. and Cooper Anderson.
Oh, she was trying to fuck Anderson Cooper. Yeah,
He's gay.
Yeah, I fucking.
yeah,
He's actually gay.
yeah. He is. Yeah.
Just like Don Lemon. Just like Don Lemon. A lot of the
Crusty.
there's a big trend with CNN.
Yeah, she said that. She said, yeah, it could be kind of sexy.
Yes, stabby and fewer, not less. We should have far fewer laws and harsh punishment for the ones that remain. Hang the mass murderers and chomos from the gallows until the crows pick their bones clean and concede the war on drugs.
Hey, Portugal.
No, you know what we do?
Yeah.
You know what we do with the war on drugs? We pretend it didn't happen. We just go, what? War on drugs?
Like the riots of 2020.
Why are you
Never
in
heard of
prison
it.
for this charge? We're just going to remove that charge. Oh, you got no other charges? You can get the
Never
fuck
heard
out.
of it. War on
Yeah.
drugs? Never heard of it. We don't need.
Never.
We don't need to concede.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't
Look,
lose the war.
look,
on
if
drugs.
you're selling-
we
look,
didn't
if-
lose
if-
the war on drugs. We never actually fought.
Look, if
it.
you're
Like,
selling
this-
to kids, yeah,
never
okay,
heard
you
of
go
it.
straight to jail. If you're selling to kids, straight to jail. I get it, but consenting adults, not. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So yes,
leave the laws in place to protect the children. I'm totally fine with that. But yeah,
No. Selling to drugs to kids is a fine.
okay, that's a take.
that's a take. And then your third strike, you're going to jail for 30 years.
Well,
Okay.
what happens if you sell minors alcohol? It's a fine.
Shouldn't be. Should be more than that.
No.
It's a hefty fine, but still a fine.
Okay. But again, that's where third strike laws can come in. That's fair.
Yeah, then your third strike law is if you're doing it constantly, then yeah, you probably have to go to jail.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So yes, this in Minneapolis' warehouse district. This was on the 21st. So yes, a man was killed last night after being pushed, resulting in him falling onto the LRT tracks into the path of an oncoming train.
Minnesota again.
Warning.
People is gone, G. What the fuck? What the
I don't know why the guy is standing there over the fucking leg.
This is crazy. That shit is crazy.
He's providing perspective. People realize that's an actual person and not a cartoon character.
What the fuck? That's some sad, fucked up shit, man. Somebody check on their people, man. That shit is the sickest shit ever, man. Oh, my people is.
My God
There's
damn.
nothing to check on. He's dead. He's dead, Jim.
Yeah, yeah. If your legs, yeah, no, you're dead. Yeah, like that guy's dead.
Yeah. And if you're not dead, then
Yeah,
you will,
Grim,
be, you
he's
will be
dead.
when they pull you out and all the blood starts to
Jesus.
rush back, and
Oh, is he dead?
he's got to be dead. His femoral artery is completely
Well,
crushed there. He's fucked.
he looks legless, so
Lol, stabby.
Yeah. He's dead.
I believe you, man.
He's got to be dead.
Oh, yeah. Fucking. Was there any more to that story?
There's no using the force to come back later in the movie. No.
No, there we go. Struck and killed by a train. Wait, that was a light rail? Like, that was a light rail? That wasn't a train. That was fucking a light rail.
I mean, yeah, still big things.
Oh, no, I just mean the drop from the actual. When it goes.
Yeah, it's not that far.
Like,
Yeah, it wouldn't be that far. You can kind of tell it from that
jeez.
angle.
Fucking hell. struck and killed. Doesn't say anything about him being pushed. Man is dead after falling.
Falling, in quotations.
Falling into the path of an oncoming train. Yeah, yeah.
No, not that one. That one. I have to move that to another section. There. So yes, thank you, Ronnie, for posting this. He finds all these very interesting stories that are important to cover, and post them for us to understand and contextualize the important news of the week.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, thanks, thanks, Roy. So yes, rest in peace, Rolf Harris.
Rest in peace.
For those of you who
Rest in
aren't
peace.
Australian or aren't
British,
familiar
yeah.
with some obscure music, Rolf Harris is an Australian or a British-born Australian entertainer who
Had a piece of cardboard and
he did some songs such as his greatest hit, I would say, is "Timey Kangaroo Down Sport." Which is a song that goes "Timey Kangaroo Down Sport, Timey Kangaroo Down," and continues like that.
Oh, I've heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Keep me koala, give me koala back, Jack, give me koala back. Yes, and he was a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
So not as bad as Jimmy Savile.
No.
I've seen him compared to Jimmy Savile, which is very unfair. Jimmy Savile was a fucking monster. Like Jimmy Savile was just the words cannot express how disgusting Jimmy Savile was.
Yeah.
And compared to Rolf Harris, like Rolf Harris is a saint compared to him.
Yeah. Rolf
yes.
Harris, like I always thought that I didn't actually really look into the allegations against Rolf Harris. But yeah, it turns out he actually did admit to what he did.
Yeah, he admitted to it.
I thought he was simply like Me Too'd. No,
it was friends. It was like friends of his
friends' daughters and almost legal kids.
Yeah,
which is a saint compared to Jimmy Savile, but still a chomo.
Yeah.
So good riddance. Rest in peace.
So in a
Savile was a fucking ghoul. Like the shit Jimmy Savile did will fucking turn you white.
Yeah. Rolf Harris is basically an ephebophile, not a pedophile. If you wanted to get technical about it, but he was still banging underage.
If you wanted to get actually about it,
if you wanted actually that shit, that's the differentiation. But he's still a chomo and good fucking riddance.
So a range between 1 to Roman Polanski.
Oh,
what's 1?
Like
innocent.
I don't know.
Because Roman Polanski drugged a 12-year-old and had sex with her.
Maybe a 4.
Yeah. So he I think his victims was 6. Like Rolf Harris's victims were like 15, 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went after the almost legals.
So speaking of someone who wasn't a pedophile, who will be fucking missed,
and
Ray Stevenson, man,
one of the best. I'm going to say one of the best Punishers ever.
Yeah, one of the best.
Warzone is great.
Look, I think all the Punisher films were great.
Yeah, but out of all the actors to play Frank Castle, I think he's probably my favorite.
Oh, yeah, Ray Stevenson is the GOAT. Like he was great in Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I liked his song. They call him the Streak.
I have no idea. But yeah, he died after contracting a mysterious illness. So he was shooting on in Italy. I don't know. It wasn't COVID.
Apparently, it
wasn't COVID. It's something else. So no, we'll see. It's coming up to 2024, which means another presidential cycle. So we need a new COVID.
Right.
So and fucking Tina Turner passed away this week as well. So Australians have a special love for Tina Turner.
We do,
especially us on the eastern seaboard.
Mm-hmm.
Because
which is almost all Australia.
Well, no, I exclude Victoria because it's not an important state.
Okay, half.
Well, of course, she was in Thunderdome.
It's not even Mad Max. It's actually not from Mad Max at all.
It's because she sang the theme song to the National Rugby League.
Yes, there was
Simply the Best.
During the 80s and 90s, she was one of the faces of rugby league in Australia. because we use Simply the Best for our football advertisements.
I'm gonna fucking take my life in my hands. And
Yep.
I'm gonna find the fucking video.
Was it Tina and Barnsley?
It was Well, they've done it. They've done it together.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But back then, it was Tina and Barnsley doing the singing, wasn't it?
So Barnsley did a Jimmy Barnes and Tina Turner did a couple of duets. I think one of them was what the fuck is the song? Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low.
Yeah, but even for the NRL ads, ARL back then, but whatever. But they were doing duets for the footy ads as well, weren't they?
I
can't remember. I can't remember. Either way, that's why Tina Turner is actually very special to Australia.
Bing is terrible for searching YouTube.
I use a Cozier.
Well, no, because I use Edge and it's the default.
But yeah, apparently she's a queen to the American left as well, because she renounced her American citizenship when she moved to Switzerland. And so many American leftists were saying, I would do the same thing if I could. I have no connection to the United States anymore. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
And get the fuck out.
Yeah, shut up, get out. Let us just pay respects to the Queen in peace.
Bingo, found it. Apologies for fucking potato quality. Must have been recorded from television.
Yeah.
YouTube block in 3.
Okay, pause it.
Why am I pausing it?
So we can get past do the fair use.
Fine.
Doesn't matter.
Watching in the studio, waiting for it to go. We have detected copyrighted content. This content is owned by fucking Sony.
It's true. She was that 50 years. Remember, she was still looking damn good.
Also, reminder, Americans, our football hits just as hard, but we don't wear pads.
Yeah, so we actually hit fucking harder.
So you get knocked the fuck out.
We just don't get knocked out. Yeah, we don't have helmets. Damage.
Anyway, that's why Australians love Tina Turner.
Yeah, really, really integral to the heyday of Australian football.
Winfield Cup one.
Winfield.
That was back when Winfield cigarettes sponsored one of the major sporting competitions in Australia.
Yep.
I think it's the Clive Churchill.
Yeah, trophy-wise, unlike American football, Brazilian football is don't skip the game. We always show off our yeah.
And ironically, most of the guys who play NRL would never hit as hard as Tina.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, Mike Turner beat the shit out of Tina.
I know.
So
she was tougher than most Australian.
She was tougher than an NRL player.
Yeah.
So yes, rest in peace, Tina.
Mm-hmm.
How old was she? I forgot to check.
She was 83.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I didn't realize she was old. She was older than my late grandmother. Not as old as my other grandmother.
There's no way that's a recent photo. I mean, I know black don't crack.
I think it's like 10 years old or so. But she was still looked pretty good as she got on.
Black don't crack.
Black don't crack.
Yes, disturbing video showed machete-wielding New York City professor Shailene Rodriguez chased post-staffer down the street.
Yeah, I saw this.
It had to be a Rodriguez.
So
What is that?
She did.
Maximize
I
that
don't.
press play.
I can't remember. Did she have the machete when she was running down the street? So this started in her apartment block. Reporter came to her apartment, and then she walks out the apartment door with a fucking machete in her hand, which is where it all went viral. But as they fucked off, they left her alone. Then she starts chasing them down the street, kicking them and everything.
Yeah, butcher the goddamn journalists.
Oh shit!
She doesn't have the machete there, but maybe
No,
they
she
don't.
does.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
She switched hands.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I didn't realize she had that
She's
when
still
she
got the
ran
machete.
outside. Okay, no, fair enough.
There it is. In her hand.
Okay,
Right
okay.
there. Damn.
Latinos and their love of blades.
So when the photographer snaps a picture of the now former Hunter College art professor, fucking art professors.
Of course.
I don't know about you guys, but every art teacher I ever had was fucking crazy. I've only ever had female art teachers, but they were all like.
I had same.
They all had a mental illness.
Well, mine. Yeah, I guess this was the benefit of living in the country. Like I had the same art teacher for 4 of the 5 years I was in high school, and that was true for most of my subjects. So I had the same teachers in most of the subjects for most of high school. Like there was a couple of years where they were rotated around to teach different things, but in grade 9 I didn't have the teacher, but then she was back again for grade 10 through 12.
Wait, you elected for art?
Pardon?
You elected for art?
I didn't have much of another choice. It was either art or drama were on at the same time. No, not art or drama. It was art or manual arts. I think were on at the same time. So I didn't want to do manual arts.
What?
What is manual
As
art?
opposed to automatic art.
Shop class.
Right.
Yeah, shop. Manual arts we called it back in
Oh,
the day.
okay.
So, but,
we called
but
that design
you had
and
manual. You had manual arts A, which was wood shop, and manual arts B, which was metal shop. But I chose not to do any of the shop classes.
Really?
I thought it was like puppeteering or
No,
something.
I didn't do any of the shop classes.
Puppetry of the penis.
Puppetry.
I did English, Math B, physics, chemistry, graphics, and art. Those were my 6 subjects.
In school, that was a hobby, not a class.
No, manual arts are actual subjects, or at least were back.
No. I was talking about penis.
Oh
puppetry.
yeah. Fair enough. No.
Yeah, that's what you do in recess.
Yeah. No, I didn't do the manual arts. I actually regret not doing at least not doing like woodwork. I was always scared of.
It's good fun.
I liked doing it like in grade 8 and 9 because back then you had to. But when everything became an elective, we only had 6 subjects that we could, I had to pick something. I should have skipped. I should have skipped physics.
I have a clip for that.
It became personal with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should have skipped physics because I nearly failed it.
So yes, fucking stay away from college professors, art professors at least. Claudia Conway, 18, becomes Playboy bunny. I reclaim my womanhood. This is Kellyanne Conway's
You
daughter.
literally just became a woman legally.
Yeah,
You're 18.
which is super awkward because
Oh,
this
How can you reclaim something you never
2021.
lost? How can you reclaim something that you literally just
I don't
gained?
know.
I don't get it.
I reclaim my womanhood. It's promotional. It's entirely promotional. Like it's
of course.
Everybody who does the I'm using Playboy's new like premium, like it's not Playboy. She's not a Playboy bunny. She's using the Playboy what's it called? It's Playboy's OnlyFans alternative. It's the same thing Meghan Markle was doing.
Yeah, it's to kickstart her e-thought career.
Yeah, her legal e-thought career.
Hmm.
So yeah.
She's an OnlyFans.
When I was 15 or 16, I was exploited by the media, preyed upon, and I was forced into portraying myself as something I wasn't. My body was taken from me. Yeah, but lady, your body was taken from you by your mum.
Mm.
So yeah, this is from January 26, 2021. Kellyanne Conway accused of posting topless photos of her 16-year-old daughter on Twitter.
Isn't that
She posted it and accused of, she literally did.
So she's technically that's child porn, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
technically, yes.
Yeah, she distributed.
She distributed child porn. Yeah, she posted it on a fleet, which was Twitter's TikTok thing at the time, where you just post like a message that lasts like a video message that appears for a few seconds and then disappears. So yeah, she posted it as a fleet, and it was like a picture of her daughter's phone, of her daughter taking a selfie topless, and it was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I remember at the time, everybody was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is fucking weird as shit. So she quickly deleted it.
Shake my head. I just shake my head.
So yes, she's decided to just go into porn now. Yes. Yeah, that's right. You can bang a 60. Yes, Bazza, you can bang a 16-year-old here.
If you're 18.
If you're 40 or 80, you can bang a 16-year-old.
In Australia?
Yeah.
I thought the female age of consent was 18.
No. The only age of consent that was 18 in Australia was gay sex in New South Wales. And I think that got changed maybe 10 years ago or something, because I remember thinking, oh, okay.
Okay.
That's where.
Yeah.
What is the legal age of consent in Australian? Okay. For
He did it. He's going on a list now.
No.
Yes,
no.
finally, got him.
No, you're right. But apparently the age of consent in most states is 16.
Yeah.
Yep. Fair enough.
I think there's some states in the US where it's like you can get married at like 12 or at any age with your parents' consent. And it's like, okay.
Jerry Lee Lewis married his cousin, I think, or second cousin.
But the thing that bothers me about that is marriage to be real, it has to be consummated. So if you're a state and you allow kids to get married, well, there are some implications there that I'm not very comfortable with at all. So, yeah. The French have banned short-haul domestic flights that could be made by train. So the French plane regulator or flight regulator or whatever, they have formally banned flights on short routes that can be covered by a train in less than 2.5 hours.
Okay.
It's important to point out that the train we're talking about is the TGV. So we're talking about a very high-speed train. So 2.5 hours is like 400 kilometers, which is 340 odd miles. Someone do the math. Did I just nail that? But yeah, so
Chat, tell him he's wrong.
I'm probably wrong. Eric says I think it's 14, the marriage thing. Ugh.
Ugh.
Very, very creepy. So yes, that's what we get to look forward to. One of the busiest domestic routes in the world is Sydney to Melbourne, and it's a hour and 15-minute flight.
Yeah.
So it's an hour and 15-minute flight, or it's an overnight train.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
what would that be on high-speed rail, though?
High-speed rail.
Half a day.
What's the distance, Sydney to Melbourne?
More than 400 kilometers, at least.
Sydney to Melbourne.
So Sydney to Melbourne by road is 876 kilometers.
Okay, I was in the middle.
So,
sort of, kind of, not really.
Yeah, distance 860-ish, 880, roughly. Yeah.
The flying distance is 713.
Yeah,
so you
call it 800.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
well, call it 900 because it's a train.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
It's going to have to go around. some
900.
things.
Well, you'll have to. It's a high speed train, so you have long straight stretches, and then if you need to go around something you can't go through, then you have to have a like a 15-degree turn, and then a long straight, and then a 15-degree. Like,
So it'd still be like a 5
Otherwise,
hour
you have to
rail.
slow down too much to corner. So yeah, it'd still be 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 hours by train, even if it was a high speed train. And we don't have no high speed fucking trains.
And it's not going to happen anytime
We're
soon.
never getting a high speed train because there's not enough fucking people.
No.
But again, busiest route, like busiest route in the world. Like I think it's like 1 or 2 of like the most busy air routes in the world is Sydney to Melbourne. So yes, oh no, this is an opinion piece. This was him saying that. Never mind. Fuck that. He's not saying he needs to close the border.
No,
but yes, he should. This is fucking hilarious. So yes, how it started. Medically assisted deaths could save millions in healthcare spending. Report.
Okay.
Yeah, just kill them all.
Kill the elderly so we don't have to pay.
Watch,
for
Canadian influencer celebrates her granny choosing assisted suicide. She even has her own hashtag.
Fuck Canada. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
What is that first reply? This is so misleading and purposely spreading misinformation. Her bubby is terminally ill. Yes, duh.
That's why she's getting the. I won't say chop, but you know.
No, yeah,
Yeah, she's getting the injection.
she's
The
getting
injection.
the final injection. So yes, black women are looking for black sperm donors. Struggle with the harsh reality of shortage.
Yeah, the reality is
I
black
didn't
men
know
don't, black
there
men
would
don't
be
want to have children
black
with black
sperm.
women.
I thought it was all
Go,
white.
go,
If
go fucking figure.
Let's just go to blacked and like stand off to the side when they're doing a shoot and then quickly scoop it off.
But,
Then
but
you'll
I
have
wanna-
plenty.
I want to quote Joker here. It's like you get what you fucking deserve.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
When Mardochi Julian West and her wife. Yes.
Oh, okay, that's why they want a black man's sperm. Gotcha.
So
Yeah, I don't see how hard it is to get.
what's driving the problem? Experts say there are many reasons why sperm banks don't have more black donors. For one, sperm banks have historically been run by white people who are targeting white donors in the name and white clients. Additional and look, if you're a white woman and you want to have a black baby, pretty fucking simple, and you don't even have to worry about the dad hanging around. Additionally, black people have a long history of mistreatment in the name of medicine and science. Yeah, that's why.
true, but
That's
you can't-
why. That's totally
you can't
why.
invoke the Tuskegee experiment every fucking time. Like, we're not talking about the
Jesus.
vaccines here. We're talking about just trying to find a black
Just
sperm
jizzing into a cup, basically.
Yeah. We're trying to find someone who's voluntarily donating sperm. Like, it's not comparable.
I mean, they have to have an injection before they can, start it. So.
Fair.
Black man has syphilis. Okay.
I can just see the specimen room for these guys. It's all plastered in white girl porn.
My wife just sent me a picture of a letter she got. She renewed her license the other day, and so she got a new photo. But she got a letter. You recently carried out a transaction with Service New South Wales. Unfortunately, we can't issue you a license as the image in our database doesn't comply.
Did she smile?
Well, they took it at the fucking Service New South Wales place.
Yeah.
So she's got to go back and get another fucking photo. So weird.
That sucks.
Anyway, where was I? Sorry, chat. I got distracted.
Something about black people and syphilis.
Yeah, so black people don't donate sperm. I mean,
Have too many STIs and
no,
stuff.
but this is this is objectively false. I've seen plenty of black men donate sperm. Speaking of which, I'm judged for my big boobs. I can't wear a bikini without getting bad looks. Thanks, Ryu. Nip it in the bud. Stop sharing. In a resurfaced TikTok video, content creator Harper Kaminsky. No, she doesn't have a fucking. No, she doesn't have an OnlyFans. Yes, she's. I think they include the TikTok.
She looks dead inside.
Those eyes are dead. Those are dead eyes. Like, where is the fucking TikTok? Like, half the time, these fucking those aren't super big. Like, I don't know why she thinks men are staring at her big boobs. Because she also complains that she can't wear certain things.
She's making shit
Most
up.
things are made for her.
Exactly.
She's making shit up so she can get an article written about her.
She can get an
so
article
people
in
know
fucking
about her.
Yeah, exactly.
Costy falls for it again and again. And then we post it online. And show everyone else. Do we have anything news related, or are we just going to look at boobs?
No. Sorry, I was replying to my wife. Again, thank you, Ryu. Apparently, Gen Z is going out in their underwear. Andres Gonzalez for Washington Heights consistently has wardrobe malfunctions when she goes out, but she doesn't mind the occasional nip slip. She's practically naked anyway. Gonzalez, who started Columbia Medical School in August, favors barely their looks to show off her tattoos and accentuate her tall, slender frame. Where is she? That's her. Her tattoos, 1, 2, 3. You don't need to take your top off to accentuate the Chinese characters on your torso. So yes, apparently Gen Z likes getting their tits out. Some of them should, some of them shouldn't.
Some of them just don't want to dress and put clothes on.
Yes.
Those are usually the ones that should, though.
Yes.
Sorry, I just need to do one thing.
Group's going into the Father Day gifting. Love it.
Sorry,
Don't
chat. I'm just
Just stare at that anal sex toy for a
yes,
minute.
stare at the Father's Day anal sex gift. So yes, Gwyneth Paltrow peddles Goop anal sex toy as Father's Day gift. So men,
don't get
get
pegged.
your list in. Yes, don't get pegged.
You don't get pegged.
Is it pegging if you do it to yourself? I think it is.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave, it's weird.
$219.
And people will
Now,
pay
I've
for
heard,
it.
I've heard,
Yeah, people will pay for
For
it.
a prostate vibrator for Daddy Dearest.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're supposed to check yourself downstairs in case you might have cancer. You don't go searching around your prostate though. So
You check your balls, Dave. Yeah, not your fucking colon. You don't give yourself a colonoscopy.
yeah.
No.
Father's Day. Let's see. Pickleball paddle, all-in-one nourishing face cream, interlocking G-stripe skateboard, mid-length
Okay.
swim shorts.
I've
there's
got a video.
there's one. Verge vibrating perineum stimulator.
I've got a video for the perfect.
Oh God, I
gift
thought that was a
for your
fucking. I
father.
thought that was something you put your dick in.
Flashlight.
No, it's a cupping thing.
Okay.
Are you guys familiar with cupping? It's not a sex thing. It's
yeah, cupping. Yeah.
So you lay on the. It's a Chinese relaxation thing or wellness thing. Like it's bullshit. but
Wellness.
I'm used to it alongside acupuncture.
So
cupping feels
it's
good.
similar. Yeah, cupping. You lay there with your towel, and they go over your body and in specific points, they take like a match. It's a long match, and they wave it over your body, and then put the cup over the top, and the fire consumes the
Suction.
oxygen, and it sucks down. and it stays in your body.
Yeah.
And you have these cups
It
on you
creates
for
a
while
vacuum that stretches your skin
and
yeah.
draws out the toxins and all the bad
Yeah.
chi or whatever.
Yeah, no, that side of it is bullshit. But a lot of them combine it and use it as a form of massage therapy because you're stretching all of that tissue and they start moving the cups around. So they use it to try and help loosen up, the fibers and all that. But there's a lot of bullshit still attached to it. But it leaves you with fucking big bruises. So you'll see people walking around with these dark circular patches on their skin. They're giant. They are hickeys.
That's insane.
Yeah, basically hickeys.
Fucking $400 for this thing.
For
a massage gun.
That's branded. The Theragun is
Theragun,
branded.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can get that on fucking Amazon for
you can buy cheap
$50.
You can buy cheap massage guns everywhere. You can buy jigsaw attachments for them too. I mean, that's super loud. But one of my old
there it is.
Yeah, one of my
there,
old
there it is.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, dude, they did this specifically for that story.
Of course, yeah.
100%. Yes, we did put a vibrator in this gift guide. It's a hands-free. Ooh. Oh, I get it.
Or buy an app.
That's the controller. You guys can think about how that works. Jordan Neely's uncle, who called for a no plea deal for Daniel Penny over subway chokehold death, is arrested in New York City after being caught with a knife and several stolen credit cards.
It's almost
like uncle, like nephew.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's not necessarily the apple itself that's rotten, but maybe other parts of the tree.
But it's not a secret that Jordan Neely was a piece of shit, though. Like, I understand whatever they're trying to bring his uncle into it to try and justify, why what happened to him happened, but like we don't really need to know more about him or his family.
Yeah,
we already know he was a complete piece of shit.
Yeah.
He dealt with the consequences of his own
fucked
action.
around and found out.
For want of a better term,
yeah. But it's not surprising that his family is like this either. So
so yes, if you keep animals, it's time to stock up on antibiotics, because from the 11th of June, the FDA will require that you get a vet's prescription. So if you keep chickens or cows or horses, livestock of any kind, really, your life's about to get harder and more expensive. So yeah.
Yep, keeping animals gets fucking expensive.
You know why? It's because the next pandemic, they've probably already realized that there's something at the what's it called? At your local feed store that will stop whatever's coming next. So they need to head it off at the pass. Cool. Hashtag not a conspiracy. So yes, the Black Lives Matter movement is going bankrupt.
Good.
Yep.
So
good.
They're running an $8.5 million deficit.
Black lives don't matter to Black Lives Matter. Good riddance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about what's going to replace it.
They've been a scam for ages.
Yeah.
I might switch to our. I might jump to I guess, what did I say our top story was? Oh, yes, that's right. I remembered what it is now.
I don't know, some fags in the background, so I guess not Black Lives, LGBT stuff.
No.
No.
So it finally happened. Ron DeSantis entered the fray. He did it in
your time,
a very weird way.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I will be interviewing Ron DeSantis, and he has quite an announcement to make. and it'll be the first time that something like this is happening on social media, and with real-time questions and answers, not scripted. Spending your time.
So yeah, Fox was big mad about this, but we all knew it was coming. The media knew it was coming because they started running shit like this, like literally attacking his wife, because she's a problem, her being his greatest asset and his greatest liability. Like, think about how they talked about God, what's her name, Dr. Jill, and how amazing she is, and Michelle, and how amazing she is. Like, does anybody think this kind of article would happen if, the Jill Biden problem?
No, Jill
Or
Biden
the Michelle Obama problem.
Jill Biden and Michelle Obama have no problems, though.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're perfect.
I have no problems. Well, they're all college-educated, successful people.
And one of
That's
them's
right.
a man.
She's a doctor.
She's a doc. Well, so is Michelle, because she's a lawyer. She has a JD. So, they're all Ivy League educated, successful people. They have doctorates.
And they're Democrats.
And they're Democrats.
Makes some good people.
Mm-hmm.
Just like those people from Mexico. Some I assume are good people.
Our border is a disaster. Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the president flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for. Righting the ship requires restoring sanity to our society, normalcy to our communities, and integrity to our institutions. Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida, we proved that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can and must revitalize America. We need the courage to lead and the strength to win. I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
Don't call it a comeback.
So yes, he that was his announcement video. So he did his space on Twitter, which of course the media was very upset about when it was announced he was doing it on Twitter. Like, that's what a fucking disgrace. Ron DeSantis will formally announce his 2024 bid with Elon Musk because apparently David Duke wasn't available.
Okay. What is a far right space now? So
yeah.
And all right, so if you accept that Twitter is the conservative platform now, why is the media surprised that he's going there to launch a primary run?
Because they're still annoyed. And
if it's
they
where
still
conservatives are now,
they still expect that they go through them for announcements.
The amount of fucking cope from the media over this was fucking hilarious. Unfortunately, because it was Twitter.
Yeah, it did not go well.
It did not go well. So they tried to host it on Elon's account, which was a bad idea. Because they hosted it on Elon's account, it went out to like 100 million people.
Yeah.
Like I was in there with like when there was 200,000 to start, and it quickly became very unstable. By the time it got to 1 million, it was just fucked.
Yeah.
So they ended it and
up the game.
Yeah, well, they ended it and switched to another account that didn't have as many followers, and it worked fine.
Yeah.
So once they figured that out, it was fine. It was good. There was some back and forth. People were like, "Oh, it was scripted." Like he gave a scripted speech. Yeah.
Well, that speeches are scripted.
Yeah, that's how that
usually
works.
Openings of speech.
And I'm sorry, but every fucking time I hear from Trump now, it's from a fucking prompter in a room in Mar-a-Lago.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's him bumbling through the prompter. I'm like, dude, fuck. Like, go and get LASIK or something. Like, fucking Christ, how can you not read anymore? But yes,
he's getting old.
He's old.
He's
but
nearly
yes,
80.
the media had a fucking conniption.
Mm.
So look, I thought it was fine.
I bet it crashed.
Well, yeah, it
The
crashed,
fact
yeah,
that the fact that it crashed at all is enough to jump on.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Democrats pounce.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Trump, of course, pounced on it. There was a lot of there were a few okay memes. There were a few funny memes. I don't look the memers from 2016 were great. In 2020, they were okay, but they had been excised from social media. The memers that are around now, it's shit. It's such low effort that like Trump doesn't have the best anymore. So I noticed Costi says Trump plus DeSantis equals Biden 24. Why do you think that? Do you think them fighting is gonna destroy the Republican Party entirely?
Yeah.
Well,
no, but
suggesting that the Trump voters won't vote for DeSantis if DeSantis
they won't.
wins.
They by and large they won't. You're already seeing.
I
it in
think
the
you would.
replies.
I think you would be very surprised.
That's why there's so many people saying, "Oh, great, still voting Trump."
Flip
Don't care.
side is if
I see a ton of people saying don't care, still voting
DeSantis
Trump.
Yeah.
But Twitter is not real life.
No, Twitter's not real life.
Twitter isn't even close to real life. Trump has been running paid influencers for the last fucking 18 months. They're very obvious because they all used to support DeSantis and then suddenly the check cleared.
Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden DeSantis is the devil.
And all of a sudden it's just sanctimonious, which I'm sorry, Trump, it
means nothing coming from you.
DeSantis is the new Jeb Bush. Yeah, look, maybe.
Please clap.
Maybe it ends up being a Jeb Bush campaign. I don't think it will. Look, if you've heard DeSantis, I'm in the tank for DeSantis. I think DeSantis, if DeSantis is the nominee, he wins.
Yeah.
Full stop.
I think he beats Biden.
I think he destroys Biden because
I don't know. I don't know how DeSantis takes the coasts. I really don't know how he takes the coasts. How does he take the Western Seaboard, or does he just ignore them? Is California
no Republican is taking California.
No, but
you can't take California.
California, Washington, Oregon, they will all go blue.
They always
will be blue.
Yeah, exactly. So how does he win geographically is my question. Because there's a lot of bad things to say about Florida from what I'm hearing, like in terms of infrastructure and property. Yes, they have very low taxes, but I'm hearing, not so nice things about Florida in terms of actually wanting to move there. Like there's no infrastructure or industry there. And when his national slogan is "Make America Florida," that's going to turn off a lot of people.
I don't know.
Make America Florida. Oh, you want us to be? You want America to become a place with very little industry, high property value, the existence of Florida Man.
All I hear is he wants to make the whole America a swamp.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
He wants alligators across America. That's what you take from that.
Yeah.
No. Well, so number one, the Florida Man stuff. The Florida Man thing is because Florida has open records laws.
Yes. Yeah.
Very, very open records laws.
Yeah.
So that's why the Florida Man is a thing. As for industry, whatever. Like, let's look at all the industry that in every blue state across the Rust Belt.
Yeah, exactly.
It's dying.
I'm pretty sure Michigan would be happy to be Florida. So look, this is the consensus for 2024. So let's do the actual. What the fuck?
I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking. How does DeSantis reclaim some of the territory that Trump lost? Obviously, there's the places that he will just simply not win, like the Western Seaboard, New York.
So this is 2020 actual.
Yep.
So if we say Arizona, Georgia.
Yep.
Pennsylvania.
Purple.
There's the margin.
The purple states.
There's the margin.
Yeah.
So.
Because obviously he'll
that,
win. Yeah.
Fundamentally, that's the question.
Yeah.
But Florida is now 30 electoral votes. So the numbers have actually changed. So let's go 2020 electoral votes. So Georgia and Pennsylvania get you the gig.
Okay.
Yeah, he won't. I doubt
Arizona,
he makes
Pennsylvania get you close. So
why would he not?
In this setup, Biden has to win. Sorry, Biden has to win 2. DeSantis has, or the Republican nominee has to win these 2. So if Biden wins Pennsylvania, he wins.
Yeah.
Yep.
If everything stays equal, like if everything else except Georgia stays the same, if he takes Pennsylvania, that's it. That's the ball.
And he's the hometown boy too.
No, he's not. He's from fucking Delaware.
Well, he lived in
He
Scranton.
was born in Scranton, but he's the fucking
Scranton.
Yeah, but he'll play up the Scranton angle just a little bit, saying, "Hey, I was born here. We know you didn't grow up there, but you know."
So yeah, look, I think I do think he can win.
I don't know.
So
how does DeSantis overcome fortification?
Well,
we're all assuming a fair and honest election. So how does he overcome fortification?
Well, in that case, how does anybody?
How does any Republican president?
How does any Republican
candidate overcome fortification? So
it's by playing the Democrat game.
Exactly. Which is what Trump should have been doing the last fucking 4 years.
If ballot harvesting is legal, then do it.
Yeah, then do it.
Play within the rules of the system.
Trump should have taken the $250 million he raised after the election and crammed that into a comprehensive nationwide voter like ballot harvesting operation. You go to every state where it's doable, and you build a machine that does it. But instead,
he's there trying to
sitting in Mar-a-Lago crying that he won. Well, no, actually I won. Well, I'm sorry, but who's the president? Because it looks to me like Biden won.
Yep.
So yeah, maybe you can sell some NFTs.
Of course.
But yeah, look, I think the map. Well, let's reset the map. We'll do 2024, and they had. Yes, we do 2024 consensus. So, according to polling experts, I air quoted that. Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia are all up for grabs and could go either way. So, I think it's wide open.
Yeah, honestly,
and
I think maybe, yeah.
Look, I would maybe say Nevada wins, but I would Nevada's not lost.
Honestly, I think
Minnesota's lost. I think that's a fucking.
Oh, Minnesota's gone.
Minnesota's gone. Like their legislature has just. They have like a double majority Democrat legislature.
If Reagan couldn't take Minnesota, nobody can take Minnesota.
Reagan swept. Reagan was the last person to win every state.
No. Reagan was 49-1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Minnesota was the
one. Minnesota was the only holdout.
Yeah.
How the fuck does he take? Did he take Hawaii? That's insane. But yeah, suddenly this map doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, and PA can go red.
And
time.
Let's not forget, Virginia has a fucking Republican governor.
Awesome.
So, and now suddenly it doesn't look too bad at all.
He can win. It won't be a landslide, but he can win.
Also, let's not forget Trump's been shitting on
DeSantis.
Ralph Northam.
Northam,
in Virginia. So, yeah. I don't think Trump takes Georgia. I don't think Trump takes Pennsylvania. Just based on, if we look at 2022,
if
Trump's endorsement didn't mean shit.
Yeah, if it's so Trump,
Trump's endorsement worked against the candidates.
Trump's not winning PA. DeSantis actually has a chance, though.
Yeah, I totally think that. I think the guy. I think if you want 4 more years of Biden, never Trump. Always Trump. Nothing but Trump. Jump on the Trump train and ride it right back to Mar-a-Lago, because that's where it ends.
Trump train, toot toot.
But all these people are like, oh, he should wait. He should wait. He should wait. He should totally wait.
It's not DeSantis' time. No,
it's not his time.
You
know who else's time?
It actually is his time.
You know whose time is? It's time for Trump to
leave. No, you know whose time it was? It was fucking Hillary Clinton's turn. It was her time.
Yeah. I still haven't found anybody who can actually tell me why Trump is good for 2024. What's he actually going to do?
Well, he's
assuming he wins. What is he going to do?
He's going to revengeanate the whole country.
He's going to drain the swamp.
He's going to execute his revenge. Everything he didn't do from 2016 to 2020.
He's going to do it the second time.
He's going to do it this time. He's going to for real. His campaign should just be Trump 2024. This time I mean it.
This time I'll actually do it.
This time I'll get it right.
No, you won't.
Just one more chance.
Deep State still hates him. They're still going to work against him.
The problem with the Trump supporter is when they look at Trump, they see 2016 Trump.
Yeah, no.
When I look at Trump, that Trump's gone.
Yeah.
That Trump doesn't exist anymore.
That Trump lost.
That Trump is a 3-time loser. And I say 3-time loser because he lost the midterms.
Yep.
In 2018. He lost the general in 2020. Look, was there fuckery? Absolutely, there was fuckery. But Trump banged on about it before the fucking election as the president of the United States and didn't do shit to stop it. The COVID lockdowns were instituted based on the federal declaration of an emergency. You want the legislatures to not be able to fuck with you? Can't end the fucking emergency. Straight up. You should have just gone, you know what? This COVID thing, it's not as bad. I'm ending the federal emergency.
Then they would have impeached him for it anyway.
Then they would have impeached him for it. You go down fighting or you go down a bitch.
And he went down as a bitch.
And he went down as a crybaby. So let's not forget, he still cannot admit that he lost. We also, we saw the town hall. He can't admit it. It's impossible for him to admit it. If he admits it, he's catch-22.
Yeah.
If he admits that he lost, all his supporters go, what? Well, it will break their brains if he admits it. And he knows that. His most ardent fans will suddenly be like, oh, well, he did lose. And if he keeps banging on about stolen elections and this and that, it just reminds people of what the last time was like. And by the numbers, so I saw this this week, and I was like, wow, really? I didn't realize that. So from 2016 to 2020, Trump's vote nationwide, he gained 7% of GOP voters. So as a percentage of GOP voters, he increased his 2016 numbers by 7%. He lost 16% of his independent voters. That's why he lost. He lost because the independents walked away. The independents went, you said you were
got
going to do all this
harvested
shit.
by the Democrats.
We were 100% on the Trump train, and well, the Trump train didn't really leave the station. Trump got made to look a bitch by everybody.
True.
Paul Ryan fucked him straight out of the gate. Look, my issues with Trump, he complains about loyalty, and the first person he fires was the man who was loyal to him. General. God, I forgot his name. God,
Milley.
General Flynn.
Oh,
He fired General Flynn out of the fucking gate. Why? Because he lied to Mike Pence. Bullshit. The idea that that's why you fired him. No, fuck off, man.
If that was the case, you would have fired a lot more people.
Where's your loyalty, Donald?
I'm the king. I don't need to show loyalty.
And I need to show loyalty. People need to be loyal to me. So yeah, that fucked him. Because if he'd actually had a director of national intelligence who was working for him, the intelligence organizations wouldn't have been able to fuck with him so hard because they will have to report to someone who is actually loyal.
Yep. And you don't want
says he lost because parking lots voted in Detroit because Trump was totally going to win Michigan.
Yeah, Illinois. Not going to happen.
No, Detroit's in Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. Sorry.
He never win Illinois. Chicago's fucking corrupt as fuck.
Has Illinois?
No.
Illinois electoral.
I don't think Illinois has gone red since Nixon.
I don't know. I don't really know the history.
I think JFK, locked that fucking place down hard.
Right.
Elections in Illinois.
Because there's always talk about JFK stealing Illinois. Snafu said sidewalks. Sidewalks voted across the country.
True.
Trump lost by 40,000 votes. So Trump lost by slightly more votes than he won in 2016.
Yeah.
So
and then there was that weird F curve that happened at 3:30 o'clock in the morning.
The high jump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I can't explain
the
that. Other
impossible. You can't explain it because statisticians can't explain it.
Other than how many Republicans actually voted absentee, actually mail-in balloted? I reckon hardly any Republicans did.
No.
Because Trump spent the fucking lead up to the election begging, talking down mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
Are you fucking high? He should have been out there saying, I don't care what you how you vote. You should vote for me. Full stop.
Yes, mail-in ballots are a stupid way to vote, but again,
I don't like mail-in ballots. I think they're very prone to fraud. I think they're very prone to fraud.
But they're fair game.
I think they're a disaster. But if you get a mail-in ballot, you should fill it in for Trump and send it in.
Yep, they're fair game.
And if you're worried, and you know what, if you're worried it doesn't get delivered, you go down to the ballot place. You're right. You show yourself. You tell them you voted for Trump. You send it a ballot, and they'll tell you what to do.
Yep. Worry about changing the mail-in ballots afterwards, after you've won.
And if you think your vote hasn't been counted, call this number, and we'll get you sorted. Set up you know this shit's gonna happen. If you know this shit's gonna happen, you've been banging on about it for fucking 8 months in the lead up to the election. Why aren't you prepared?
Yep.
How is your preparation? We've filed suits and they've all been dismissed. Oh, okay. So the courts aren't going to help you. Well, maybe you should fucking help yourself.
Yeah, I swear the organization around Republicans is really piss poor.
Yeah, well, you know the organization around Republicans is piss poor. So what does Trump do? Fucking endorses the person who ran the organization. Ronna McDaniel was endorsed by Trump. He's like, I think she's great. I think she's the best.
She actively worked against you.
She actively worked against you, you dumb shit. You had the opportunity to replace her with someone who is very pro-Trump and Harmeet Dillon knows what she's doing. She's not a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take the party? He had the opportunity. He didn't do it. You went with the establishment, and now you want to convince everybody that you're not the establishment. It's so fucking stupid. The whole thing is just so fucking retarded. So, but yes, he let fucking Paul Ryan run roughshod over him, and then immediately he's like, Paul Ryan is so great. He's the greatest. I love Paul Ryan. Does a fantastic job. And then doesn't get squat. Passes billions, trillions even in tax cuts. Doesn't get 1 red cent for the fucking wall. The fucking key policy he fucking ran on. The policy
Mexico was going to pay for it.
Well, yeah. Mexico didn't pay for it.
No, Mexico was going to pay for it. So
Mexico didn't pay for it, and America didn't pay
it.
for it either. So nothing fucking happened.
Yeah.
I think he built like 100 miles of border wall, and he was stymied at every turn. And then after 2018, he was a lame duck.
Yep.
So all he could do was install judges. Good work. The one good thing Trump did, conservative justices. He brought back the court. Fantastic. Trump did what any Republican president would have done.
Yep.
Good job.
Got told who to nominate. And
Went to his
them.
list from the Heritage Foundation and went, this one, I'll take this one. Coney Barrett, this sounds like a great one. She's a woman, right? and that's it. Like we're not talking about fucking something difficult that he'd mulled over for hours. No, he just picked from the fucking list. But he drained the swamp, remember? The swamp's totally drained.
He's going to do that again in 2024, don't remember. That's again.
Waited till waited till just before the election to sign his executive order that lets him fire civil servants, which was immediately reversed on day one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't he put that out day one? Why wasn't that his first executive order?
Mm-hmm.
So he can,
you wanted to drain the swamp.
Spend the next 4 years actually, firing people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going in, firing people, getting new people, firing them if they're also fuckwits.
Well, we've said many times, Trump's biggest weakness is he didn't do what he was known for. He'd fire people. The man should have been fired. He couldn't. Oh, he couldn't fire Fauci. He legally couldn't fire Fauci.
Just do it.
You could have fired him from the White House
task force.
The task force.
Yeah.
Could have done that.
And why can't he legally fire Fauci? Because he's the director of the NIH. That's all executive branch.
It is, but there's laws about firing someone for firing civil servants for political reasons.
Don't need a political reason. Just point to his
exactly
actions. Previous actions.
I would point to, because Trump's issue with him was he was talking up the numbers. Like he was saying, it was going to be $100,000, 100,000 people a week could be dying of COVID. I would have fired him for that. It would have been political. It would have been this motherfucker's causing a panic.
Yep.
Done. You guys, Parker says you guys are seething so much you'd think your guys are Americans. Yeah.
Give me the green card. Give me the green card.
Well, Ron DeSantis pays me.
Yeah.
Pays me to do this stuff.
We're just autistic, Parker. You know this.
Yeah. We're just autistic.
Yep.
Well, That's true. I said American politics is the only one that matters.
I defended Trump from 2016 to 2020, and even after, I defended Trump, and he did nothing. Like, look,
he's been given enough chances.
Even if you accept that he did everything he could up to 2020, when he lost the election, he blew every fucking his last shot.
Yeah.
He had a last shot to be able to stick a finger in the eye of the deep state, and he didn't fucking do it. He could have pardoned Snowden, he could have pardoned Assange on his last fucking day in office, and there ain't a goddamn thing anybody could have done about it.
He could have pardoned everyone from
Day 6.
He could have pardoned everybody from in January 6th. He could have gone on He said, "Look, he could have gone on national television."
They would have. I think they would.
I appreciate that. Look, I still think I won, but I appreciate that in the long run, Biden will be the president. I think in the interests of moving forward as a unified country, I need to pardon everybody for their actions on January 6th.
And then
I think it's the only thing to do.
And then the next week or so later, he gets arrested for doing that, for aiding and abetting treason.
No,
they'll come up with some bullshit excuse because he's pardoned. He's pardoned.
Because what you do is you pardon everybody,
everyone,
including
the cops,
including the guy who shot Ashley Babbitt.
Yep. It sucks, but it would have diffused everything.
I don't know.
Which is not great for the deep
Donald
state.
Trump had the worst fucking advisors.
Oh, for sure.
Absolute worst.
And
he hired every one of them.
Well,
that, for me, is inexcusable because looking at who he has running his campaign, who he has organizing his shit, the people he literally pays to fucking go on social media and talk shit, he's doing the same thing again. He surrounded himself with idiots the first time. He can't hire for shit. He hires people who suck his dick, who aren't actually any good at it.
And he's created his own echo chamber. It's going to be the same again.
Because you know what's going to happen?
Yep.
You know what's going to happen? Even if the fucking clouds part and God himself comes down and fills fucking ballot boxes with ballots for Trump, they're still going to fucking end up. He's not going to drag anybody in. He's not going to drag the House with him, and he's not going to fucking drag the Senate. He's going to drag the fucking House vote down, and he's going to fucking make sure that he's up against a fucking hostile Congress.
Yeah.
Except this time it'll be a hostile Congress of Democrats.
Yes.
Instead of a hostile Congress of fucking Paul Ryan Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, the question will be how many Freedom Caucus get in during the general election.
Exactly. And this is what fucking blows my mind. The Freedom Caucus, Ron DeSantis is one of the founding members of the Freedom Caucus. Like, and you think he's not?
And
he's not
those
pro fucking people? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
And that team has done much, much more than Trump ever did when he was in office.
Yeah.
Yeah, If he pardoned everyone in J6, I don't see how that actually works out well for him at all in the long run.
Oh, it just makes the deep state can't use it.
No, Tim, you know what? That's the problem.
Yeah.
You don't see how it works out for him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I see how it works out for him in the long run, but it's short-term pain. Oh, he'll be impeached. So fucking what?
Oh, not impeached.
Like, he'll be impeached and removed. Oh,
no.
That's too bad.
I said arrested. I said arrested. They'll arrest.
He
can't be arrested.
He can't be arrested for pardoning people. It's literally an unlimited power.
Yeah, but
it's the only plenary. It's the only power the presidency has that is basically unlimited.
Yeah, but again, the Democrats have already shown that they don't give a fuck about the law or the rules because they impeached him after he left office. So whatever the law is already out of the way. They'll try it and find some reason to fucking arrest him.
Yeah, but there's no rules that say you can't impeach someone after they've left office because an impeachment's a political thing. Arresting him is a criminal matter, and you have to have grounds to do it. Grounds.
Yeah, again, it's only black pilled. We know that's not really true anymore either. People get arrested all the fucking time.
They still have to go through the motions. That's why they're trying to find something to pin it.
That's why a civil jury found him liable for damages and sexual assault, even though there was no fucking information. Like,
but that's civil, not
but again,
criminal.
People do shit without evidence all the time.
Realistically, anything that would have happened after the pardoning would have gone in front of SCOTUS.
Yeah, fair enough.
So SCOTUS said he has the power to do it.
Say what you will, like the story. I've got a story later when I circle back to the rest of the bits and pieces.
He sacked SCOTUS at least, so they would have worked for him.
We saw this week, SCOTUS can look at a law and go, this is or add an executive action and go, this is retarded.
Yeah, they can, absolutely.
In a 9-0 decision. Only 20%, like even the current makeup of the Supreme Court, only 20% of decisions are split decisions. 80% of the time, they're in lockstep.
Yep.
Because the law is the fucking law. Like constitutional interpretation, they've got this shit locked down for the most part. It's the edges that they fucking disagree on. So to assume that SCOTUS would be like, oh no, SCOTUS hates Trump. It doesn't matter. I think most of them, even the liberal justices can put aside can actually mentally put aside their biases.
They'll say like, I hate him, but this isn't a nothing burger. I can't do anything with this.
It'd be a 9-0 decision with 5 different concurring opinions.
Exactly. Again, he stacks.
They'll tear into him, but they'll effectively in the law they'll say he did nothing wrong.
He's still right. Exactly.
They said while Trump's actions are indefensible, they aren't illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
There is nothing in the Constitution that prevents him. Blah blah blah. Done. So yes, Ron DeSantis has floated day one pardons of January 6th defendants.
Good.
So he did qualify it though, because the media's like, oh, he's going to pardon them all.
Good.
Which honestly, he should do anyway. Like they should do anyway. Everybody
probably should.
The whole thing is dumb. The whole thing just further divides the country.
Everything else aside, the country is literally founded on insurrection. So
So yes, but what DeSantis said is, and so what I'm looking to do is day one, I will have folks that will get together and look at these cases where people are victims of weaponization or political targeting, and we will be aggressive at issuing pardons. So if you were targeted politically, which look, some of the people, some of the January 6th defendants actually committed crimes. Like some of them assaulted people.
Some of them broke windows.
Some of them did criminal damage. Do they deserve to go to jail for fucking 8 years? Some of them did actually attack cops.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
are those ones actually arrested, or are those the ones that weren't prosecuted? Because they may or may not have been with the FBI, CIA, whoever alphabet you want to use.
Yeah. But yeah, look, I understand some of the January 6th defendants. Most of them should just be pardoned. Like, if you were charged with trespass, get the fuck out of here. Like, obstructing an official proceeding, 7 years. Like, are you fucking kidding? Like, do you really want to set that fucking precedent? Because wait until the next Republican has to make a Supreme Court appointment.
Yeah.
Because
all those protesters
obstructing an official proceeding, off to fucking jail.
Yep.
Good for the goose, good for the fucking gander. So personally, I think pardons for everybody who was charged with that crime, like that crime, pardoned, full stop.
Yeah.
If you had other crimes, and if that means there's other crimes, you could probably get away with it. Pardon all the trespass and pardon all the obstructing an official's proceedings.
Yeah. If there were violent crimes in there,
90% of the January 6 people are removed from
exactly.
And then you go through the process of reviewing the cases where there's actually other charges.
Yep, exactly.
But I fucking hate Laura Loomer so much. So Laura Loomer says DeSantis supporters. I can't do a crazy voice, so just assume I'm insane. DeSantis supporters say
Where's that moon meme?
DeSantis supporters say you aren't allowed to criticize Jill DeSantis because she claims she had cancer. Fucking claims she had cancer.
Who's Jill DeSantis?
Jill DeSantis.
Who's Jill DeSantis?
Jill DeSantis is who they call Casey DeSantis.
That's what I was thinking.
But because she's fucking insane, she calls her Jill because, she's Jill Biden because Casey DeSantis is basically the same as Jill Biden.
Because DeSantis is the enemy. Okay.
Laura Loomer tweets so much, it's fucking insane. She's fucking batshit crazy. She's batshit. She is so fucking crazy, Trump wouldn't hire her.
Yep.
So yes, but they have no problem attacking Melania Trump. Who's fucking attacking Melania Trump?
The left was.
Left was.
She's talking about DeSantis supporters. I've seen no attacks on Melania Trump.
No.
No, not from DeSantis supporters. Fuck no.
No, but that's she is fucking Karen, absolutely.
Of course. Karen
She's
Luma.
fucking Karen, yeah. Personally, I think Jill's health has been over-exaggerated. This is redundant. You don't need to say over-exaggerated. You say exaggerated. I thought you were an educated woman. In a desperate effort to get votes for DeSantis, no one is exaggerating her health. Like, she had breast cancer. She recovered from breast cancer. It has been reported on. That's it. No one's fucking running on it, you dipshit. They're welcome to release the medical records to show that they aren't exaggerating, especially since
no one she's not running, so
as
no.
a campaign surrogate, and cancer is a way to appeal to voters.
No one owes anybody their fucking medical records. Eat shit.
You can't say my wife is part of my campaign, then also say you aren't allowed to criticize her because she had cancer. She's fair game. I think I quote tweeted this, and with just the hat, like with hashtag Where's Melania? Because Melania is basically missing in action. But this guy is a fucking prophet. Look at this prophet of the fucking Lord. Back in February. Remember, at some point, Trump World will accuse Casey DeSantis of faking the cancer. Fucking guy had it nailed. So Ron was on with Glenn Beck. So let's have a listen. I like Glenn Beck. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, fuck you, Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter.
Gotta get the move.
IRS, NSA, CIA,
You know what I love about Glenn Beck? His voice.
He has a good
He has
booming
best
radio.
fucking radio voice.
Yeah.
TF. Everything, even the Capitol Police now are an intelligence gathering agency. How do you even run a campaign when you know the all of government approach to the last election? How do you, if you win, how do you dismantle this? Because it's almost like a unplug it and plug it back in and reset it to factory settings. It's cleaning house.
And I think that this is a fundamental problem. So we will look at like an example of weaponization, which is obviously many examples, but that's kind of the end point. Like, why are we here? And the reason that we're here is because we have these agencies that have been detached from constitutional accountability. There was never supposed to be a fourth branch of government, but Congress has not held them accountable with the power of the purse or with legislating more precisely, and presidents have not been willing to wield Article 2 power to discipline the bureaucracy. So I think I'll come in, and on day one, we'll be spitting nails. I understand, and all your listeners should understand, that if we do everything right, if we're disciplined, if we're strong as anyone could be, it still takes a two-term project. I think it takes 8 years to be able to reconstitutionalize this government. But the question it raises is, do we govern ourselves or do we not? Because right now, the most significant issues tend not to be resolved by our elected representatives. They're done by these bureaucrats and through these agencies. And so it's really, I think, a crisis of self-government. Now, what you have with lack of accountability, you just have a consolidation of power amongst people that all have the same worldview. And so their worldview is different than our worldview, and they view people like us as factions that they want to exert power over. And so the weaponization, I think, flows from human nature. So what would I do, day one? First of all, I already said new FBI director day one. That is a no-brainer. You've got to do that. I'll have an attorney general that has a backbone, an attorney general that recognizes if you are doing your job properly, you are going to be pilloried by the Washington Post and the New York Times and CNN. And so if that's not something that you're comfortable with, then don't even apply for this job. Understand you're going into the lion's den.
What were you saying, Tim?
Thanks.
Yeah.
These people do not want to give up this power willingly, and so they're going to smear you, they're going to attack you. So I think getting the personnel right, if you can't do that, then it's just not going to work at all. Second thing, I think, is you got to be willing to use Article 2 authority to its fullest extent. The idea that some FBI agent can collude with a tech company to censor like Hunter Biden, you should be firing these people. You have the authority to do it. Yes, it'll be contested. They'll sue you. But who gets the Article 2 power? The person that wins the Electoral College or some middle managing bureaucrat in the IRS or the FBI?
So, yes. And look, that's... I appreciate people want Trump to be president again. I think it'd be I think it'd be hilarious. I don't think it'd be
the
effective.
salt would flow.
Other than that, I don't. Yeah. Other than the memery, I don't.
Yeah, that's right.
I just don't get why.
He's a JAG officer.
Yeah.
Also, he's a Navy man. So
yeah, he's not a SEAL. He was attached to a.
Gay.
Yeah, he was attached to a SEAL unit. He's not a SEAL.
Yeah.
So he was a jag-off.
He was a jag-off.
He's jack-off.
He was attached to SEAL Team 1 over in whatever it was, Afghanistan, or Iraq, whatever. He's not a SEAL. No.
Yeah. No, not a SEAL. I don't think anybody said he was. So, but yeah, I appreciate. Like what was I saying? I appreciate that Trump. Like, look, I can accept the memery of Trump being president again.
Yeah.
I think it'd be hilarious. I enjoyed seeing people's heads explode.
Yeah.
But I've lived through a Trump presidency. I don't want to.
I don't want another.
Like it was not effective.
No.
Well, if people have voted for him because they think he's a SEAL, then they're just as retarded as the people who don't vote for him because they think he's a rhino.
Yeah.
So.
Also, I think that Trump.
If your
economy was going all right until the pandemic hit.
Oh yeah, like that's true. The economy was
absolutely.
Great. Yeah. That's true.
But
honestly, if you as an American, you don't have to vote. You choose to vote.
Mm-hmm.
You choose to exercise your right to vote. If you're going to choose to exercise that right, why the fuck wouldn't you do what is necessary to be informed so that your vote matches what you actually want? Like, why the fuck do people go, I'm going to be the most low-informed voter in the world, and I'm going to choose to vote? That's fucking retarded.
Because Americans are lazy.
I don't think you need the Americans.
That's the majority of people in countries.
Replace that for people are lazy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we were talking about voting in America.
Yeah.
You could probably say the common man is lazy.
Yeah. I understand. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
So, yes, there was this story as well. Ron DeSantis upended education in Florida. He's coming for your state next.
Stop. My penis can only get so erect.
We should be so lucky. Like, So I think the line he's going with is he's continuing the Florida is where woke goes to die thing. So his assertion is that after 2 terms, wokeism will be dead and buried. So
that's not going to happen.
But yes, if you
hope.
Well, look, if you need a reason to not vote for Trump, Bill Kristol's supporting him.
Yeah, don't say Billy Crystal. Different person.
So yeah, I tend perhaps foolishly to discount the alpha beta stuff, but DeSantis was always on Fox when Rupert was for him. Now he announces on Twitter when Elon's for him. Kind of beta, no. Trump does a CNN town hall, goes all in, goes into the pseudo lion's den. Looks kind of alpha, no.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Again,
well,
CNN
set up the interesting thing is, even Trump himself said, "I got an amazing deal from CNN. Amazing deal, the best deal. I was amazed they agreed to it." Yeah, a woman host, the entire room packed with support, like people who voted for him as independent voters. Like everybody who stood up was like, "Thank you, Mr. President Trump. I voted for you in 2020. So, why should I vote for you again?" Well, I don't know. Maybe because you voted for him twice.
Yeah.
Like maybe because you already were going to. So, But it's okay. Like Trump has nothing to worry about, which is strange because he keeps posting weird stuff like this, like cat turd poll. Trump easily defeats DeSantis in new poll.
Wait, did Trump post this?
It was paid for and authorized by Make America Great Again Incorporated. So it's Trump's PAC.
Okay, so Cat Turd must have made it, and then
No, so Cat Turd posted the fucking poll to his Twitter account and got 201,769 voters.
Voters, yes.
Yeah, voters on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just fucking retarded. Like the whole
Twitter
thing.
poll is pretty retarded. This whole thing is pretty retarded.
Yeah.
Because you can easily say it's like, okay, were there's US voters or were there's people outside the US?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's going to be the people outside the US who are not eligible to vote voted in that poll. Meaning that poll means nothing.
Snapper says he's why the 8th Amendment is violated in Florida.
Who is? Trump or DeSantis?
I think DeSantis is why.
Which one's the 8th?
9th Amendment is...
9th Amendment is not everything...
Not everything we've elucidated here is just because we haven't said it's a right doesn't mean you don't have it.
Exactly.
10th is
everything.
Anything that Congress can't do, the states are assumed to do.
Or to the people. Yep. But the 8th, I can't remember.
Where's the 8th? Now I have to fucking look it up. God damn it. 8th Amendment to the Constitution. Most often mentioned in the context of the death penalty, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Yeah, fair and speedy trial.
No, that's not fair and speedy trial.
Which one's?
That's the Fifth Amendment. Fifth Amendment is right to a self-incrimination, speedy trial.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so not the Eighth Amendment, unless he's cruel and unusually punishing someone.
Yeah,
which I don't think they're
requiring
doing.
Excessive fines. Maybe because there was the whole pedophiles get the wood chipper.
Chomos get the wood chipper. Yeah.
Chomos get the wood chipper. Yeah.
Well, that's capital punishment.
No, but that's cruel and the cruel and unusual punishments section of the Eighth Amendment is how the Supreme Court interpreted that to mean that for crimes that are not murder, the death penalty doesn't apply. Like you can't kill someone. The government can't kill someone for not murdering someone or for performing a crime that didn't kill someone.
Yeah, there's got to be death involved.
So you can't get the death penalty for attempted murder, even if you attempted to murder 100 people.
Yeah, and you can't get the death penalty supposedly for child molestation because no one, unless the child dies.
I say bring back capital punishment.
Yeah. In the cases where it's completely obvious, person's caught red-handed, or they admit to it.
Yeah. And they've exhausted all of their avenues of appeal.
Yeah. Moving along with transparent glow-ups. So an empty U-Haul ran into a barricade at the White House. It's like a security barrier at Lafayette Square near the White House. And police removed something interesting. Yes, that is a Nazi flag.
It looks like it was just hauling that Nazi flag.
Yeah, clearly, because the U-Haul was empty. So, yeah, I do love that police have suddenly decided that in the evidence gathering process, you need to remove objects from the vehicle and then place them open on the ground.
Yep.
So, it's like such a fucking glow up. But the suspect in the White House Gate U-Haul crash has been identified as Sai Varshith. Jesus Christ. Sai Varshith Kandula.
Kandula, yes.
I mean, come on, dude. You're a bad terrorist. It's like even Ahmed
Nazi ever.
Even Ahmed got to get the explosion off.
Hello,
I'll kill you.
I think diversity hire was a mistake in the CIA or FBI.
Like, yeah, they're not bringing their A game anymore. But yes, he's been jailed until next week, and his charges have been downgraded. So I think he was initially charged with like attempted terrorism or some bullshit.
Yeah.
He was accused of threatening to kill the president if that's what I have to do, and praised Nazism and Hitler. He'd allegedly planned the attack for 6 months with his goal to get to the White House, to seize power, and be put in charge of the nation. He was originally charged with threat to kill, kidnap, or inflict harm on a president, vice president, or family member, as well as assault with a dangerous weapon, reckless operation of a motor vehicle, trespassing, and destruction of federal property. His federal charges have since been downgraded to a single count of depredation of property of the United States in excess of $1,000.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, that smells of glowy glitter. Yep, sure does.
Yes, look, I'm waiting for the FBI to say, "Oh yeah, he was on our radar."
You employ him.
Yeah, well, that's why he was on their radar. So,
he was in our payroll. Yeah, he was in our payroll.
Yeah, we just had a look at the payroll records, and yeah, sorry. Just give him a...
We found him.
He's like, I wonder if I can find the footage of him like crashing into the pole. It was just so fucking ridiculous.
Like purposely crashing into the pole.
It was just. He's never driven anything that big. Like, Nazi U-Haul. Sorry, yeah, there it is. Fucking thank you, Twitter. Damn it, that's not actually it. God, I thought it was. I just glanced and saw it first.
I do like the memes.
Yeah, the memes are great. Nazi U-Haul. I saw footage of it being reversed. Like, it was from the other angle. Oh, this is it. Watch this idiot.
I've driven U-Hauls better.
Like, what an absolute retard. I'm sure there was another video of him, like, reversing and doing it again.
Holy hell.
Like, oh, look at this. Oh, the Nazi flag. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. So, so far this month we've had the shooter in Allen, Texas, who was, a Mexican Nazi.
Oh, yeah.
And now we have an Indian Nazi. So it's nice that white supremacists and Nazis are embracing the whole DEI thing, but I don't think it's going to help their score at all. I think their DEI score is going to take a hit. Speaking of someone who's going to take a hit, or who has taken a hit, so Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, has been impeached. So he will be. He'll be sent to his case will be sent to the Senate for trial, where he probably will not be convicted. But yeah, he's been impeached. 121 to 23.
What for?
With overwhelming Republican support. There were a number of things. There was there's been a few money things as well.
So the Republicans have impeached him.
Some of the Republicans, in the House, in the lower house of impeached him.
Did the GOP not have the Texas Senate?
No, they have the Texas Senate. They have supermajority.
Okay.
So partisan vote in favor of impeachment was 61 Democrats and 60 Republicans.
Oh, so this is a bipartisan impeachment?
I believe so.
So the basis for the House investigation was a request in February from Paxton to the House to budget $3.3 million in public money to pay a settlement in the whistleblower lawsuit. What's the whistleblower lawsuit? Phelan, in rejecting the request, said it wasn't a good use of taxpayer funds, then quietly launched the investigation. So Phelan's the House Speaker. And quietly launched the investigation. Phelan, who rarely votes on House matters, announced his support in Saturday in favour of Paxton's impeachment. On the House floor, more than twice the number of TV reporters and TV photographers arrived, as much as 3 hours before the proceedings Saturday, to cover the first impeachment process in the chamber since 1975.
Yeah,
So
they probably got tipped that it was likely to go ahead.
Yeah. So these are the charges. So where are the charges? So read the 20 articles of impeachment.
Oh, God.
Let it be resolved. Disregard of official duty, protection of a charitable organisation. While holding office, he violated his duties of office, failing to act as a protector of the charitable organisations as required by code. Caused employees of his office to intervene in a lawsuit brought by Roy F. and Joanne Cole Mitty Foundation against separate corporate entities controlled by Nate Paul. Paxton harmed the Mitty Foundation in an effort to benefit Paul. Disregard of official duty, abuse of opinion process. While holding office, Warren Kenneth Paxton misused his official power to issue written legal opinions under Subchapter C, blah, 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 blah. Specifically, Paxton caused employees of his office to prepare an opinion in an attempt to avoid impending foreclosure sales of properties belonging to Nate Paul or business entities controlled by Paul. Who the fuck is Nate Paul? Disregard of duties, abuse of open records process while holding office. Blah, blah, blah. Specifically, Paxton directed employees of his office to act contrary to law by refusing to render proper decision relating to public information requests for records held by the Department of Public Safety and issuing a decision involving another public information request that was contrary to law. So he didn't do a FOIA request properly, or didn't respond to a FOIA request properly. Misuse of official information. Misuses official power. He obtained access to information held by his office that had not been publicly disclosed for the purpose of providing the information to benefit Nate Paul. Is this one of the Paul brothers that I've never heard of, or?
I don't know, maybe.
Paxton, Nate Paul. Who is Nate Paul? The donor at the center of the case. Real estate developers' appeal for help from the Texas Attorney General is under scrutiny. Nate Paul with his parents attending the Texas 2011 Texas inauguration celebration. Mr. Paul, who in 2018 donated $25,000 to Mr. Paxton's campaign, was heralded as one of the most successful young real estate entrepreneurs in Austin, Texas. His legal troubles came into view in 2019 when FBI agents raided his 9,175 square foot home and his downtown offices in an inquiry whose details they declined to disclose. Fuck you, FBI. You don't get to fucking do that shit and then decline to disclose anything.
Goddamn bitches.
They can do whatever they want as long as they're not being held accountable.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the problem.
He's currently contending with a slew of lawsuits and bankruptcy proceedings. Okay, so he was helping a donor.
Yep, so a lot of corruption.
Yeah, so duty engagement with Carmack, termination of whistleblowers, that'll always get you in trouble. Misapplication of public resources, whistleblower investigation and report, official duty settlement agreement. Entered into a settle agreement with the whistleblower that provided for payments of the settlement from public funds. Okay. So that is the $3.3 million. So he fired the whistleblower improperly and then agreed to a settlement of $3.3 million. And then when he went to government, or when he went to the House for, they're like, wait, what?
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah. So here's his statement. I'm beyond grateful. So General Paxton releases a statement on illegal, unfounded, and unethical impeachment by the Texas House. The ugly spectacle in the Texas House today confirmed the outrageous impeachment plot against me was never meant to be fair or just. It was a politically motivated sham from the beginning. My office made every effort to present evidence, testimony, and irrefutable facts that would have disproven the countless false statements and outright lies advanced by Speaker Dade Faden and the Murr Johnson panel he appointed. Unfortunately, they refused to consider anything that would interfere with their design results. They disregarded the law, ignored facts, and demonstrated contempt for Texas voters. He'll get to defend himself in the Senate. So yeah. That's
All I'm hearing is a lot of "It's not true.
It's not true." So yeah, I think it's time for some Aussie news.
I fucking caught it this time.
What?
The segment change.
What do you mean? You caught it?
The feedback.
For what?
It's a me problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Queensland sovereign citizen loses bid to carry guns after Rockhampton arrest attempt. Sorry, Tim. This must be why your week was so busy.
Busted.
A sovereign citizen has lost a bid to reinstate his gun license after attempting to get a Queensland police officer arrested. Queensland man John Cartwright's firearm license was revoked in May last year. He appealed the decision to the Queensland Civil and Administration Tribunal. In December, that doesn't sound very sovereign citizen-y. He appealed the decision to the fucking tribunal. In December 2021, Mr. Cartwright went to the Rockhampton police station and demanded the officer in charge be arrested. As a result, his license was suspended and then formally revoked. Yes, because here in Australia, you have a firearm at the pleasure of the fucking police.
Mm-hmm.
So if the police say no, you don't get shit.
Yep.
Which is why, fuck the police.
Coming straight from the underground.
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground.
Acting black because I'm brown.
Yeah.
Sovereign citizens. Sovereign citizens are part of an anti-government movement whose adherents wrongly believe all laws do not apply to them. Yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm. But is this man? Is this guy actually a sov cit, or are they just using it as a smear? Like,
I
this is coming from the
think
80s.
It's weird that he went to the. I think it's weird that he went to the police and demanded the officer in charge be arrested.
Yeah. Because
But I also think it's weird, equally weird, that he went to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays, if you think the government's too large, you're a sovereign citizen. You think if you think the government exceeds their bounds, then you're a sov cit. It's just it's become a smear.
Yeah, if you're a libertarian, you're a sovereign citizen.
Pretty much.
Yes, Mr. Cartwright's application was rejected by QCAT on the basis it lacked substance. Court documents show his weapon license was initially suspended the same month as the arrest attempt because Mr. Cartwright was not a fit and proper person to hold the license. The judgment said correspondence under your hand has been received indicating that you hold sovereign citizen beliefs related to the laws in force in Queensland specific to their non-applicability to yourself. So he lost his gun. He lost his gun license because of his beliefs.
That's some bullshit right there, but it's Australia. Sorry.
Yeah. More importantly, it's Queensland. It's fucking ridiculous. Like Queensland's the last of the based states.
Wow.
You mean Kingsland?
No, it's still Queensland. Because it was named after Queen Victoria.
No, we need to start that. That needs to be a meme. It needs to be a no.
I mean, I see where you're coming from.
It's Kingsland.
Yeah, it's Kingsland.
It's no longer Queensland. It's KLD.
King's Landing.
Kingsland.
Queensland. Who was it actually named after? I want to say it was Queen Victoria.
It was Queen Victoria.
Yeah, Queen Victoria.
So yes, he lost his gun license because he's a sovereign citizen. Because he believes he believes in that stuff. So.
In maritime law.
Yeah. He drives a car with a red ensign.
Police are set to roll out 8 new armoured vehicles, including a 4th heavy-duty Bearcat as part of a multi-million-dollar investment to curb attacks on officers. The Bearcat weighs more than 9 tonnes and is used in siege situations. The vehicles will cost more than $6 million.
Motherfuckers, what do you mean?
Included in the upcoming state budget.
What the fuck?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you know, there's a spate of attacks on police that.
Yeah. I'm but
no, but they take they've already taken away all the things that would penetrate most.
Yeah, but they want they want more power. They want more. It's just like
they always want more.
Dave, just imagine how many unarmed protesters you can run down with a Bearcat and keep going.
Did it say what state that was in?
That was in Queensland.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention when I
Sorry,
posted
that was in Kingsland.
Kingsland.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Kingsland. Yeah,
so it's in response to that siege that we covered.
That's
I was going to say, it's just like
the three weirdos. They came to kill us.
Excuse me, the 3 sovereign citizens.
Were they sovereign citizens? I thought they were just.
They probably would be sovereigns.
I think those guys probably were sovereigns, actually. Yeah, to be honest.
So yes, the ABC ombudsman. So the ABC investigated itself and found it did not breach its impartiality standards.
Mm-hmm. Never mind everything that Stan Grant said during the ABC's coverage.
So
no.
Yes. So hang on, I should do this one first. Charges have been laid against the officer. Actually, sorry, no, I need to. Where's the? There it is. Need to do this first.
Yeah.
So yes, the lady we reported on last week, Claire Nowland, has died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she was of course tasered by the copper. In something that surprised me, though not my wife. My wife was like, "Yeah, of course." It's a fucking cop. The cop's been charged.
Mm-hmm.
He was initially charged with recklessly causing grievous bodily harm, assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and common assault. So his name is Senior Constable Christian White, and he's 33 years old. White! Christian White!
A white Christian.
White.
Oh, white Christian. Oh my God.
That's why.
The greatest domestic terror threat is Christian White.
Christians, Christian White. I agree now. Christian White is a terror threat. He's a threat to 95-year-olds anywhere.
He used violence in the pursuit of a political agenda.
Oh, fucking ABC. They just include photos of the fucking commissioner. Hang on, let me find the Daily Mail article.
But yeah, it's a good thing that he's actually charged now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there would have been hell to pay.
Where are we? Daily Mail.
Yeah, they're never going to release the body cam though, and the commissioner's never going to watch it. And the commissioner's never going to watch it. I've seen worse body cam coming out of the United States. There's no reason that that body cam should ever be hidden.
Damn,
I understand. Yeah.
Where are they?
I've seen far worse body cam coming out of the rest of the world.
Maybe it was.
We just saw a man get squished by a light rail. So yeah,
I'm trying to find one of the articles that has a photo of the actual constable, the senior constable.
I thought that article did. They must have changed it.
But yeah.
Did they scrub it?
No, because he's a tubby boy. He's a pretty tubby constable.
Yeah, I was saying, did they scrub the image from the articles?
Probably did. Wouldn't surprise me.
Anyone who's afraid of being stabbed by someone using a walker.
Yeah.
She probably she was probably trying to fix something, like
she had dementia.
But she had dementia, yeah.
She had a knife.
Well, she was probably
going right after him.
Making a sandwich.
He's coming right after us.
Got distracted, went outside and forgot she had the knife in her hand.
Exactly.
When she was doing something,
The time she was tasered, she was approaching police. But it is fair to say at a slow pace. She had a walking frame. But she had a knife.
Yeah, so always remember, but she had a knife.
But she had
anyone afraid of a elderly person like that, and pulls, draws on them. if they're that afraid, they shouldn't be in the position to have to worry about
I missed this part.
a walker.
Senior Constable Christian White stood down on pay.
Naturally.
Fucking police. This is the fat fuck.
Yeah, there was another photo of him in
in
normal uniform.
It's this article. That's why I was after the Daily Mail. Daily Mail has no fucks to give.
Yeah.
Good.
They're like,
It's the one.
this is his face. This is
it's
his
the
house.
one. The one good thing about Murdoch media.
God. No, this is not Murdoch.
Daily Mail's Murdoch, isn't
Daily Mail's not Murdoch. No.
No.
Wait. Oh, okay. I thought that. Why do I keep thinking that Daily Mail is Murdoch?
So yeah, he's got 12 years experience on the police force. Go back to Christian White.
And apparently 0 years of experience being a man.
He's been a cop since he was 21.
Probably.
So,
yeah.
Because he's only 33.
So yeah, next time if you see Aussie Overlord, ask him did he taser that
Yeah, he
elderly
does look a
lady.
bit like Aussie, like Hayden.
I'm
Just
sure
a
he
little.
won't get upset about it.
Just a little. But yeah. Aren't you Christian White?
Yeah.
Did
But
you
yes.
start going around teasing poor old Nans?
So yes, 3 shocking words cop allegedly uttered before tasing great-grandmother, 95, who fell into coma and died, as new details emerge about another officer at the scene and whether she will also face charges.
Ooh.
The police officer
Liability.
allegedly said, "No, bugger it," before tasering grandmother. So the police officer who tasered 95-year-old great-grandmother before she died allegedly said, "No, bugger it," before firing his weapon. It will be alleged in court. Claire Nowland, a dementia sufferer who weighed just 43 kilos, died at Cooma Hospital in Southern. I've thrown bags of concrete over my shoulder that are heavier than this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
My
hell.
nephew is about that weight now because he's like 6'7". He's getting big, but I'm big. Each of my legs weighs 30 kilograms.
Yeah.
Like, 43. I can bench press you with one hand.
Yeah. Police were called to the Ambley Lodge aged care facility after staff reported her wielding a knife in the early hours of May 17th. She approached officers with her walker while waving the serrated steak knife in their direction.
God damn it.
She was making a fucking sandwich probably beforehand.
That's what she
fuck?
That's probably what she thought she was doing.
Yeah.
I mean, look, in their defense, steak knives are sharp. But
I'm sorry.
I'm
Have
not-
you used
I'm
the
not trying
steak knife recently? They are not sharp.
Not that sharp.
You
Have a
rub it
point.
back and forth. The serration is what gives it the ability to cut through things.
Yeah, exactly. But they have a point on it.
You would be
point-
scratched. They're not going to. She's not going to fucking knife you. Most steak knives are rounded.
At her,
The damage.
her
I'm
age-
sorry. The damage.
Mine-
The damage
mine-
you can do with a knife is the point.
Yeah.
Which is
My
which is
steak
why
knives
daggers. Which is why daggers are illegal in Australia.
My
It's
steak
the
knives
point
are not
police
rounded.
afraid of.
The cheap steak knives, the $3 pack of steak knives you get from Coles, they have points on them.
This
I
was
know-
an aged care facility. I guarantee these steak knives were stolen from a fucking hog's breath.
Probably. Yeah, the big
Most
chunky,
likely, yes.
So
the
they're
big chunky hog's breath
fucking,
ones for sure.
chunky fucking rounded ones.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes. So she approached officers with her walker while waving a serrated steak knife in their
Hmm.
direction. Whoa, I'm a catcher, you fucking pigs.
Gonna
Senior
cut me some bacon.
Senior Constable Christian White, 33, was charged with recklessly causing grievous bodily harm, assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and common assault on Wednesday evening. Mr. White is expected to fight the charges. Well, I'd imagine, considering the charge has been upgraded, will be upgraded to manslaughter. Actually, I don't think it'll be manslaughter. I think it'll be murder too.
With the revelation saying, "No, fuck it."
If this was in the U.S., I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to get make sure that he was using the taser as a lethal weapon in this case because of the age.
Well, the New South Wales police policy is you don't taser old people.
Yeah, We,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
we
there's-
we
there-
covered
And you
that
don't
last time.
taser anyone if there is a risk to their life.
Yeah,
Right.
And you also don't drive stun people. I don't think that applies here, but that's another thing we saw last week. Is just the way our taser policies are so different. Like you watch American cops, the way they use their tasers, and we're not allowed to do any of that shit.
Right.
But yes, it's understood a female officer also responding to the call will not be charged but may face disciplinary action. So, quote, I can take it, the knife, off her, the female officer said as the pair were locked in a standoff with Ms. Dowland, 9 News reported. It's believed police will allege in court that at this point, Constable White said, no, bugger it, before tasering the great-grandmother, causing her to fall back and fracture her skull. A senior counsel has told Daily Mail Australia that Mr. White's charges could be upgraded following the death of Miss Dowland on Wednesday. It would more likely be manslaughter, the senior counsel explained, but it will be upgraded. It could be murder. Murder requires intent to inflict grievous bodily harm. Murder 1 requires intent to inflict grievous bodily harm. Murder 2 requires depraved indifference.
Do we have murder in the first degree in Australia?
I think it's like
So what's-
it's a different term in New South Wales.
What state? Okay.
This is New South Wales.
Yeah.
The barrister said a murder charge might. Oh, reckless indifference. Yeah. Sorry, depraved indifference is the US term. Reckless indifference is the Australian term.
Right.
So if you show reckless indifference, so murder
Saying,
murder
"Fuck it."
one is you with premeditation you killed someone, you took someone's life, committed a homicide.
You planned it. and
Murder
all
2,
that.
with planning and forethought, with the intent to commit. So what differentiates murder 2 and murder 1 is intent. Murder 2 is reckless indifference to human life. So with reckless indifference to human life, you did this action that resulted in death.
Yeah. And doesn't help that you say, fuck it, and then tasered someone.
Exactly.
I think I could be wrong. I think it's just murder and manslaughter in Australia and in New South Wales,
Maybe.
possibly.
But yes, look, honestly, it's a slam dunk.
Oh, yeah.
There's body cam footage from both the officers. So, yeah.
And they'll want to prosecute him just so it keeps the peace.
Murder and manslaughter defined. Murder shall have been taken to be committed when the act of the accused or thing by him or her. Well, trans people can get away with murder in Australia.
Interesting.
I'll circle back to that in our next topic.
Let me just quickly change my gender real quick.
Causing the death charge was done or
omitted with reckless indifference to human life, or with intent to kill or inflict grievous bodily harm upon some person, or done in an attempt to commit or during or immediately after the commission of the accused. Yes, that's basically every other punishable homicide shall be taken as manslaughter.
Yeah, so because they're the reckless actions, they may actually get.
So
murder
if it's
on them.
reckless indifference, if there's intent, or if you beat someone to the point where they die, or it's done during the commission or after the commission of a felony, or some accomplice of a crime. Yeah. So
Yeah, most of we don't separate these degrees out like America does. It's all murder.
Yeah.
And every other justified punishable homicide shall be taken to be manslaughter.
I don't like this shit. In the suburb of Heathcote, 380 kilometres north of Cooma, Mr. White's firefighter father, Keith, cuts a fallen.
Yeah, fucking hell. Leave
him alone.
And here's a picture of his parents. That's fucking.
That's borderline doxing. Like
that's harassment.
That's a dog act. Like,
it's just dog act.
His parents didn't do it.
Yeah, he's a cop doing shit in the line of duty.
And he's an adult.
Yes,
leave him alone. You fuckers.
So yeah, this is the timeline. So they were there for 30 minutes, if that. Before less than 30 minutes. So they rocked up. She was standing there, so the standoff couldn't have lasted long. Someone needs to leak this fucking footage.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
No. No one needs to leak it. It needs to come out after the trial.
Yeah, we need.
Yes.
So.
Or leak it. Who cares? Just want to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
not really, but
so
yes.
even, regardless of what he's punished with, we can shame him for the actions, if nothing else. Because I don't know how harsh they'll be with him.
But this is him.
Well, he'd be a cop in jail. He's going to be fucked.
He's fucked.
Yeah. Well, most men in jail are fucked.
Yeah, but especially when they learn he's a cop.
He's turbo fucked.
A Melbourne couple has just been charged with keeping a slave in their western suburbs home. Bethan Yeoman has the exclusive details.
You heard that right.
You heard that right. Months.
Maybe put your fingers back in chains.
Mitch, a community tip-off led police to a Point Cook home where they say a woman was being...
I'm going to take a stab and say Point Cook is like Tullamarine or something, or Toorak, like a fancy fucking area. Yeah.
Where is with West? Not really. Western shit is pretty Dover. It's the eastern stuff that's leafy and all that stuff.
Is it a suburb or?
It's a suburb. We don't have
suburb.
We don't have cities the way you guys do. When you guys talk about like cities and townships, ours are just suburbs.
Yeah,
they're not really separate.
Yeah, Toorak is like inner western Melbourne, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, not western, more eastern.
Southeast, yeah, but it's inner Melbourne,
yeah, it's inner.
Held captive by a 44-year-old man and a 29-year-old woman. The pair has since been charged with possessing a slave and using coercion and threats to keep the woman in servitude. It's also alleged they subjected their victim to physical assaults. The AFP launched an investigation in October last year after a healthcare professional raised concerns about a woman displaying signs of human trafficking. The couple will front the Melbourne Magistrates Court tomorrow, and if convicted, both could face up to 25 years behind bars. Mitch?
Indentured servitude is not slavery. I'm told.
So yes.
No,
now we get into a thermo rant section here.
Yeah.
Another one.
Strap in, boys. So yes, money mules are involved in the majority of scam reports, ACCC says. So this is Jenny. So Jenny was home alone in her kitchen preparing spaghetti bolognese when she received a phone call that has haunted her for the past 2 years. The landline rang. We have an unlisted number. He said he was from the Commonwealth Bank and he wanted to tell me that our accounts were not secure. And our Visa card had suspicious transactions on it. I'm not continuing this voice. It's just annoying.
That's accurate, though.
She said.
Yeah.
She immediately went to the study and logged onto her internet banking. I saw that was right. There were 5 transactions in one day, and 3 of them were to a business in Shanghai. I was thankful that someone had rung and told me what happened next would become costly to Jenny. Come to cost Jenny dearly. He said there was also someone trying to hack into our accounts. Well, he wasn't lying. Then he said, I will need to check the security on your computer and asked me to download TeamViewer, she said. I was a little bit hesitant to do that, but I've used TeamViewer in my work, especially if I need IT help remotely. For decades, Jenny had worked hard running her husband's GP clinic in Eastern Melbourne. The couple is
my God.
The couple is no longer working, but the business account still contained hundreds of thousands of dollars. Money to fund life after work. Panicked that she could lose it all, she followed the caller's instructions. Then the screen went black and there was a TeamViewer working securely written on the screen. The man told her he was dealing with live threats to her account and asked her to read out the token codes the bank was sending her. Now locked out of her accounts, Jenny was feeling more and more uneasy as the man kept telling her he needed more time. 4 hours into the call, exhausted and rattled, she hung up and called the bank. Listening back to Jenny's call with Commonwealth Bank, you can hear the panic in her voice.
Well, basically, I was wrong. I've heard the Visa card scammed, and then there was apparently someone trying to access our account, $800, a lady called, and they tried 23 times.
Okay.
And employee number CBA 88232, was speaking to me for quite a long time. Cancellation number is XVC 65221.
What was the name?
No, don't blip it out.
When did you speak to them?
Today. So what's the situation with our account?
So, no, but how did you know they were from the bank, this person?
Because they gave me their employee number. I asked them. They knew. So how do I move money removed temporarily? Oh, God.
Okay.
Can you have a look? I can't get into my account.
So yes, she knew they were from the bank because they gave her their employee number.
Oh yeah, that's reliable.
Yeah, that. What's the point of that? What's the point of that?
Okay. So I've got a few family members who've been like medical receptionists and shit, and provider numbers. You deal with that kind of thing all the time. Maybe she assumed that, oh, hey, that's a really common thing to do. We've got some sort of industry ID number that we can give out, and she's just taken that one piece of information and assumed everything's right. But
but you can't cross-check it.
No, you can't. I know, and exactly like it's as above. It says, I felt stupid. I felt conned. Well, you are stupid, and you did get conned.
You did get conned, yes.
Yes.
25 minutes into the call, after a series of questions and ID checks, a bank employee tells her quite a few transactions have been made. We're going to try our best to recoup the funds, he told her, and put her on hold. After 37 minutes, much of it spent on hold, the call ended. Despite repeatedly asking, Jenny didn't know how much she had lost. But later that night, she discovered she had given the caller 31 token codes, and each token enabled him to transfer $10,000 from her account.
Wow.
The bank stopped just one transaction, and $299,996 was successfully stolen. I felt sick, she said. I felt stupid. I felt conned, and I just wanted to do as much as I could to try and retrieve that money.
You are stupid. You are conned. You don't answer any fucking questions from the bank.
Yes.
Like this.
You know how she should have responded? She should have immediately said, "Okay, thank you. Can I have your number? I'll call. Can I have your name?
Mm-hmm.
I will call the bank.
Yep.
And get them to put you through to me. That's all you need to do.
Yep.
You establish the call. You establish the call, and there is a greater chance that you'll actually be talking to a real fucking person.
Banks never initiate.
Don't trust the number. Don't trust the number that they send you.
Mm-hmm.
Find the bank's public number. Call their help desk. Like call their public number. This is the way. If you are actually worried about it, call their number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, call them.
My wife started in security with Amazon. Another advice: if they are contacting you, they will never ask you, like from the bank or from whatever, like Amazon, they will not ask you for your account, permissions. If they're contacting you, they've already got your info in front of them. If there's something wrong, period. You don't give them more.
It's just like Microsoft calling you and asking for your password.
Oh, I kept one of those guys on the phone for 45 minutes one day. It was fucking.
My dad fell for one of those scams. And again, I fucking hate boomers so much.
Yeah,
I
had one.
I had the guy finally hung up on me.
Nice.
I got the guy to hang up on me, and I wasn't insulting him.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, go to this website." I'm like, "It says page cannot be displayed."
Mm.
And he's like, "Oh, check your internet," and I'm like, "I don't have internet."
I love doing that. It's like, what's a computer?
No, you don't be that stupid, because they always tell you to go to Event Viewer. You see how it says error there, and there's always a fucking error in Event Viewer.
Yeah.
But yeah. After a series of calls to the bank, Jenny went to Victoria Police to report the crime. Her file ended up on the desk of Detective Acting Sergeant Mark Caligaro to his ever-growing pile of scam cases. It's got to the point where we're inundated, actually. With the help of the bank, the detectives quickly discovered Jenny's money had been transferred to 11 money mules with Bank West and Westpac accounts. Basically, the money hits the mule's account, and the mule has been given instructions with bank account information as to where to send the money. He said most of the mules were identified as Indian nationals who set up accounts with legitimate IDs. CCTV cameras captured two of them withdrawing money from ATMs in Sydney, in Melbourne an hour into Jenny's 4-hour call with the scammer. It appears they've pretty much fled Australia at the time of the offending, and in some cases they were actually offshore when the transactions took place. Once they're out of Australia, we don't have jurisdiction over offshore, especially when you're talking about individuals, talking about as individuals relatively small amounts. He put an alert in place so he'll be notified if they return, but otherwise the trail ends there. It's frustrating as an investigator knowing that once the money goes offshore, there's very little we can do. So regulators were unable to tell the ABC how many money mules are active in the banking system, but the ACCC, Katrina Lowe, says that they are part of the scamming economy, which fleeced people out of $3.1 billion last year. That doesn't actually sound like much.
That's a lot.
Look, it's a lot for an individual, but the Australian economy is something like a $1.6 trillion. That's not a great deal.
True, but it's a drain on that economy.
It is a drain, yeah. We're seeing the use of money mule accounts in the majority of reports we received. Easy. If you aren't an Australian national, you can't have an Australian bank account. Full stop.
It's going to cause issues with the international students.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Such is life.
Suck it up, universities.
Yeah. Universities will have to have their own banks.
Or they'll just crumble.
So
I'm pretty sure the universities are propped up by the international students.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, because again, I'm working in a business that takes payments. I'm just thinking how that would affect. Like you could always, you can still have Visa cards and credit and debit. Visa, MasterCard. You can always have payment cards, I guess. But if we want to pay benefits, like as an insurance company, if we want to pay benefits, we need an Australian bank account. We can't pay benefits to international bank accounts.
Too bad.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just thinking how we would adapt to it as well.
Could you get it basically an electronic bank account that's based in Australia?
Well, as long as you give us Australian bank account details, like a routing number, BSB routing number, and account number.
Honestly,
it's all we care about.
Honestly, I do think a lot of this is CommBank's fault, because in no situation should 31 separate $10,000 transfers.
That should have been flagged immediately.
That should be
after
flagged.
After the third one, their security department should have been all over that.
Well, I've had
completely down. Yeah,
I've had my own bank lock my card down because I withdrew money 3 times in a day.
I've had my own bank lock down my card because I made an internet purchase.
I've had that happen too. And it wasn't for porn. It was a non-vice related payment, and my bank locked down my card because they didn't recognize the merchant.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Amazon will just stop allowing you from buying gift certificates if you're doing it after if you do 3 large gift cards.
Yeah,
they will stop your ability to purchase them
makes sense.
From their account, and then they will call and go over the security stuff with you. Like, do you know who you buying it for? Have you seen these people in real life? Yada yada yada.
So yes, the banks have been under significant pressure to address record scam losses, and last week unveiled a new tool to facilitate faster communication about fraudulent activity. The Australian Banking Association says it will reduce communication delays between banks once a scam is reported, increasing the chance of intervening before money is lost. In Jenny's case, it's unclear how much that would have helped. Most of the money was transferred offshore as soon as it hit the mules accounts. Acting Sergeant Caligero said, but some movement of funds, about $40,000, didn't take place until 4 or 5 days later, he said. That has angered Jenny, who says she was told all the mule accounts were frozen once they were identified. However, the CBA insists no withdrawals are made after the bank recall request was received by Bank West. The March 8 and 9th dates refer to when the funds were settled, not when the scammers withdrew the money, the bank said in a statement. Jenny said the transactions from her account, which had been dormant for 9 months, were highly unusual and should have been detected by the bank. Yes, if her account hasn't done shit for 9 months, and suddenly there is a flurry of fucking transactions to different accounts. This is $10,000 in short succession to different fucking accounts.
Mm-hmm.
And considering, like, it's a safe look, it's entirely possible that she's removed the limitations on the account.
I think that was the
because-
scammers. That's what the scammer was doing, probably.
No. Well, if she got I mean before that, she's had to make large payments in the past.
Potentially, yeah.
If it was for her, it was for her husband's business. Then
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Then.
But yes, I agree. These should have been flagged. This 100% should have been flagged because it immediately looks suspicious. And how hard is it to flag it and frustrate the customer a little bit so that morons don't lose their money?
Yeah, and it was done within
4 hours. We're
within
talking
hours. 4 hours.
31 $10,000 transactions. So the limit, like the transaction limit, because that's the upper transaction limit, unless you have gone to the bank and verbally have a written request for, I think $250,000 is the max you can. Costi can probably help me out with that number, but I think $250,000 is the max you can transfer ordinarily from like a regular account, unless you've got a big business account, but like a personal account.
Yeah.
Like
Something
out of the
like
gate,
that.
the limit's $2,000, and that's even for BPay transactions. So, in a letter, the bank told her there was no banking industry practice requiring the bank to monitor or scrutinize its customer transactions to ensure they are free from scams or fraudulent conduct.
There's no industry requirement.
There's no industry requirement, but you should be doing it anyway.
It's good business to do it. Exactly. Take care of your fucking customers.
The Ombudsman, AFCA, agreed the bank had met its obligations. The bank told ABC it was not at fault nor liable to repay Jenny, but it had worked with other banks to recover some of the funds as soon as it was notified of the scam. We advise all customers that if they are speaking to someone claiming to be from the Commonwealth Bank, whether they seem to be legitimate or not, to never tell them any token passwords, NetBank passwords, net codes, or usernames for the Combiz service, the bank said in a statement. In this instance, the customer provided information which allowed the third party access to their account, as well as the authorization codes which authorized the funds to be transferred to the scammers. In the aftermath of the scam, the bank was able to recover $8,823.72 and return it to Jenny. The CBA also offered Jenny a goodwill payment of $8,000, which she described as insulting.
Better than nothing.
It is $8,000 more than they owed you, lady.
Yeah.
She backed consumer groups who are calling the banks to be legally required to compensate scam victims. No, this should never fucking happen.
No.
Banks should be
Never.
legally required to block transactions that look suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
Or there should be a code of conduct for that.
But it was your own fucking fault.
Yeah, lady, that's your own fucking fault.
You gave someone all the information they needed to make a transaction on your behalf.
Yeah.
It's the equivalent of giving Microsoft your fucking password or a Microsoft scammer. Sorry.
So Tombolo over on Rumble says, scammers for my dad after a stroke. Scammers called my dad after a stroke, but he cottoned on in time to stop it. Fuck yeah, see, legend. Man had a stroke, and he figured it out. This woman's ostensibly in perfect health, and spent 4 hours on the phone with him.
She's just stupid.
So
yes,
yeah.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of stupid people with a lot of money.
Like doctors.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, just because you're smart don't mean you're an idiot.
You're a
don't
savant.
mean you're not an idiot.
Yep, most people are savants. They excel in one area, but they're fucking retards everywhere else.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So, Dictator Dan doing things, making life harder for Victorians.
Get wrecked, Bosty. Get wrecked.
Rip Costy.
So we had our
NRC.
budget, and we're getting fucked in
new
the asshole.
Y'all voted for this. I know you guys did.
You all voted the other week for this.
Yeah.
A couple of months back.
Couple of months ago, yeah.
Yeah. So if you've got a second property in Victoria, you'll be getting hit with a brand new tax.
Most livable city, though.
Yeah. No, Sydney's the most livable city in the world.
I thought they said Melbourne was the most livable city.
Not anymore.
We don't have we have a land tax on second properties, investment properties. So, But yeah, apparently Victoria has a huge debt. This fucking shocked the shit out of me. That Victorians are already subject to land tax, for their second properties, but that there used to be a threshold of $300,000. So if the property, because land tax is obviously is based on the unimproved value of the land. So just the fucking land.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Basil. Yeah. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you're not an idiot, Thermo.
Yeah.
Yes. This shocked me that they've slashed it to $50,000 because it's similar in New South Wales. I think it's higher in New South Wales. I think it's $500,000.
Okay.
But yeah, the fact that they fucking slashed it from land that's worth $300,000, so land that's worth $310,000, you have to pay. You would have had to pay.
Yeah.
But now if it's over $50,000, that's fucking nuts.
I'll tell you, that's almost everything.
Yeah.
In this economy, everything.
Find me some fucking land that's not worth $50,000. Like an actual block that's not worth $50,000.
You would have to find a very small block out in regional Victoria.
I have a reserve behind my house that is about 7 foot wide. That is guaranteed to be worth $50,000.
Yeah,
like more than that. Fucking ridiculous. So for land,
it means everything gets taxed.
So yeah, it's $500 for 50,000 to 100,000, $975,000 for land worth more than $100,000, and then after 300,000, it's a percent, an extra payment. There's also some new payroll taxes. So an extra 0.5% for payroll of more than $1 million a year, and another extra 0.5% for companies with payrolls of $100 million a year. Guess what? They'll just say they're based in New South Wales now.
Holy fuck!
Maybe
payroll tax is fucked.
Payroll tax is fucked.
I think it's fucking stupid. That's
a quick way for people to lose their jobs.
Well, you're supposed to tax things based on, so you tax what you want less of, and you subsidize what you want more of. Basically,
yeah.
That's how tax is supposed to work. So what you want less of, you have a tax. What you want more of, you have a subsidy. And other than that, you let the free market fucking just do its thing.
Nah, because Australia's not a market economy; we're a mixed economy. We have no problem just taxing the shit out of everything, and then having the government trying to play in the market.
What was it the other day? They said they were saying it on Q&A. What the percentage? Like we rely more on personal income tax in Australia than any other country in the OECD.
I believe so. Yeah, that's the reason why
I think
the
it's something
federal
like
budget was
48%. So 48% of the budget comes from personal income tax.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And as I've always said, doesn't matter who, a person pays the tax at the end anyway.
Yep.
All taxes are paid by people, even company taxes. So.
Yep. But in Australia, we just think, no, the government needs to take its share of everything.
Yeah, and of course, because an announcement that came, because obviously, if you're a landlord, your costs just went up.
Mm-hmm.
What's VCOS? It's like the Victorian. What does VCOS stand for? It's like the Victorian Council on Social Security or something.
Victorian Council of Social Service.
Of Social Service, yes. So Victorian Council of Social Services has had something to say.
Oh, the SS.
There's an SS, increase for landlords. In terms of any tax increase for landlords, under no circumstances should that be passed on to tenants. And I think, to be candid, if that happens, people should be screaming it out hard and loud because we'd want to know about it, and pretty much we should be naming and shaming. In terms of any tax increase for landlords.
The fuck?
Holy shit! I called it.
They're not a government. They're not. They're a lobby group. They're not a government department. Yeah.
Oh,
what the fuck is this shit in the corner? There's the Aboriginal flag, the Torres Strait Islander flag, and the fucking trans flag.
Yeah.
Well, it's Victoria. So
we're in stage 4 cancer at the moment.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, Victoria has
Also, I did a look up to see how many available land that was under 50 grand. Majority of them are up like Mildura way, where it's like a deserty area.
Ooh,
well, there you go. Buy it.
Yeah,
so it means literally 3/4 of land in Victoria is getting that tax.
But basically, yeah, they're pulling the same old left populist Aussie nonsense.
Yep.
Yeah. You just be lucky that you have a house.
So
you've got a house. You're bloody lucky.
Why do you own 2 houses?
Why would
someone
anybody
could
need
buy
to own
that
more
second
than
house?
anything? Why do you need to own your house?
Yeah. Why do you need to own your house? Why do you need to own a car? Why do you need to have more than one child? Why do you need to have a child? Why do you need so much of this while everyone else has none?
So we covered Stan Grant last week.
Yep.
But I watched Q&A this week. Oh, geez, I said Q&A and the fucking number of viewers just plummeted.
From 0 to -0.
But yeah, we watched. I watched Quanda, and because I wanted to see Stan Grant have his cry, and they had it was mostly about the housing crisis, and the Green senator was just.
Is it Lydia?
Very green. No, it wasn't Lydia. She's not a Green senator. It was.
It
was like Alex Hawke or something.
Fucking hell.
Like he's one of the few parliamentarians who is actually a renter, and that's because he's young, hasn't had any time to fucking scam the system to get money. But the Labor, the woman from Labor they had on was hilarious. She used to be a doctor. She has one of the longest lists of registers of pecuniary interests in Parliament. Like she owns like 5 houses. She's got an art collection. She's got a massive stock portfolio. Like she's very, very wealthy. But yeah, it was like her against like all the other people who were there, the parliamentarians who were there, had one house. Maximum, like at most. Like one of the people who used to be a rugby union player, he had 2 houses. Like he had the house he lives in and the investment property.
Peter Fitzsimmons.
Right.
No, it wasn't Peter Fitzsimmons. This is a senator. He's the independent senator from the ACT. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
But anyway, I can't remember my point. But yeah, no, he was like, oh, we have to freeze rents nationwide. Like,
they're talking about doing that.
And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Don't even say that. Don't even say that.
Australians
publicly.
don't understand the consequences.
They've already
of rent
said
freeze.
that.
Do
They're
you
already looking
want to
at
make the
doing
rental?
that.
Do you want to make the rental crisis work? Make landlords think there's going to be a rent freeze. Because what are you going to do if you're a landlord and you hear that there's a coming rent freeze? You're going to take the next opportunity to jack the rent up as high as you can, as high as you think the market will bear, and fucking leave it there because it might get fucking locked down.
Yes, and they're already
Holy
talking
shit.
about it.
Yep.
So
the Greens have already proposed rent freezes. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
Do you want to turn the big cities into New York City? That's just how you fucking get New York City.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
I think that's a good thing because it's New York
They
City.
would have to, though. They would have to raise the rents.
Yeah.
If the tax goes up by 1%, essentially the rent has to go up equally.
So, lady I work with, her lease just ended. She was paying $870 a week.
Jesus Christ!
This is for like a 3-bedroom.
Still,
Jesus Christ!
In Sydney,
more understandable.
Like Cremorne area, that like northern shore of Sydney Harbour.
Okay, then it's just Jesus Christ.
When I like my wife and I, when we lived,
we'll subdue that Jesus Christ.
When we lived closer to the city, we rented. Like we rented for years. When we lived at Wollstonecraft, which is just across the harbour, nice suburb, a beautiful suburb. Like we lived in like a terrace, and it was 3-bedroom terrace, and it cost $850 a week, and this was more than a decade ago.
Yeah.
So Sydney rental prices have always been insane, especially North Shore. But so the rent, like she came back and said, "Oh yeah, we're increasing the rent, $1,100 a week."
Fucking hell, that's almost that's a 50% jump nearly.
Yeah. So needless to say, she's moving. But yeah, like
course.
this is what's happening. Like, what the fuck do you expect? Interest rates are through the roof. They don't seem like they're stopping. Everybody's got
that's true.
if you're a landlord, you've got a fucking mortgage.
Yes.
You've got a mortgage because we have made a system where if you own, so in the States, if you live in your own, like if you're a homeowner, you've got a mortgage.
Yeah.
Because the mortgage interest deduction is a good deduction. Like, makes sense. Because in the States, they encourage home ownership by making the interest you pay on your mortgage deductible from your income.
Oh, that would be based.
That would be fucking great.
So good.
And you know what? Most countries do that.
Not us.
Like countries that have that kind of system do it that way.
I assume we don't.
No, we don't. We do
have
the
something else.
opposite. We do it. We have negative gearing. So if you own a property as an investment and lease that property out, the interest payments on the loan and any expenses are deductible from any other income.
Yep.
That is the only asset you can do that for. If I invest in stocks and I lose money, I cannot deduct those losses from my regular income.
Fuck.
But if the interest if I borrow money to buy stocks, the interest I pay on the loan to buy the stock is not tax deductible.
Yeah, you can't take out loans to
deduct
purchase
that
shares
from my
deductions.
primary income. But if I take out a mortgage to buy a second property, the interest on that I can deduct from my primary income. It's not I can take the loss over here and reduce my tax burden by the loss I've made on this other asset.
Yeah.
That's the only time you can do that. Otherwise, you can do that if you're a business, but as an individual, the only way you can do that is with property. So we've geared our system so that as many Australians own as many properties as possible because there's a tax advantage to it. And also we've made investment very, very, very lucrative long-term investments by having a 50%
capital gain
reduction.
reduction.
Reducing the capital gains. So capital gains. So any capital gain you make is ordinarily charged at your marginal rate. So whatever the capital gain is added to your income for the year, your assessed income for the year, and whatever you would pay tax-wise becomes what you would pay.
And if it goes over the threshold, then you start paying the threshold and all that stuff.
But if you make a capital gain on an asset you have held for more than 12 months, that amount is halved. So the tax you pay on the gain is split in half. So if your marginal rate is 30%, you will pay 15%. If your marginal rate is the top rate at 47%, you will pay what,
23.5.
Yeah, 23.5. You'll pay 23.5%. So yes, we've created the Liberals, because the Liberal government did this.
Yep.
The Liberal government
Johnny Howard
has engineered a system where housing is the predominant investment asset in Australia, and it shows because I looked at this maybe like 30 or so episodes ago. We looked at the size of the Australian housing market versus the size of the US housing market, and it's absolutely staggering. Australian housing market. So the size of the Australian housing market is $9 trillion.
Holy.
So the size of the US housing market is $36 trillion.
So per capita, ours is like 4 times bigger.
Yes.
Yep.
Because our houses cost 4 times more.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But there's not 4 times more value there.
No.
So
it's just less houses.
So,
yep.
It is incredibly distorted.
Yep.
So I think I said this a couple of weeks ago. Like I got my land valuation, and in 2 years, the value of my land, not my house, my land, like what my house sits on, has doubled. How does that doesn't help anybody?
Yeah, it helps no one.
So, no, that's a lie. It helps the government.
I mean, it helps you, but
no, it helps the government.
That is
Because
true.
the government
They can
collects land
tax you more.
Because the government has a land. New South Wales
Property
has a
tax.
land tax on the value, on the unimproved value of the property.
Yeah.
For second homes, your primary place of residence has a advantageous tax treatment. That's the only encouragement to. So the US has the carried interest deduction for not carried interest deduction, the mortgage interest deduction.
Mm-hmm.
But if you sell your house in the US and it's worth more, you actually owe taxes on that. I could be wrong. I think your primary place of residence is not immune from like capital gains. I could be wrong on that, but here your primary place of residence you never incur a capital gain tax on your primary place of residence. Like it's treated very favorably in that way.
It's been a while.
But that only helps you if you flip houses, like if you flip your house.
Yeah, it depends. I have to look at it again. You might be able to get some homestead deductions off of your primary property, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, a controversial same-sex book faces a national ban. Genderqueer, a memoir, is the first book in 10 years referred to the classification board, which will consider an appeal against its rating as a book for mature audiences. So
now, is this the same genderqueer that was recently being tried to be banned in schools in America?
I don't know.
The graphic novel?
It's a graphic novel, yes.
Yes, the one with the 10-year-old.
Oh, yeah, it's the dick-sucking one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, nice.
It's the same book. Oh, but we were told that this was all fine and good for kids and that they're not putting child porn in children's libraries.
That'll be a bit of a story for the Americans. Hang on, share this tab instead. I thought I was sharing the tab. This is the book, Genderqueer.
Right.
Yeah, same one. Yep.
So I'm very interested in the classification board.
It's the one that
reviewing this.
DeSantis is trying to ban.
'Cause usually the
That he's banned from schools.
Yeah.
Usually the classification board is really strict on that sort of stuff, especially in video games.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yes. So for those who may not be aware, Australia has a Office of Film and Literature Classification.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they run the classification board, and they decide whether a movie whether a movie, a video game, or a book is allowed to be published in Australia. Pornographic material.
Actually published. Wow.
So, well,
yep.
So pornographic material falls the rating. So the rating for pornographic material is
X18.
Is R18 plus, which is
X18.
Playboy. Playboy is R18 plus, so you can buy it in newsagents.
Oh, magazine. Sorry.
Yeah, just nudity itself.
It's just nudity. No, so
no penetration.
Penthouse was R18 plus.
Yep.
If you wanted to buy Hustler, you needed to go to a sex store.
Yeah.
Like you needed to go to an adult bookstore.
You needed a license.
And strictly speaking, it was rated XXX, and at that point, the states make decisions based on. So, all states in Australia, XXX is legal. It's not strictly permitted.
Right.
And beyond a XXX is refused classification. So the classification board has said, we are not classifying this at all. It is refused classification.
Yep.
if something is refused classification, it is banned in Australia.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Let's see.
So yes, if the classification board decides,
have a rating. It
Yes,
must
if-
have a rating.
it must be rated. Yes,
Yeah.
because we don't have free speech in Australia, so the government is allowed to censor shit.
Yep.
So we literally have government censors. So yes, if it's pornographic, like if they decide that it is rated R or rated X, I think it would be banned in the state, like in each of the states. You'd be able to get it in the territories.
Mm-hmm.
You'd of course be able to buy it online from Amazon or something, Amazon US.
Mhm.
If it's refused classification,
it's outright banned.
It's banned nationally.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Needless to say, if it's rated, if they end up giving it like an M rating or MA rating, it's not going to be allowed in junior schools. But yeah, so. But yes, it's been banned in the conservative parts of the United States. So it was
As it
classified
should be.
Yes, I remember when Mortal Kombat was banned. There's a bunch of stuff that's banned.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you have a game that has
Mortal
has
Kombat.
drug use in it,
Drug
if you have a
use
game
is
that has
the
drug
major thing.
use, that gives you a benefit, it will be banned.
Yep. They had to. Oh well. Yes and no. The which Fallout was it? They had to change it.
Fallout 3 would have been
they
the start of
they
it.
had to change because there was straight up morphine. I think they called it.
Yep.
And
MedX now.
MedX now, yeah.
Yeah.
But they actually called the drug morphine in the original versions of the game.
But yes, it was classified as unrestricted by the classification board in March and advised and with advice, it was not recommended for readers under 15 due to depictions of sexual acts. So, but they've had to it's been referred back to them. So
yeah.
So yes, no other literary works have been returned to the board in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
I think the board shouldn't exist. I don't think the government should be making classification decisions.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see the point in having a censorship board, to be perfectly honest. But yeah,
Makes sense in Australia. Because we're censorious motherfuckers.
Well, yes, absolutely. We are incredibly censorious. I did notice there were a few articles this week after the Stan Grant thing pushing for the end of anonymity.
Oh, of course.
Which I find funny that that journalists want the end of anonymity, especially considering that most of their articles are anonymously sourced. So
Yeah.
if anonymity in Australia disappears, I will use my real name on social media to publicly call that if I'm not allowed to be anonymous online, then journalists aren't allowed to use anonymous sources for anything.
Yep.
So journos, be aware. I will dedicate my life to destroying anonymous sources of information in the media if you want to destroy anonymity anywhere else. So bring it on.
Yep.
So, and I will I'm pretty good at raising money. So I just don't do it because I have a real job. Yes, private vehicle usage must be halved to cut emissions, the Climate Council says. So you all need to stay home. But you also all need to go back to the office.
Already.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing changes.
I should be going in the office.
So Australia needs to rapidly adopt electric vehicles, but they aren't key to slashing transport emissions, the study says.
I don't need to do shit. Fuck off.
The Climate Council says Australia should aim to reduce transport emissions by 75% by 2030.
That's not going to happen.
It says public and active transport needs to triple to meet that goal. And transport expert says there's a snowflake's hope in hell of that happening.
I'm not taking fucking any more public transport. Eat shit.
Well, yeah.
Public transport is terrible.
Yeah, it's kind of garbage.
It's not only is it terrible, it's terrible just in the service and the quality and the time it takes to fucking get anywhere.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for my new trains. God damn it!
Yeah, and second of all, I don't have any public transport near me. I can't.
Yeah,
I have to drive to a bus stop or a train station.
I get the wife to drop me off at the train station.
Yeah, because Brisbane only has north-south public transport. They don't have east-west.
So.
I'm kind of annoyed about that.
Yeah.
I sometimes want to go to Toowoomba. It's a real pain in the ass to get there.
You got to drive. You've got to drive. That's basically
Greyhound bus. That's what I have to do.
Yep.
I miss the days
That's funny.
of taking like 20, maybe $20, and being able to traverse the entirety of the state of California.
I've never known anything as cheap as that.
New South Wales had a scheme a couple of years back where you could actually book a people mover. So you could put in a booking 24 hours before, and the area would have like an organized pickup bus, and it would take you to the train station or like the transport interchange.
So a courtesy bus?
Yeah, it's like a courtesy bus like the RSLs have, but like you would book your day that you would need it, like date and time, and they would come and get you, but they would organize a route where they would go and pick up whoever needs to be picked up and take them to the station, because it's usually about the same time,
right?
And then they'd have the opposite. They'd be like, "Oh, what time?" And they'd have like these distribution buses. I think if we ever get to the point where cars are automated, I think that might be an idea. Like that might be an idea that works.
Almost on demand. Mass transit.
Yeah, where you just say, "Hey, I need to pick up."
I mean, you have to book it, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because realistically, when you go to work in the morning, you leave at a set time because you take a specific train or you take a number of trains that you know start at a time. So you have a regimented approach because most people have a fixed time that they start during the day. Like they have so that requires you to take a certain selection of trains, which requires you to leave your house at a certain amount of time. So all these things are relatively fixed numbers. So if you can do stuff like that, it can work. So yeah. So yes, ABC staff walked off the job over Stan Grant's exit. So they had a little tizzy. They had a little. I stand with Stan. I stand with Stan.
South Park did it.
Racism. We reject racism. We reject racism.
But you promote it by supporting Stan, so fuck off.
Go up a bit to the one of Stan.
Hey, look, the racists are saying.
Oh no,
they
they photoshopped his tan line.
Oh no, that was a different. That's the other screenshot where his white shirt was undone and you saw the tan line.
Yeah, right there.
Right there. A little white showing there, right?
So
fire all of them. Get rid of the ABC.
Yeah.
The ABC serves no purpose.
Abolish the state broadcaster.
There was actually a good article this week in the Sydney Morning Herald from Stuart Littlemore and his writing partner. I can't remember his name, David something. So Stuart Littlemore, he created Media Watch. He created Media Watch back in the day. Actually, you know what we can do? I can go to YouTube. I'll see if I can find it. So he's like Stuart Littlemore's great. Like actually rips the shit out of people. Like he's actually because he's a King's Counsel.
Okay.
Which
is a lawyer for the Americans.
Yeah, so he used to host. Yeah. He created Media Watch. He used to host a show called Littlemore on ABC before that. But he wrote an article that basically said the problem with the ABC and the whole Stan Grant thing stems from the fact that the ABC is basically allowing journalists to give their personal opinions. The ABC was never intended to be that.
No, and by the charter, they have to be neutral.
It was by their charter, they have to be neutral, but at the same time, you're allowing them to say their opinions, and that can't possibly.
It's not journalism.
Can't possibly match. Like the ABC should just report the news, and that's it. Like realistically, the ABC should be like the Associated Press, or
even then,
C-SPAN.
Or well, they should. I think C-SPAN does a better job.
NPR, but NPR has been a bit biased.
No, but NPR has always been biased.
Yeah, because
NPR
partially
C-SPAN is just raw news.
Yeah,
It's raw news feeds, which is what I'd like to see from the ABC.
Yeah,
which they kind of do at question time. They just
that's exactly right. They
yeah.
provide I don't think they need to provide analysis. I think they just the facts, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Anyway, moving on. So Antiprobe reveals Canberra silenced 4,213 COVID posts.
I like Alex Antip, but nothing's going to come of this because
of course.
it's Australia. We're Australia.
Yeah.
Australians wanted this shit.
Govern me harder, Daddy.
Yes, govern me harder. If you disagree with it, you're a fucking cooker.
Yep. In less than 3 years, the federal government intervened in at least 4,213 times to restrict or censor posts about the COVID-19 pandemic on digital platforms. I do want to point out that where he says the federal government, if this was the Albanese government, this wouldn't say the federal government. It would say the Albanese government. But because it's the
Liberal government.
because it's the Morrison government,
yep,
the Australian says, the federal government. Because that way they can say, this is both governments. No, motherfuckers, this is one particular government, and it's the Liberal government.
Yep.
The one that Senator Alex Antic was a part of. So this, I always find this very disingenuous, because these guys are perfectly happy to censor, and then look at all this censorship I know completely about.
Yeah.
It's
useful
shameful Australians aren't getting anything near the $275 energy bill reduction. Fuck off.
What?
So in the run-up to the federal election last year, the federal government, the Morrison government, decided to change regulations so that the Energy Market Operators Report didn't have to be released until, at the latest, the 25th of March. Or 25th of May. And then, after 4 days after they did that, ScoMo decided to announce that the election would take place at the latest date possible, which was Saturday the 21st of May. And they did that because they knew that the energy market operator was going to come out and say, hey, energy prices are about to go through the fucking roof. So they purposely delayed the energy market operator report, like changed regulations so that the energy market operator report would come out after the election. The election they knew they were going to lose. And then ran on, electricity prices will always be lower under a Liberal government. And then the Labor government gets elected, and then literally 2 days later, the energy market operator report comes out. And look, it's gone up. Look, see, we told you. You fucking cunts.
Yeah, because you did it before you left.
Yeah, exactly. You did it and then dodged it before. Anyway, why are there so many commies in Victoria? This was apparently dropped in a letterbox in Toorak.
Yeah, there's no name. There's no response. There's no group.
Nobody's
it's just
labelled your concerned friends.
Yes.
Hello, friend. This was probably Costy's mailbox. Hello, friend. We're concerned about the damage you're doing to our society. You're too wealthy, and that's harming a lot of people. Millions of people are struggling to pay their rents, mortgages, energy bills, and to afford healthy foods. They don't have enough because you and others like you have too much. That's because resources are finite. The more you have, the less there is for others. And at the moment, you're taking more than your fair share. For things to improve, for people who don't have enough, some of your wealth must go to them. If you do nothing about inequality, you put us all in danger. Yes, people should not bully rich people.
Rich people have a way to bully you back even
Costy
harder.
right now.
A personal attack or something?
I love you, Costy, man. History teaches us that wealth inequality breeds resentment and anger among people who are not wealthy. If we reach a point where those feelings boil over, then we'll see unrest and violence.
Is that a
which
threat
will
from the
endanger every one of us?
I'm a poor Melburnian. I'm not. I'm not angered at rich people.
This sounds like
I'm not angry at Costy because he earns more than me.
This is a future we must avoid.
Is this a threat from the proletariat?
Yes, it fucking absolutely is a threat from the fucking proletariat. As someone who's causing inequality, you have the means and responsibility to fix it. You can do this by giving away a substantial portion of your wealth. This isn't just the ethical thing to do. It'll help steer our society towards harmony and stay away from chaos. What should you do right now to keep us all safe? Right now, the right thing for you to do now is to begin by giving away the assets which you don't need to people who do need them. Don't worry, you'll still be able to live a comfortable life with a lot less than you have at present. Step 1. Give any investment properties you own to the people currently renting them or to other long-term renters. This will help make housing more affordable for everyone.
No, it won't.
Step 2. Give any holiday houses you own to long-term renters. Having these houses occupied full-time is a better use of them as a resource than having you occupying them occasionally, and will also help make housing more affordable for everyone.
Dumb idea, but I can understand why they want houses to be occupied
Again,
long-term.
Sound like some commie goddamn gobbledygook.
Why do you need more? Why do you need more than one house? Why do you need more than one car?
Why do you need 2 loaves of bread? I only have 1 loaf of bread.
But I made my own bread, so eat fucking shit and die. Yes. I don't care.
No, just saying it can be more efficient.
That's great, Bassa. From the desk of the president of Condescending Comrades.
Yes.
Well played, sir. Well played. Step 3. If your household has more cars than licensed drivers, give away the extra cars to people who don't have one.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
No one can drive more than one car at a time.
You want it?
Teslas are a thing now.
I see. That's a challenge.
Yeah, it sounds like a challenge. I believe I could arrange some sort of rope and stick configuration.
Look, Teslas are a thing. They drive themselves.
That's right. And
Just hitch it.
And there are people who need a car but can't afford to buy one.
Commodores go for $500. What are you talking
This
about?
isn't all you should. This isn't all you should do, but is where you should start right now, for everyone's sake. From your concerned friends.
And Turak is one of the most.
Turak is like the richest fucking
rich section, or rich suburb.
I used to
of
know
Melbourne.
a kid who lived in Turak when I was younger. Fucking prick. He had Telstra cable and it was so fast.
See what I don't get about these fuckers is they say you should
fucking
be
communist.
Yeah.
You should be doing this. You should. They're not. They never say we are. We, the people telling you this, are taking these steps. You should join us.
Yeah, it's not join us. It's telling them, like dictating.
It's telling them give away your
look
house.
Look at this fucking cuck.
Give away your house.
Libertarian MP for Southeast Metro. Defender of free markets and free people.
So what did he say?
In fairness, they're only requesting voluntary action, so no actual commies who would demand state force.
I think he was taking the piss out of them, but
no,
I don't know.
Well, he fucked that up then.
Yeah.
When a robber gives a bank
yeah.
When a robber gives a bank teller a stick-up note, her cooperation is voluntary. It's still emotional blackmail. I agree, people are doing it hard, but ask Davos or the government to help out. Their letter is a subtle way that says you don't deserve what you have. Give it to someone else.
Yeah. The way I read it was, well, at least they're only demanding voluntary action. But I suppose you could see it. You guys could have you probably have the valid interpretation too.
Well, look, I don't know if anybody can read backwards, but it says you are too rich.
Yeah,
you're
on the back.
The first sentence.
First
you're
sentence
too wealthy.
is you are
I'm
too
just
rich.
reading. I'm just reading the Twitter thread. They're letterbox dropping these in Turak. Have a read. And then Limerick comes out and says, "Oh, in fairness, they're only requesting voluntary action. So not actually commies who would demand blah 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 blah." I don't know. I read it with a tone of sarcasm. Maybe it's not, but
yeah, maybe.
It like I said, he failed. It's
failed.
Twitter. You have to be more.
I know.
Direct with that sort of
But
stuff.
as a commie, I'm genuinely embarrassed by this.
Because I'm pretty sure Limerick was his former Liberal Party, but he's now with the LP. or LDL. Whatever that,
Costy, I mostly agree. Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
There's no such thing as too rich. I'm totally with you. But no, because Limerick's a former Liberal Party member.
Rounding out our Aussie news section. I saw this morning. I just had to include it.
New South Wales.
I got a speeding fine because I was going 100 kilometers in the Cross City Tunnel when it was 80 kilometers. And apparently there are cameras in the tunnel. As an American, I got a license here without taking any tests, without like learning about the Australian laws here. And I didn't realize that you guys have like cameras for speeding in the tunnels. And apparently there are signs everywhere, but it's like I'm so focused on driving. I'm just freaking, stressed out as I'm like trying to navigate where I'm going, especially driving for the first time in a different country on the other side of the road. In America, like if you run a red light, there will be cameras maybe, but if it's for speeding, it's like a police officer with the little machine that tells a police officer if you're speeding or not. So I'm actually really surprised that this happened. So the fine's $295. I thought I was like winning that day on Thursday because I was going to Fashion Week events and I was like rushing to get there, I guess. And I thought I was saving money by driving and not Ubering, but no, it's actually more when you get a fine. I was borrowing this car from a friend and he was like, Sophia, I cannot lose 3 points over this, so I have to transfer this into your name. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Like I'll pay for it and I'll get the points deducted. But I wonder if I should fight this because it's like, it's my first time driving in the tunnel. It's just my first time. Like I'm still getting the hang of it. Anyway, Bryce was like, this is unheard of. Like no one goes 101 kilometers in an 80-kilometer area, like pedal to the metal. Now I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't get a car because it will just lead to more problems like this. The thing is, I'm better at driving when there are other cars around me because then it shows me what speed I should be going. But like when there are no cars around me, it's kind of hard for me to register what side of the street I should even be on. And I'm not even looking at the speedometer because I'm like focused on the road because I don't want to crash into the walls. You know what I mean?
To be on the road more than she does. What the fuck?
It looks like she's driving the middle road.
In the middle of the fucking road.
So I would say yes, crossing lane, but after listening to her, no, she's probably driving in the middle of the road because she's so dumb, fucking dumb.
I just want to point out she's female, she's Asian, she's Californian by the sounds of it, probably. She got the Valley Girl accent.
So racist.
How many reasons do we have to give for her to not have an international driver's license?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's an international driver's license, not a
probably
not a straight up.
She has points. She's got a full license.
Okay. I didn't realize it would be that easy to.
If you're an out-of-state driver, you don't lose points with your license. You just get the fine.
Yeah.
So if you've got an international driver's license, you just get given a regular license.
Okay.
So that was hilarious.
It is on the left side, correct?
No, we
drive
on
the left.
But
that's a tunnel, so it doesn't matter like which.
Yeah, it's
side.
a one-way tunnel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she was splitting
don't
the
worry
difference.
too much about
She just splits the difference and drives straight down the fucking middle.
It's the Asian math coming in. Averages.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, like Dave, those tunnels, the speed can change. So different sections have different.
No. I
digital,
get it. I get it.
Also, we have cameras everywhere. Like speed cameras are fucking everywhere.
Yep.
Well, your cops
There's a
can't
speed
be
camera
everywhere
up our
because
house.
there's not enough. There's not enough cops to cover the geography of.
It's because all the cops are out on traffic duty. That's what the cops are the ones doing the speed.
Speed cameras in New South Wales, like fixed speed cameras, it's like okay, whatever.
Yeah.
In Victoria, they're fucking worse. Victoria has these things where they clock you when you go into like a motorway, and then they clock you on the way out. And if you in that time, like it averages out your speed. It knows the different distance between the two cameras. And if it knows the distance between the two cameras, so it knows if you covered that distance in a time that is less than what you would have covered the distance while traveling the speed limit, they know you sped and they send you a fucking fine.
Yep.
So,
And it's all revenue raising as well.
That's exactly what it's about. It's what it's always been about. Because if it was about, we just want to protect
Safety.
people, we want to take dangerous drivers off the road, in that case, one speeding offense, you would lose your license.
Yep.
If it's about taking people who speed off the road, so that there's no such thing as safe speeding, then there would be no what's the fiduciary penalty for? Just take their fucking license away.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's about making money. So we saw during COVID when when nobody was fucking driving, fucking plummeted.
Yep.
And government's like, we don't know what we're gonna do. We've lost all this fucking revenue. Like, well, let me find it.
And I bet you, because I don't drive, I bet you if you go slightly
$223 million a year just from New South Wales speed cameras.
Nice. And if you drive under the limit, I bet you they'll find you for not, keeping up with traffic.
You're a traffic hazard at that point.
Yeah.
You're making yourself, a hazard. So they got to fine you for that.
Yep.
Anyway, it's the end of March, which means next month,
Juneteenth,
is the longest fucking month of the year.
Oh,
Pride
shit.
Month.
I know. It's long for multiple reasons.
When we'll get to see the pride flag fucking everywhere. But yes, anyway, Target's in a spot of bother this week because they decided to have a pride collection. Let's have a look. This is the goal. Actually, where's the actual pride collection? I had this in the wrong order. No, this is the same. Looks like the same article. So these are some of the pieces. Pride Apparel Adult Cure Transphobia T-shirt. Too queer for here. And of course, these are links from. So this is the guy who runs the. This is the guy who made the collection.
You mean girl?
Whatever. His name's Eric. He's a guy.
Eric can be a woman's name.
This looks like the same fucking article. It is
Did
the
you
same
copy it
fucking
twice?
article. Yeah, god damn it. It is the same article. My bad. I thought I had two articles that covered different bits of it. But yes, they're not selling those pins. But there was, of course, the where the fuck is it?
I do like how they, both trans and the commies, love to use the guillotine.
Yeah.
And then freak out when people pull out the rope and noose.
Yeah. Yes. So this is the website now. He's shut it down. It's on hiatus.
Naturally.
My life is literally being threatened.
Yeah. So I've got to refresh because it doesn't load properly.
He feels like it's literally.
Basically, yeah.
People said mean words about my delusions on the internet. I'm literally being attacked.
Yeah, that's right, Baz. I'm never too young to think about sex. Fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
God damn it. Fucking Wayback Machine sucks. I can't
Wayback Machine's
I can't get the t-shirts.
Yeah, it's Wayback Machine, Internet.
Oh no, the
archives.
it did the same on the Internet Archive as well. That one's archive.org. Yeah, I had the same trouble with
Yeah, I believe those are compromised, especially when it comes to trans issues.
These are the
they'll
pins.
scrub the historic stuff.
Look, essentially the t-shirts were just the pins on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the Satan respects pronouns. Heteronormativity is a plague.
Oh, that's a nice way to say, to threaten,
kill the
99.9% of people.
Astrology
killed the
made me
breeders,
queer.
basically.
No gender, no problem. No gender, no problem. So yeah, this is all part of what's it called? Target's hashtag Take Pride campaign.
Naturally,
So I called this section
for the.
I called this section hashtag Take Pride and Piss Off. So yeah.
I used to work for Target. I used to respect the fact that I work.
Who doesn't?
I tried to.
Not
get a
anymore.
job there, but I couldn't get one.
Yeah, yeah, seeing Target doing all that, I honestly believe that they weren't aware of all this. They just wanted something for Pride Month.
Yeah.
So there's like, oh, this is a prominent person. Yeah, we'll just grab some of their designs and put them in the stores.
Mhm.
And yeah, unfortunately, conservatives are a little bit high on that campaign. Oh, sorry, not smear campaign. That whatever.
They need to take
fucking
all branding issues for
Look,
companies.
I think this is why the Bud Light example is so
Exactly.
important. And thank you guys for having me on. Good to see you again. Because what Bud Light represents is the first time that I can remember, really, in sort of the modern era, where a company has to think, hey, let's be careful. Let's not go too far left wing. Let's not go too far woke, because it could destabilize, debilitate, destroy the overall brand of our company. And I guarantee you right now, they're having conversations about let's not get Bud Lighted in all of these different boardrooms as it pertains to marketing decisions.
It's become
and
a
I think
verbiage.
Target has lost that lesson.
Oh, goddamn. I hate that automatic. But yes, they lost $9 billion of their $9 billion of their market value since the social media campaign
Call for the boycott.
kicked off.
Yep.
Yeah, so the call for the boycott. I saw a few videos this week of lunatics going into the Target stores and yelling at the poor bastards who work there. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
They don't make they don't choose what goes on the fucking shelf.
But then again, it's America, so please do that. Do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want, but like I don't think this is of course how the how CNN framed it. They're being held hostage by an anti-LGBTQ campaign.
I mean, technically, they're also being held hostage by an LGBT
Yes.
campaign as well. So,
Well, yeah, but yes,
they
look,
screwed both sides.
Don't go into the stores. And if you got a problem with this, I have a problem with this. I agree with you. I agree with Matt Walsh. I don't think this shit should be pushed at kids. Stop fucking doing this shit. Yeah, okay, fly your fucking pride flag in June and fuck off. But don't go into the store. Don't go into the stores and fucking harass the poor fucking teenagers who are working for goddamn minimum wage, answering ridiculous questions. Just leave them alone. If you want to fucking protest somewhere, take your ass to fucking New York or LA or wherever the fuck it is and protest in front of Target headquarters. Sit outside of Target headquarters with your banner, harangue the fucking executives as they go and try and do their jobs. Or, find out where the executives live and go and picket their fucking houses. If you have a problem with this, find the members of the board, find the board of directors, public information, figure out where they live, and go and fucking stand outside their house. You're allowed to do that.
I disagree.
Perfectly legal.
Boycott in the stores. Boycott in the stores.
In-store boycott. Going to the stores is not boycott the place. Absolutely. And if you're going to go somewhere, go to the homes of the board of directors and protest peacefully. Peacefully protest. And if the police come to disperse you, comply with police's demands, and then return the next day, and the next day, and the next day,
until they get a restraining order. Until it's no longer legal for you to be doing that.
Because that's what the left does. The left does the same thing, and the tactic works.
Leftists
if you want to make
Target stores.
If you want to make money in America,
therefore,
then that's great. God bless. But stop pushing this fucking ridiculous agenda. Because people have had it. People have fucking had it.
Yes, it's time to take action.
Yes. So more woke bullshit.
I got a 0 on a project proposal in my class because I used the term biological women, which is...
Yes, Costy, the stop buying their shit thing does seem to be working. And I do hope that I agree. I hope this fucking keeps.
I actually think that's because of the economy being in the gutters at the moment.
Absolutely. So it should. Like the Human Rights Council and their ridiculous fucking LGBT list, it needs to die. It needs to go away. It needs to die.
And it'll die once we go into a recession. Because the money will
if
dry
people-
up. And
if
no
companies
one
don't fucking give in to these organizations like the Human Rights Council and their ridiculous blackmail schemes, they have no power.
Didn't the CEO of Vanguard already come out and say, "Hey, we're dropping this"?
Yeah, we're dropping this DEI shit because it doesn't make us money.
But don't worry. Be wary about that. That they're just dropping it just so they've got competition.
A 0 on a project proposal in my class because I used the term biological women,
me a return on my
which is
investment,
apparently
motherfucker.
not allowed anymore. She even said it was a good project proposal, but I got...
Olivia, this is a solid proposal. However, the term biological women are exclusionary and are not allowed in this course as they further reinforce heteronormativity.
I got a 0 because I use this term as exclusionary and not allowed anymore, so. And I 100% know that this is like the most biased grade ever because my project is about transgenders competing in biological women's sports. How am I supposed to do my final project if I can't use the word biological women? But that's what my project is about.
You're not supposed to. That's not the point.
They don't want you doing whatever.
They want you to conform.
Yep.
Conform.
We're going to beat you down until you fit into this mold.
Yep.
That's what college is about.
Yeah.
Yeah, nowadays it is. Yep.
Honestly, that's what it's always really been. It's just the mold has changed.
Yeah. Budweiser teams up with Harley Davidson for very manly new advert as owner Anheuser-Busch tries to recover from Bud Light backlash over marketing
Harley
campaign.
Davidson are not manly anymore.
Wow.
It's a boomer sort of.
I
manly.
saw a tweet the other day specifically from a gay Harley rider, and he was saying, "Don't fall for it. Stay strong. The boycott is working. Let's give them hell."
Yeah.
And he was a Hell's Angel member.
Now you're a man. You're a man.
Man.
Yeah, if you're not a biker, why would you buy a Harley Davidson?
It's a status symbol.
Yeah.
For boomers, maybe.
Yeah, but manly boomers.
Yeah. Boomers with beards.
Yeah, it was an icon.
Black leather caps.
The greatest legacies are built with grit and resilience, one detail at a time. Limited edition Budweiser Harley-Davidson cans. For those who give everything to their craft, this Bud's for you.
Well, Triumph is grateful that Harley did this ad.
The most hilarious thing.
I'd say boycott Harley Davidson.
Well, no,
That's what's going to happen.
the most hilarious thing about this is every time they try anything, it drags them deeper. Like
Because now
anytime-
it's like,
any-
okay,
anytime
compare this to
Anheuser-Busch,
Dylan's commercial.
They have this fucking Dylan Mulvaney thing is quicksand. Every time they struggle to get out, they slip a little bit deeper. It's
Yes.
fucking hilarious. They cannot escape Dylan Mulvaney. They are tied to him forever. And it was one fucking ad.
One ad.
One ad. One ad and some promotional can that I don't think actually got distributed.
No, it was just
that
probably
they
for
sent it
Dylan.
out to him. It was for Dylan. One ad has fucking, and they're fucking stuck with him forever. At this point, they might as well embrace it, because everything they do to turn the corner reminds them of why they have to turn the corner.
Mhm.
Every story is framed with Dylan. Anytime, like, even if Budweiser would run a campaign like this all the time in the past, like Harley Davidson can, okay.
Yeah.
That's
But
totally
that would be a reason.
I
like,
totally
there would be
get
a
that.
reason why for the connection.
Even
Like,
if it wasn't the reason why, even if they've done stuff like this before, the reason they do this now is linked to Dylan Mulvaney. Anytime they do anything advertising friendly, like anytime they try an advertising campaign, it's always going to go back to Dylan Mulvaney. The media will never let them forget it. And it's fucking hilarious. That is the funniest thing about all this. The funniest thing. Like, I love it. I think it's great. They are tied to Dylan forever.
Yeah, it was their bullshit. We're tired of the bullshit non-committal apology BS and whatnot.
Yeah.
We're done with it. We know they're just going to pull this bullshit again and again and again. So fuck it. Let's just show them what we can do. It's like, fuck these people.
yeah, I say double down. Join up Harley Davidson and connect that to Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah, anyone that says okay to Budweiser, we need to boycott.
I do just want to point out there's two spaces live on my Twitter feed right now. One's from Nuance Bro saying Mario people suck. That's that Mario fucking guy who's always doing the Twitter spaces.
Uh-huh.
And from Dom Lucre, Mario and Ian Chong spaces are toxic.
Well,
yeah, naturally.
I
Miles
don't know
Chung
if
is a
something's happening,
idiot.
some narrative is changing, but yeah. That's
Well,
fucking hilarious.
Ian Miles Chung is the grifter.
I fucking
the
hate
proper
Chungus.
grifter.
Fuck that guy.
I'm still seeing so many people still fucking engage with him. People who should fucking know better.
Yeah, absolutely. Ian Miles Chung is a fucking grifter.
Looking at you, Nina. What the fuck are you doing?
You know who else is like? You know what I'm noticing more? The Trump grifters.
Yeah,
like the Trump orbiters, like people like Raheem Kassan, people like God help me Poso. Like I like Poso, but
so you're saying you like the feds?
Yeah.
Look, there is nothing wrong with someone who served in naval intelligence.
But that's the executive branch, so fair.
Who served in naval intelligence and speaks, Chinese fluently. So nothing wrong with
you just told me he's just a fed.
But yes, so
to be fair, he's my favorite fed.
The North Face is in trouble as well.
Nature lets you be who you are.
Why is there porno music?
Ladies
in the
and
background?
gentlemen, you are cordially invited
It does sound like porno music too.
It does.
to the Summer of Pride with my friends at the North Face. We're traveling all the gay across America, and everyone's invited. That means you.
Me.
And you.
Hello.
And you.
Wow.
Not you, though. You're too cute. Okay, just kidding. You can come. Put on your boots and come out. Side with us. See you there, besties. Don't you think this is all a little intense? I mean, look at you. You're in a literal tent right now. But no, this event will not be intense. Everyone is invited. Everyone is welcome. It's going to be so fun.
That was last year, right?
What?
It had 2022. No,
Yeah.
back up a bit. Before that scene. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Summer Pride 2022. Wow, so they did this last year. They did another one this year.
I think it's been so perverse that people are now just awaking it, like the general mass people are waking and now searching out for this bullshit.
Yeah, they're going back in time and just...
A real-life homosexual. Hi, it's me, Patagonia, a real-life homosexual. And today I'm here with the North Face. We are here to invite you to come out in nature with us. Wow, this is nice. We like to call this little tour the Summer of Pride. This tour has everything. Hiking, community, art, lesbians making art. Last year, we gay sashayed across the nation and celebrated Pride across the nation with hundreds of you across the nation. This year, we're back again with 2 new stops. Atlanta, GA. Why? Because you're there. In Salt Lake City, we're coming for you.
Howdy, can we go?
Of course! This year, all these fabulous speakers will be coming from inside this TV to a nature near you. So come outside and celebrate the beautiful LGHGTV community. That's pretty gay.
All right, time to destroy nature.
Well,
hi.
That's not what a gay man looks like.
No, it's just what a faggot looks like.
One sec, people.
I was wondering, is that your wife or Dave's?
We'll just, you know what? We'll say Thermo's in trouble.
Thermo got in trouble.
No, Thermo did not get in trouble. My wife just came back from the shops and she brought. I needed tissues, but I also needed my medication, and she just realised she forgot it. So, and I was just saying, no, it's okay. It can wait till tomorrow. Because take it in the morning. So, but she said, no, it's fine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the North Face is another, but apparently this is the second year they've done it. So I actually thought the first video was this video, not the 2022 one. But yeah, apparently they did it last year and nobody noticed.
No, but now that people are waking up, they're digging up history.
Yeah.
Yep.
And looking, and like, I didn't know about this.
Like, you've got to be like I understand doing it. You did it last year and you got away with it.
Yeah.
But you've got to be looking at the marketplace and going, maybe
we should stop this shit.
Here's the thing, like we're more in the forefront of all of this bullshit, so we're aware of it. It's the general masses who've only just grasped this conscious, like they've only become conscious of this, and so now they're digging.
You might
back.
even say they've had some sort of great awakening.
Yes.
Yeah. Fucking. Yeah. So yes, like the North Face is now on the shit list. Look, honestly, if I kind of admire them because they had to have known they were going to get fucked.
Mm.
So.
Well, they probably wanted that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, not in an innuendo way. I mean, honestly, now they can claim victim and all that BS.
And no identity is as powerful as that of being a victim.
Yep.
British cycling has banned transgender women from competing in the female category.
Good.
So.
What's his face? God damn it!
Talking about Lance Armstrong.
Lance Armstrong's halfway to being a trans woman.
Because he's only got one ball.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he has no balls, isn't it? Didn't they take them both?
I don't know.
I thought it was one ball.
Maybe. So I have a couple of clips from Emma Vigeland because apparently she was hosting the Majority Report, and
is that Destiny?
No, that's not Destiny.
Destiny's got blue hair now.
I know. Yeah, okay.
That's so you don't confuse him and Destiny.
Oh, okay.
So yes, Emma Vigeland was on the Majority Report. She had some shit to say about about the scientific explanations. Anyway, just listen.
Slam Cedar. Emma, there's tons of evidence regarding testosterone levels in height, strength, and speed between people with XX chromosomes and XY chromosomes. Matt's citation off cases about the Olympics is pertinent, but an argument for better planning and more transparent discussions. Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth.
Hey, Cool Frog, how you going, man?
Sup?
Soup.
You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a shit
This is not sped up.
No. She's just a white woman talking fast.
She's just a crazy white communist.
About the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
You're wrong.
Anyway,
You're a crazy
Dr.
bitch.
Shock, I
And
agree.
it's
Let's get rid of
wrong
weight
in the
classes in all
long term.
combat sports. Perhaps have grown man compete in Little League. Sometimes life's not fair. Whatever.
That was like a viewer question.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
yes, boutique leftists.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, actually, and it's unfair in the long term. It's unfair in the long term because you're going to push biological women out of sport. There will be very little biologically female sports. It's going to go downhill completely.
Yeah,
because
And
men are
biological females hold a grudge.
It's unfair in the term, not just long term, but in the now. Period.
Yeah. Well, she said
how it is.
She said it's unfair now because she said it's unfair in the short term.
Yeah.
But it's also unfair in the long term.
Yeah.
But she doesn't care because as long as trans people get to compete, well, they can compete in this category that matches their actual sex.
But they suck though.
Or
they can compete. They can still compete. So it's fair.
In the transgender category.
You know what? You know what? I'm done with the whole make a trans category argument. I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Because, well,
There's only two genders.
It's a delusion in the first place.
Yeah,
and
they don't.
Yep.
And it was a compromise to begin with.
Trans category is still going to be overrun by trans women anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
You put a trans man versus a trans woman, the trans woman's going to win every time anyway because they're still biological men.
That 9 out of 10 sports.
That and trans, I'm pretty sure trans women outnumber trans men in the first place.
Oh yeah, it's
like
most easier to become a trans woman.
Most transgenders are male to female, aren't they?
Most likely, yes. Depends on the demographic. I think
Yeah.
younger, it's more female to male.
Yeah.
But that's more, I think that's for the younger people, it's more to do with societal pressure with this new so-called fad.
The trends.
Yeah.
Transgenders, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Bazza. That was for you.
Or I mean, honestly, like women's sports, it's barely an institution. It's only been around for a few decades. Like if our sources of our outlets for entertainment, for competition, for like I don't know however to define them. But if they're not able to accommodate trans people, then they're not worthy of existing. Like it's just like we're talking about movie theaters. What are we talking about here? I mean, I love sports as much as anyone, but if they cannot accommodate including trans people, I don't give a shit about them being robust. It's just, be inclusive or don't be. That's
I'm
it.
not going to be non-inclusive.
Or don't exist.
Okay, inclusive would not be.
You've drawn that line in
no
the
separate
sand.
leagues, one league. Everyone's inclusive of that league. Perfect. Done, dusted.
You're a bad mom if you can't. You're a bad mom if you can't explain that there are people along a gender spectrum and it's not this binary. Like, I mean, I hear this all the time. My daughter plays sports. What am I going to tell to her? It's not fair to her to compete with this kind of person. Honestly, I have a sports podcast. I love sports as much as anyone. Trans women should be able to compete without question in women's sports because there are a lot of instances where there are athletes who, there's not even evidence to show that this is the case, but just take their assertion at face value for a second that this is some unfair advantage. I mean, there's an unfair advantage all the time in sports. That's actually quite, that's the nature of sports. That some people are physically or more gifted or they have like a better mentality. We should have banned Yao Ming from basketball because he's just too tall. It's not fair for everybody else.
The children.
You're a bad mom if you.
Yes.
So everyone should be the same, equal, one gender.
Thing that occurred to me about that trans.
But all this
Yeah, it's just
pushing,
dumb shit.
this constant pushing, and I don't just mean the agenda, but the way they're doing it. I was talking to Cress the other day about it. Well, not to her, but tweeting at her. Crumbrian, Crusadia.
Oh yeah, Chromatron, yeah.
Yeah, from Knuckleheads. That my biggest thing is that all these what's it called? These woke trans and LGBT will push so hard on that pendulum that when it swings back, it'll hit all the normal people of the community, the ones that aren't forcing shit.
Trans women can compete.
The based ones, you mean?
Look, at the end of the day, trans women can compete. I have no problem with them competing, but they can compete with the men.
Look, like I've said before, it's a mental illness.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wish them the best, but they should get help.
Yep.
Mental help, not surgical help.
They can compete.
The thing that occurred to me about that transports IM is they said the thing about we need to have they granted my point about the actually this has gone too far and we're disallowing what they call biological women from going on sports, but they say we need to have a nuanced conversation or something like that, right?
Yeah.
We were having that as a society until the GOP decided to make trans people the target of their political campaigns. So that's the problem, and maybe we can get back to this, purely intramural academic debate about these things once the fascists start using them to animate their base.
Nah, see, Baz, I think she does believe what she's saying.
No, she totally does.
She's one of those. What's it called? Champagne communists.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we just saw her Instagram feed. She's been hanging out everywhere with the Bernie Bros and the Democrats.
Well, she used to be on. I think she still is on the Young Turks.
Yeah, remember, she's hosting Sam Cedar's show.
Yeah, she's stepping in for fucking Sam Cedar. Yeah, of course, you're a communist.
Of course.
But yeah,
yes. So apparently, Target provides annual donations to this organization called GLSEN, which calls for gender ideology to be integrated into all classes, even math. So there is a community note. The note says Target has donated to GLSN for more than a decade. Target annually supports GLSEN and its mission to create, quote, spaces for LGBTQIA plus students. Further, according to GLSEN provides curriculum support in many subjects, including mathematics. I don't know why you need curriculum support for mathematics.
But that's what the original article was.
This is how you get the ideology spread into... It spread throughout the curriculum is by framing things like your math problems.
You have trans within the math question.
Yes, it's not that too.
Did we cover that mess? Did we cover that last week, or did I just see that on Twitter? It was like a question in a military exam, and it was something along the lines of it was about like suicide, like. It was like the lieutenant's exam, and it was Sergeant blah blah is like did this, and he's under a lot of pressure. His boyfriend broke up with him, and I'm like, what? Hey, what? Why did you make him gay? Like
to normalize
that's what these organizations do. They go, oh well, we just make this person. We're normalizing it. So.
Yeah, they're normalizing a mental illness, which is not going to be great for society.
Pride Month at Target is a time of affirmation and solidarity with the LGBTQIA plus community. Psst, the plus includes the P, which is pedophiles.
Oh, I thought you meant the PP. They put the PP in.
The city of Alexandria straight up admits Pride Parade is a drug-fueled mass sodomy event.
Yeah, I saw this one earlier.
Where you're likely to get AIDS and monkeypox and/or overdose on opioids. So, Prepped for Pride checklist.
Stop fucking the monkeys.
Complete some steps that you can take to have a healthy, safe Pride this spring and beyond. Have questions? Ask a healthcare provider. Find a Pride celebration and somewhere safe to stay. Start making a plan. Having sex? Get ready. Talk to your partner about expectations for safe sex before and during Pride. Schedule an STI screening appointment to know your status before having sex. Ask your doctor
And schedule
about
one afterwards so you know your status after.
Ask your doctor about PrEP to protect against HIV. PrEP can be taken 7 to 21 days to protect you. Get vaccinated to prevent Mpox infection.
Mpox.
2 shots over 4 weeks. A week before, practice self-care. Rest up and to build your mental and physical energy for community events. Having sex? Get sex ready. Pick up condoms. Alexandria Health Department has them free at $48.50. At the high school. Oh, great. Clean your toys. Do this every time you use.
Wait, what are the gays going to use condoms for?
Yeah.
Butt fucking.
Chewing tobacco. Make sure your lube isn't expired. If it's a water-based lube, it doesn't expire. Eat and drink water to stay energized. Pack some food and water and make a plan to stop and refuel throughout the day. Throughout the day of fucking.
Depends if they use silicone lube or whatever. So
know your plan. Make sure you know how to get home. So always use natural, like water-based lube.
Yeah.
If you don't, you'll destroy the condom.
Yep.
Know your plan. Make sure you know how to get home safely. Be prepared for emergencies. Keep your phone charged and packed. Pack emergency medication: EpiPens, naloxone, Narcan. Really?
Yeah.
Narcan, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Take your EpiPen just everywhere if you have to have one. That's fair. But Narcan, fuck yeah.
Lol, Bazar.
Is it a real party if someone's not ODing in the corner?
Yeah, that's right. It's not a real party till you have to get out the naloxone. So Anime North drag show is back at hashtag Anime North 2023.
Who the fuck posted this? It wasn't me.
This was have a guess. Have a guess who fucking posted. No, it's not
Ryu. Yeah, you.
If it's weird, it's Ryu.
Yeah, it's Ryu.
So yes, join us and our host Bear Sailor Moon for an amazing night of talented performers shaking their thang on stage. We had to close replies to this tweet due to inappropriate comments received.
I'm not a fan of cosplay in the first place, but goddamn, this is just
that's fucking straight up furry.
So, hang on. That's in Canada. Okay, that explains everything.
Oh yeah, it's Anime North.
Yeah, I thought it was like in California or something, but no, it's whatever.
No, that'd be Anime Southwest.
Yeah, Canada. Yeah.
So Calvin Klein ad with trans man wearing a bra sparks comparisons to Bud Light. A Calvin Klein. This is what you were saying, RC, with the digging up all the old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A Calvin Klein ad from 2022 featuring a bearded transgender man in a sports bra before top surgery has gone viral. Where were you? Where were you people? And there's the ad.
Like I said, general consciousness of this issue has finally come about.
It's entered the cultural zeitgeist.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is worse than the "Nothing Comes Between Me and My Jordache Jeans" campaign. As far as just aggravation.
So much fat.
Yeah, I don't even care about the trends.
Yeah, remember these?
These people are all fat. Oh, that's Beckham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
generally with this,
Costi says doesn't matter that it took time. Just glad people are finally getting red pill.
Generally, with those things, like I mentioned before, it takes time for the general consciousness of people to be aware of these sorts of issues.
My wife's red pill moment was actually sitting down with me and watching The Red Pill, like the actual film.
Oh, nice.
What is that? Is that Cassie J's film?
That's Cassie J's film, yeah.
I still haven't watched it.
It's very good. Bud Light truck drivers have been flip the bird, called homophobic slurs in the wake of Dylan Mulvaney fiasco. Oh, what homophobic slurs were they called? They've been called gay beer salesmen. Those are the homophobic slurs.
You're out there selling that gay beer.
It's hilarious. Like, this is the post saying that they're homophobic slurs.
Mm.
And some good news, though I don't know that I trust it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is Texas Children's Hospital, so. Texas Children's Hospital, the largest children's hospital in the nation, will no longer offer gender-affirming care, which includes sterilizing children, castration, vasectomy, hysterectomy, vaginoplasty, and drugs that induce fertility or block puberty. This comes into place because Texas passed a law banning the treatments. The hospital CEO says that they still work with parents to find out-of-state gender-affirming care. Another win for sanity. So realistically, they're only stopping because the law stopped them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, Bazza. Like fucking, it's light beer.
Do we even have light beer?
Of course,
here?
it's queer. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
I don't drink.
It's
much.
low. I
don't know beer.
It's low alcohol content beer.
I think it's like
yeah,
more than low
it's like
carb.
It's like 6%. Well, not 6%, like 3% beer.
Okay.
Yeah. Generally, we're
I
mid
haven't had a drink.
strength.
I haven't.
I was going to say it's I meant to say it's 0.6 standard drinks
Okay.
instead of 1.3.
Yeah,
which is what the usual one is.
I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know. I don't drink that much.
We totally do, Costy.
I haven't had a drop. Since
If you
New
look
Year's
at the back of the beer and it's like the can or the bottle and it says 0.6 standard drinks, it's a light beer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just people
It should say
usually
1
drink
to
mid
1.2.
strength.
Yeah.
1 to 1.2 is normal.
That humidity.
Do you guys have near beer?
Fake beer, yes, we do.
Yeah, we got fake beer.
What's fake beer?
Queer beer?
It doesn't have any
zero
alcohol.
Oh yeah, you can buy that at the fucking supermarket.
I don't understand. Why would you drink beer? Like, I hate.
It's a social thing.
I don't like beer. Like, I'm not a fan. I'm a spirits guy. I always have been since I was a kid.
Yeah, it makes no sense for you, but for someone
Why the
who,
fuck would you drink?
I'll explain it. So for someone who has been drinking beer for a time, but now like reducing because of health or because they want to, they
So
still
if you're
want
the
to
designated dickhead. You have to.
Yes, but they still want to participate in the gathering. So instead of just a random stuff, they have a 0% beer. So it looks like they're just a sort of, it's just a grouping thing. Just being part of the group.
But you're drinking beer.
News for you. That means you're gay.
Yeah, drinking non-alcoholic beer for the taste, just to have the taste of beer. That's the fucking weird.
Yeah, people don't drink beer for the taste. Yeah, and if they are, they're doing it wrong.
Just drink fucking soft drink. Just drink soft drink.
But that's a child's drink.
Yeah, it's got the word soft in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I would be more akin to just drinking spirits. But then again, I'm probably an alcoholic.
Holy shit.
I wanted to mute it.
That's not a mermaid. That's a manatee.
That's
a whale.
Admiral, there be whales here.
But it ain't the white whale.
So Men's Health says men might be gynosexual if they're attracted to women, or just normal men. So I'm
Can't be normal men anymore.
I am 100% gynosexual. I like the ladies.
I love the gynos.
What happened to heterosexual?
It's still
tainted.
I know, but what happened to just saying heterosexual?
Yeah, well, that's what it says. Men's Health said men might be gynosexual if they're attracted to women, or just normal men.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just trying to use another word to describe something.
You can't use the word straight. It's heteronormative.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's trying to bypass the queers.
The world is heteronormative, yes.
I didn't get this story. Tem posted this. I think Tem posted this one.
Updates of Bulbul's health.
Who the fuck is Bulbul? Like, obviously, it's a Doge dog, but...
What about the Doge dog?
Is that the Doge dog?
Oh, hang on.
It might be the Doge dog, but it might be just be a Doge dog.
Costi, you're a Doge dog.
When I
You
say,
must know this guy.
God damn it. When I say ball, when I look at ball dog, it gives me fucking dodgeball.
Tim's like searching for balls.
Look it up.
No, I literally typed ball Doge, and it gave me the search article. The search engine gave me dodgeball. Ball dog.
Probably beer's got a ton of calories.
I can't even find this story. To be
basically
honest.
bread.
Probably not, because soft drink, like the regular soft drink, has
Soft
a
drink pounded with
shit.
sugar, yeah. But if
Yeah,
you
it
drink-
has a shitload.
If you drink sugar-free, like if you drink stuff like Coke No Sugar or Pepsi Max,
Oh yeah,
absolutely, it's got way more calories than the soft drink.
Yeah.
I can't handle sugary sodas anymore. I used to drink so
My
much. of them.
pancreas
Now
yells
I
at me
just
if I try to drink like sugary drinks.
So we're a Pepsi Max / Coke No Sugar house, or water.
But either way,
Yeah, water.
this is one of the Shiba Inus that is used in the Doge memes. It's one of the most famous.
Okay, so this is just a famous Shiba Inu.
Yeah, but it is one of the ones that is used in the most common Doge memes you see. I think the original Doge has died, Costi. Yeah, and some of the other meme templates use this dog.
Okay.
His name is Ball.
Microsoft says CCP hackers have compromised critical US infrastructure as DHS warns of grave threat. Microsoft on Wednesday warned that Chinese state-sponsored hacking group Volt Typhoon has compromised critical US cyber infrastructure across several industries, including manufacturing, construction, maritime, government, information technology, and education.
Could be worse.
They're prepping this
No,
year.
seriously,
for,
could be worse.
They're
Could be
prepping
Russian
this year
hackers.
They're prepping for the upcoming election.
Yeah. The group, which has operated since 2021, is apparently working hard to disrupt critical communications infrastructure between the United States and Asia, as well as gather intelligence in order to weaken efforts during future crises. Infrastructure in nearly every critical sector have been impacted, Microsoft said, including communications, transport, and maritime industries. Government organizations were also targeted. So thanks, Biden. Good work. So does everybody remember Gabby Petito?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So her parents are suing Brian Laundrie's parents for I can't remember what it's for. It might be wrongful death. But yes, as a part of the lawsuit that has been ongoing, this letter that Roberta Laundrie sent to Brian was released. So it says, Brian Christopher Laundrie, burn after reading. And then on the back it has a raven and it says, remember. Here's what it says. I just want you to remember I will always love you, and I know you will always love me. You are my boy. Nothing can make me stop loving you. Nothing will or could ever divide us, no matter what we do or where we go. Sorry, I'm going to be reading this like Trump because it's handwritten and I'm not the best at understanding handwriting. What we say, we will always have each other. If you're in jail, I will bake a cake with a file in it. If you need to dispose of a body, I will bring, she's crossed out, bring and replace, show up with a shovel and garbage bags. If you fly to the moon, I will be watching the skies for your re-entry. If you say you hate my guts, I'll get new guts. Remember that love is a verb, not a noun. That's a cool line.
Mm-hmm.
Can't use that though. It's not a time. It's not a thing. It's not words. It's actions. Watch people's actions to know if they love you, not their words.
Okay.
Therefore, I am certain that neither death nor life, so this is a quote, nor angels, nor the ruling spirits, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers from above, nor powers from below, nothing in the entire created world can separate our love. neither hostile powers, nor messages of heaven, nor monarchs of the earth. Nothing has the power to separate us. Romans 8:38, extended version. Nothing can separate us, not hatred, not hunger, not homelessness, not threats, not even sin. Not the thinkable or unthinkable can get between us. Not time, not miles and miles and miles. So yeah, that was after he killed her. So yeah, that's pretty fucking creepy.
Okay. Cool.
So,
yeah, just to interrupt, Baza, basically, if you want the alcoholic drink that has the lowest calories, it's a spirits watered down with water.
Yeah.
You can have a flavored water.
Vodka, lime, and soda.
On the rocks.
You can get those. No, on the rocks is straight. Like
yeah, that's
just a shot. Vodka, lime, and soda. Like what's their name? What's the good vodka brand?
This one in Estonia.
Smirnoff. So Smirnoff.
Smirnoff?
That's the big vodka brand.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Smirnoff makes like premix drinks that are just with soda. They're all right. They'll have way lower calories.
Yeah.
Alcohol converts to sugar.
Yeah.
So
you can't get around that.
Calories. I like low carb beer usually because it's higher in alcohol and you don't feel so damn full. But that's only if I have absolutely no option. Otherwise, I'll usually just get a. I'll usually get a vodka lime and soda. If I'm at work, like if I'm out at like work drinks or something, or I'll get a bourbon or a scotch. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, at high school debates, debate is no longer allowed.
Of course.
At national tournaments, judges are making their stances clear. Students who argue capitalism can reduce poverty or Israel has a right to defend itself will lose. No questions asked.
So, high school debates are not allowed. Debates.
Yeah, debates just not allowed. That's fucking retarded. Because this is so dumb. Like I debated in high school. What little I went to it.
I attended a debate in high school. That was fun. But I skipped school class for that.
The purpose of debate is not about figuring out what's true. It's about winning the argument.
It's convincing the audience.
It's about convincing the audience that
the judge
that your proposition is the correct one.
Yes.
Yeah. Usually the judge. Yeah,
usually the judge. So, some debates.
It's not about facts. It's not about whether communism is better than capitalism. It's not. It's not about whether. What was the other example given? It's not about whether Israel has a right to defend itself or not. It does.
Yeah, that one. Nations has a right to defend themselves, so yeah, it's fine.
It's not about what is factually true. It's about what the person debating or the team debating has convinced you. That is the goal. And that's the thing. That's where you can have an advantage when something like the idea is the topic shouldn't matter. You're not supposed to go into a debate like that prepared. Like you could have ended up on either side. It's not always necessarily what you believe. So if
you get asked to
present
something either for or against it.
Mock debating is something you do if you're interested in going into law, like trial law.
Yeah, because that's all the court. That's all the trial is debate.
Because as a lawyer, you're not there to argue your beliefs. You're there to be an advocate for your client.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have to put forward the best argument to the jury based on the evidence you have.
So yeah. Seattle firefighters are now drilled on Ibram Kendi before promotion to top jobs.
Mm.
The lieutenant's test includes how to be an anti-racist and memoirs of a transgender firefighter and other woke tomes. So I won't go through the article. I'll go through this guy's the author's thread.
Yeah.
On it because
is that to become a firefighter or just
to become a lieutenant in the Seattle Fire Department.
Oh yeah, then fuck
So
doing
to
that.
lead firefighters, you've got to read this stuff. So the exam, which covers a litany of technical topics, is meant to ensure that people making life and death decisions know the bare minimum to make them well. So Seattle firefighters were shocked when their exam focused as much on social justice as firefighting. So here's the exam bibliography. So what you should be reading, or what the exam uses. So these are the things you should read to study for the exam.
So before storming into a building, ask the person screaming for help what their gender is.
Yes.
And if they say cis white male, you just leave.
So, well, these are the books. So, a big picture approach to personnel by B.C. Atwater. Okay, fair enough. A leader's guide to unconscious bias, how to reframe bias, cultivate connection, and create high-performing teams. Okay, okay. Art of reading buildings. Cool. Both sides of the fire line. Memoir of a transgender firefighter. Okay. Crucial conversations, tools for talking when stakes are high. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
How to communicate effectively.
Basically, yeah.
That's how to communicate effectively in a crisis. Emergency care and transportation for the sick and injured, 9th edition. Yep, understandable. Emergency response guidebook. Okay. Fighting fire by Caroline Paul. Fire and emergency services.
Sorry, where's this
services
list?
company officer? This list is for the Seattle.
Because I don't see it on your screen.
Oh my God, I'm fucking retarded. Yeah, so this is the Seattle Department of Human Resources 2023 examination for examination bibliography for lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
So you should read these books.
Yep.
So Fighting Fire by Caroline Paul, Fire and Emergency Services Company Officer, Fire Academy ULs. So
How to be an anti-racist.
How to be an anti-racist, 1st edition. Local 27 union contract. That's important.
Yeah, notice how it says read all of Ibrahim.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's contents. So all of this.
Yeah, like, excluding sections, blah, 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 blah. So it'll tell
Yeah,
you what chapters
excluding
to read.
photo exercises.
Yeah, and like it'll tell you certain chapters in some of these
Yeah.
books, but you have to read all of Ibn Kendi's book.
Yeah, exactly. Except for the intro and the outro. You don't need to read that. So along with Learner's Guide to Unconscious Bias and Fighting Fire, a memoir of a female firefighter,
Women
a book
shouldn't be
about race
firefighters.
and gender span 800 pages, a large fraction of the total study material.
Mhm.
The exam is part of a much larger effort to diversify a department that, as Seattle Fire Chief Harold Scoggins lamented last year, is overwhelmingly white men. White men.
Oh, the whites. What are they doing in there?
Yeah, those efforts, critics say, have made the promotions process more about ideology and less about merit, politicizing a public service where competence can mean the difference between life and death. In fact,
Is it
in
because blacks are not competent enough to become firefighters?
In fact,
Oh,
in
no.
2021, local officials, including Scoggins, commissioned a report on diversity in the fire service. One of its recommendations: avoid tests that rely heavily on knowledge of firefighting. Yeah, exactly. An upcoming test for fireboat engineers who operate the pumps and nozzles to douse coastal fires will quiz candidates on Robert DiAngelo's "Is Everyone Really Equal? An Introduction to Key Concepts in Social Justice Education." The Fire Captain's exam likewise assigns DiAngelo's book, along with handouts on the structural interplay between all oppressions, while the exam for battalion chiefs assigned to the 2021 report on fire service diversity. Seattle tests are an outlier. In most cities, even Democratic strongholds like Boston and New Haven, written fire exams test only tactical knowledge, according to their study guides. But in Seattle, where Scoggins himself helped protesters seal off the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone in the wake of George Floyd's death, promotion hinges on mastering these ideological tomes.
Of course.
Diversity hire wants more diversity hires.
Diversity hires, and also to filter out anyone that can, say, push back against this Okay, I'm going to call it plague, but yeah.
It's plague.
This is a political test.
Oh yeah.
It's designed to get free thinkers out.
Mm-hmm.
So, firefighters who sat for the 2021 lieutenant's exam said how to be an anti-racist was an integral part of it, while basics like fire behavior took a back seat. Quote, "If I had only read that one book, I would have done really well," said Andy Pittman, a former member of the Seattle Fire Department. Former member. What we should be studying, high-rise fires, water supply, wasn't emphasized as heavily. Pittman, who is Japanese as well as an Alaskan native, said he scored well on the tactics portion of the exam conducted via video, but he hadn't expected the written portion, which received the most weight, to be slanted towards race and identity. While technically above the pass-fail cutoff, his overall score was low, tanked in part, he said, by the political questions that put him near the bottom of the department's promotion register, meaning he was all but certain to be passed over. So remember, this is a Japanese/Alaskan native.
So a white male.
Minority hurt by minority, by a thing designed to help minority.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Which was designed by a white person.
Yeah.
Beyond raising questions about competence, former fire department members say the ideological screening has worsened a staffing crisis caused by the city's vaccine mandate, which put nearly 80 firefighters, almost a tenth of the department, out of work. At a time when the city desperately needs first responders, the fire service has grown more hostile to the sort of people who would typically join it. Big burly men whose politics tends to be to the right of the average Seattle bureaucrat. Quote, "These woke tests are making it harder for the macho guys to get hired," said Steve Collins, who along with Pittman lost his job in October 2021 when he refused the COVID-19 vaccine. They weed out people who are not politically aligned.
And
that's what's going to kill people.
Yep.
I'm fucking done with it. Just let them burn, then they'll learn. It's like, fuck
I mean,
you,
they
fuck
literally
this
are
shit.
going to let it burn because.
Geez, Dave, poet didn't know it. Let them burn and then they'll learn.
Jesus.
The emphasis on equity has even bled into physical tests where when women fail the candidate physical assessment, a standardized fitness exam all recruits must pass, the department has been known to offer them an immediate do-over, whereas men must wait until the next test cycle. And Costi is spot on. They won't learn. They will just double down.
Until they're lording over a burnt down city.
Well, they would
because this is
gladly.
the fire department.
These people would gladly rule over the fucking ashes. They would gladly see their cities burn to the ground if they can rule over the ashes.
Yeah, if they can say yes, this is mine. This is mine.
Instructors have always been barred from gauging recruits' readiness with tests more difficult than the standard assessment. Like, this is fucking. I was personally told I could not do any physical fitness testing to see where people were at or help them improve because tests might be biased against certain populations.
This is what you get when you abandon egalitarianism. Is this a better America? Yes, it is. Nod and agree.
God.
I mean, this is what you get when you stop being race blind. This is what you get when you abandon egalitarian principles.
This is what you're right. This is what happens when you not only stop being race blind, you let race be the only thing you care about.
Mm-hmm.
Which back in my day was racism.
Yeah. Or as the boomers would call it, reverse racism, but racism, it's racism. It's the bigotry of low expectations. X group is not generally strong enough or fit enough to qualify for this job. So you need to drop the standards so they have a better chance of becoming, you all know where I'm going with it.
Yep.
You got to drop the standards so that the less qualified groups have a shot at getting the job. Well, no, you don't. You're a fucking fire department. Your job is to save lives, and you need people who are the physically fittest and smartest and tactically sound.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what fucking race they are.
Completely unrelated. Left-wing extremism linked to psychopathy and narcissism, according to a study.
Oh, but I was told left-wing extremism doesn't exist.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot. Anyway, we'll move on then.
Yes. That's a bad study. Bad study.
So, of course, the Actually, so Monday's a public holiday for the US, so I guess everybody comes back
Yeah,
on
I
the
remember.
30th, and the 30th. So there's really only 2 days to prevent the federal government from not paying its bills. So that'll be interesting.
Actually, to be fair, technically, by law and constitution, they have to pay the debts. So they have to take any revenue they've got and pay. And the first thing they do is pay debts.
Yes, that's right. The law says they have to pay debts first. So any other
and they
spending
have
will stop.
enough revenue.
They absolutely have enough revenue to pay the debt. Yeah.
Yeah. So all of this is just basically which department's going to lose
puffery,
money.
Yeah,
It's all puffery, and it's all.
I hope it's the FBI.
Yeah, me too. But it's all with President Biden has the choice, so that's not going to happen.
But yes, this Sam Stein was told that Biden was planning to leave Washington for the weekend, and one House Democrat expressed disbelief. So he has left Washington. He couldn't go down to Delaware because his house is being fitted with bulletproof glass. Not kidding. Instead, he went to Camp David. So
okay.
So they won't. And let's all fucking remember, there's already a bill that's already passed the House. All you need is to bring it to the floor of the Senate for a vote. Chuck Schumer brings it to the floor. It gets a vote, passes. Biden signs it or vetoes it. But they don't want to do that. They won't bring the House bill to the floor because they know they don't have the numbers in the Senate to beat it, because they know Senator will vote for it. And fucking Manchin will vote for it, and all the Republicans will vote for it. So they know they've already lost. So they're desperate to not bring it to the floor of the Senate. And Biden's already said he'll veto it. And if the Senate passes it and they send it to Biden's desk, and Biden vetoes it, then it's Biden's fault.
Then again,
and the Democrats are desperate to hang this one on the Republicans, but the Republicans have already passed the bill.
But
the House has already passed the bill.
Yeah, House has already passed the bill.
There's been so much grandstanding by the Democrats on it too.
Yeah,
it's fucking.
It's like, if this is that desperate, why don't you bring it to the floor for a vote? Bring it to the floor for a vote. Come on,
the Senate
Chuck.
floor, to be fair. The Senate floor, just to be clear.
The Senate floor, yeah.
Yes, because it's
like
already
I said,
passed
it's already
House.
passed the House. Yeah. So fuck you, Chuck Schumer.
Like, seriously, all the Democrats are doing is shooting themselves in the foot, either right now or later on.
Yeah. Landlord sets apartment on fire while playing Billy Joel's "We Didn't Start the Fire." A landlord in Minnesota, for reasons only known to him, has set his apartment on fire earlier this week. He did so while tenants who lived below him were still in the building. Travis Carlson is said to have drilled holes in his truck's gas tank in order to fill up several gas cans with fuel. He then made repeated trips in and out of the building before setting his apartment on fire. A neighbor who witnessed the 37-year-old landlord's odd behavior called 911. They described seeing a flash like a fireball come from the upstairs apartment. Police arrived on the scene shortly after 4 a.m. Upon arriving, officers saw that the upstairs apartment was on fire. They also heard the Billy Joel song, "We Didn't Start the Fire," coming from the apartment. God love it.
I can understand Minnesota.
Minnesota's
it's going
insane.
insane.
Minnesota, man.
Yeah. In a huge blow to Joe Biden, the Supreme Court unanimously rules against EPA in wetlands dispute. So I'm actually familiar with this story because I saw a Reason video on it a couple of years back about it. Essentially, couple buys block of land next to I think it was one of the Great Lakes. Anyway, they buy a block of land on a lake. They start building. EPA rocks up and says, no, you can't. You have to stop building. You have to stop building because this area across this area across the street from you is a wetland, and your property is used for drainage for that wetland. So you can't build there. So this is actually the second time this case has gone to SCOTUS. The first time I think they there was a majority opinion written by Scalia, and there was a concurring opinion written by Anthony Kennedy. So they ruled for the couple who owned the property. But there was two opinions. Like there was two opinions that agreed with them, and the EPA decided that they were going to take the concurring opinion. They were going to take Justice Kennedy's opinion because it gave them the most power.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, they took it back to court. And it went back to SCOTUS once more, and the court ruled 9-0 in favor. So the majority opinion was 5-4, and it basically says that the EPA doesn't just get to determine whatever it likes. The EPA doesn't get to decide what a wetland is just because there's water there. So they have to interpret. They need Congress to actually make fucking decisions and do their goddamn job.
Ooh, that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Victory. Well, this has ramifications basically across the executive.
Because now they've set a standard potentially saying, hey, no, it's up to Congress to actually make these definitions.
Congress needs to make these definitions.
the executive branch cannot make law. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Well, yeah, they wanted to make it so that the waters of the US is anywhere there's water, that's the waters of the US, which means the EPA can do what they want there.
So a pool would consider be
a pool would be considered waters of the US. Like it was so broad and ridiculous, and it was clearly not the intent of Congress.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The intent was clearly that. Yeah.
Anywhere there's water.
Anywhere there's water. I think there was even a case where it was a developer and a block of land where there was some rain, like where if it rained, it flooded. Like it always flooded when it rained, and they used that to stop the construction because the car park always flooded. And it's like, fuck you, man. Like, this is what DeSantis was talking about with like the bureaucratic, the fourth branch of government. These fucking bureaucratic agencies.
Fact check. There's only 3 branches of government.
Yes. Yes. So Elon Musk's brain computer company Neuralink has received FDA approval to launch human clinical trials.
Sweet.
So, yeah, I think the plan is to start with getting people who have suffered from an injury and can no longer walk, using Neuralink to reconnect their brain to their legs for want of a better term.
So is this an attempt to repair the spinal cord, basically?
Well, bypass, I think.
Okay.
So
yeah, well, that's a bypass.
Which would make sense. Yeah, bypass it. Yeah. Yeah, because that's
so. I don't know that it'll work in all cases, but
no. But any proof of concept, start getting trials going. Yeah, fair enough.
Gentlemen, you've been peeing the wrong way, unless you're sitting pisses.
Half the time I sit down anyway because I got to do both. So yeah.
Well, no, then you're not sitting down to pee. You're sitting down to poop, and you're just peeing at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What I hate
most of the time when you take drop a deuce, there's gonna be some coming out.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And it'll look weird for you to drop the deuce, step up, and then pee standing up. That would be very, very weird.
You stand up and then pee. No, I always stand to pee.
Always stand.
Even when I take a dump, I get up and then I pee.
What I hate is when you're too relaxed and you just let it fly, you just let it squirt, and it goes underneath the seat, and then you piss on the back of your legs. Fucking pisses the fuck out of me.
Okay, Dave.
What? You've never been drunk and just sat down?
I've had splashback happen on some really bad toilets, like bad public toilets that are shaped bad, but yeah.
Anyway. Standing burns more calories. Actually, I don't know.
Depends how hard you exert yourself sitting down.
I guess it depends on how much you weigh.
Yeah.
If you're a fatty, then obviously the sitting down is going to burn more calories. No, because you're going from a lower power state to a lower energy state to a higher energy state, which takes energy.
Yeah.
So you're going from a higher
The
energy
active-
state to a lower energy state to a higher energy state again. So it's 1 rep. It's a 1 rep half squat. So that's got to be more energy for a
No,
fatty
Dave
than
is
just
married,
standing there.
Bazza. I'm single.
So yeah, I think we've established that sitting is the one. Yeah, sitting's the one that generates the most amount of caloric burn. Oh, that's right. I was going to. Sorry, no, Tem, because Tem posted this story, and I wanted to include what he said about this, because I was confused. I'm like, why the fuck do they care? So, Tem said because they're doing this because emasculated men don't foment revolution.
That is so true.
They want you to sit down to piss because emasculated men don't overthrow the government. So yes, thank you, Tim. Apparently, ditching a phone case is a symbol of stealth wealth. So if you have a phone and don't use a case, this means you're rich.
So because you got the money to just replace it.
Yeah, that's my yeah.
But I have a phone that doesn't have a case. I'm not rich at all.
Yeah, what's with all these
There you
fucking
go.
rich teenagers just dropping phones and breaking them all the time because they got no case?
Yeah, see, Costi never used a phone case, and he's rich.
4 levels of wealth.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe I am
use a
rich.
phone case. Well, actually, when I bought an iPhone 4, which was the first iPhone I'd actually paid for, I didn't have a case on it. And I'm usually really, really, really good with phones. Like I've only dropped like 2 phones in my entire life. The first was my iPhone 4. I dropped it, caught it with my foot, and it hit like a plate, like the cat food was in, and shattered the screen.
I've never had a shattered screen.
Since then, I've had cases, and then I think it was this phone. I think it was my Note 9. I had my Note 9 for about 3 days, and I had it in my hand. I didn't have the case on it. And if you've ever used the older Samsung phones without like a texturized case, they're slippery as fuck. It's like a piece of glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of glass.
And it
but yeah.
slipped out of my hand and went down like 4 stairs, like halfway down the stairs, but it landed on its face. And so I had this fucking brand new phone that I had to take to get a fucking $300 screen replaced. So I was very pissed about that. It was either this one or my old LG phone. I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't remember which it was, but I remember it being slippery and going, oh, fuck. So.
I've only really damaged, like cracked the edges of the screen. Nothing down the middle, really.
Yeah, I've never had it on any of these, typically shattered screens before.
Yeah. Look, I understand. It does make sense because, let's fucking have a look. JB Hi-Fi.
The last phone the phone that I have now is the longest I've been able to keep a phone.
So there you go. So flagship iPhone is going to set you back $2,000.
Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck buying new
Pro
phones.
Max.
I just buy the older versions.
There you go. If you want the top of the line iPhone, it's going to set you back almost $3,000.
Yeah. I bought a.
So
yeah, I bought my phone. Yeah.
Galaxy.
I only bought the latest phone
S23.
for work purposes, but now I realized, oh shit, I can finally get work to give me testing devices. So
S23 Ultra, 5 gig, 256, $2,000 almost. If you want 512, do they have a top of the line one? Top of the line's terabyte. Yep, there we go. $2,600. I can get a car for that.
Mm-hmm.
I could get a half decent car, secondhand car for that.
Yeah, that's.
So
I've got a Galaxy A21s.
I'm still rocking an S20 Plus.
Apparently, got a pair of glasses, a pair of binoculars.
That's how I pay them.
But yes, fucking understandable.
Understandable, but you should be
it
buying
totally
top
makes
of the
sense.
line phone.
Well,
So I guess the article would be if you have a top of the line phone and don't have a case, that would be more stealth.
Costy says, "Don't people have emergency funds?" No,
Not really.
I have
Well, I do,
emergency
but-
credit.
I have a little bit. I
Yeah.
have a little bit of emergency funds, like a couple of grand.
I have emergency credit.
Yeah, but a lot of people just where the rest of us, everyone else is poor, Costy, unlike you.
Yeah.
Filthy
Costy.
poor. We
They're
should have.
poor.
This is where we all made mistakes. The mistakes we made, Costy, was not starting our own businesses.
Yep.
I remember an advice that my dad gave me was to always make sure that you have at least $20 in your wallet. I haven't been able to live up to that for like 20 years.
Oh,
so.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not really emergency funds.
Yeah.
Emergency funds is more like having a couple of months of
$600.
more like
No.
I
I
like a
understand.
couple grand at
more
this
like having
stage.
more like
While
having
we're talking about money,
a
support the
couple months
show.
of living expenses.
Money, coffee.
Really, like 2 or 3 months of living expenses just in an account is one of the more common definitions of emergency funds. I think. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, I think most people struggle to even have like a couple $100 left over in their account because so many
Yeah.
people, so many people live paycheck to paycheck. I know exactly how that is. It's just that's the way things are now.
Look, most people live. I live paycheck to paycheck. Like,
Yeah.
By the time the next pay comes in, there's only a couple of $100 there.
But at least you're paying off a mortgage. You're
Yeah.
knocking off a debt. Whereas me, I'm renting. So you know,
Yeah, Costy, 3 months living expenses? No.
yeah. Like for
Kinda.
me, I've got a couple months living expenses. So I got about 2 months living expenses, which for me is only like $6-7 grand. And even then, I could stretch that out. But you know, emergency funds. Most people just don't have that. Most people don't even see that much money in their bank account ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I use my stocks as emergency funds.
I have my crypto as my emergency fund.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah,
build up.
that's-
I'm trying to build
Like
up some
in my
stocks now.
head, I've got 2 mortgage payments in crypto, and that's it. Like, and that's I've got 2 months of mortgage payment, which is what matters to me. Like,
I'm not weird, Costy. I'm just poor.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm not weird. Like I just don't I don't have your level of money.
Jesus fucking Costy. I have 3 years living expenses and emergencies. Yeah, look, everybody should do that if they can.
Oh yeah.
Everybody should aim for at least 90 days. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I,
that's just the way it is.
I
That's
had
just
a-
the
yeah.
way it is.
The
Things will
communists in
never be the
Victoria
same.
have been notified of your
yeah, of your
Yes.
your excess wealth.
Dan will be around shortly to personally confiscate your wealth.
Yeah. I had about 3 months of living expenses saved up, and then I had to replace my car. So I dumped all of my savings into my replacement car. So
now
I'm
you
just-
work from home.
Now I'm building up. Now I'm just trying to build it all back up.
Yes, waiting for your letter.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving along. I saw this story on, like, no one posted this. I just saw this story and thought, wait, what? Actor's body found in chest cannot be transported by plane. So the body of actor Jeff Machado, found dead in a chest buried 2 meters deep after going missing for 4 months, will not be able to be transported by commercial flight to Santa Clarina, in the south of Brazil. So he was 28 years old.
Is he a Brazilian actor?
He's a
I know
actor,
it's
yeah,
flying.
yeah.
I know it's flying to Brazil.
You know, he's Brazilian.
The last name is a giveaway that he's Brazilian. So.
But yeah, so there's no identified cause of death, but they think there'll be a murder charge filed. Like,
most likely, yeah.
what? Like,
Actually,
what?
it
So
being
he was-
2
it was-
meters underground,
it
it
was-
would have wouldn't have rotted too badly.
It was in a chest buried 2 meters deep.
Yeah, so
Very,
in
very
a chest,
strange.
so it's all still exposed to
Like-
air and everything.
Yeah.
Like,
You
it
know-
was fa-
you know a
and-
way
no,
around
and
getting
Dave, it says
transported?
right here, the actor's body was found in an advanced state of decay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't in.
He'd been missing. He'd been missing
They
for
probably
4 months.
killed him in a long,
It's not like he was
different
embalmed.
area.
He wasn't preserved. They just dumped his body in a chest.
He'd been missing for 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just saw that and thought, wait, what?
Ew, that fucking stinks.
Fucking weird. Anyway, Jamie Foxx reportedly suffered a stroke, according to Mike Tyson. So Jamie Foxx had like a medical emergency, and nobody knows about it. Like nobody knows any details, but Mike Tyson knows details apparently. So, and apparently Jamie Foxx had a stroke. I wonder how he had a stroke. Jeez. Anyway,
because he's black.
Because he had the shot. Because he had the clot shot. Maybe?
Yeah, he probably had a clot.
Eric Adams.
Strokes work.
Eric Adams has signed a bill to ban weight and height discrimination in the New York City workplace housing. So, I guess they're going to have some fat firefighters soon.
No, catching up with their police force. So
yeah, I guess.
Yes, well, these two stories are kind of related. So, Vancouver. So I think Vancouver was the place that recently decriminalized everything.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yes, they're having a toxic drug overdose crisis.
Oh,
so,
good.
No, that can't happen. That can't happen.
Vancouver city staff are recommending that indoor smoking be allowed in supervised consumption sites.
Oh my god, yes, that's hilarious. It's like, oh, we've legalized all drugs and we've done this whole push for smoking ban in indoors. Now, we need to bring them back in.
Also, this too. Safer snorting kits handed out at BC High School after drug presentation. The kit includes straw and wallet-sized card for cutting powdered drugs into snortable lines, as well as a booklet on staying safe when you're snorting.
What, you're supposed to supply your own cocaine?
Yeah, why is there no cocaine? Jesus, Canada. Don't be so cheap. Like, the fuck? This was a high school.
Like, Canada's gone legit crazy.
What the fuck are you doing, Canada? You lost your fucking mind. Have
sure
condoms and lube with you. You may want to have sex while high, reads another tip.
I'm sure there'll be an episode of Degrassi about it.
Tip!
Yeah, and Kevin
What the
Smith
fuck
would
is
go
wrong
in
with
and,
you?
Guest star on it.
Like, Jesus fucking
Even
Christ.
internationally, people like the nations are kind of getting weary about Canada because of all this shit that's coming out.
Wow. Did we have the one where
Yeah,
Trudeau's
Costy, they do.
Yeah,
they have the Australian company that manufactures our currency also manufactures theirs.
Yeah.
So they have plastic notes, same as us.
Yeah, Baz, I remember Degrassi and Degrassi Jr. as well.
Degrassi,
Degrassi Jr. Degrassi was the first TV show, I think, to use the word fuck, or at least in Canada. If I remember correctly.
It got slipped in. You can't do that on television.
Yeah, but I think Degrassi was one of the first in Canada to use the F to drop an F bomb.
Legitimately.
To legitimately drop the F bomb. And then they had the new show where all the old characters came back, and that's the show. That's the one where Drake got shot because Drake was on that show. He was a character, and then one of the white kids shot Drake in the back. He snuck his daddy's gun into school, and all that shit. Yeah, we had Degrassi on the ABC as well, the old series.
So Degrassi was the reason why school shootings were popular.
Oh no, Degrassi is a Canadian show.
No, the coverage of Columbine was the reason school shootings became popular.
Yeah,
I was hoping the Columbine was before Degrassi.
No, it was slightly after.
It was after.
The Drake shooting was a little bit after Columbine in the early 2000s or whatever.
God dang it!
Yeah,
I kind of wish I want to blame the media for that whole crap, but yeah, it really is the Columbine shooting. God damn.
Yeah, Alanis Morissette was on You Can't Say That on Television, Basil. That's where she got her start.
Yeah.
AOC shut it down during chaotic New York City town hall. You're a piece of shit.
Question.
So, sorry, sir, we're taking lines. Sir, we're taking lines. Sir, we're having people write their names on the
Classic New Yorker.
American citizens before migrants.
Bro, you're in the wrong state. You're in the wrong state, man.
American citizens. Don't you touch me. Don't touch me.
Hold the hands, hold the hands, hold the hands.
Get your hands off. Get your hands off. Where are you on the migrant issue? You're absent. American citizens. You're throwing veterans out of this country. Where are you? You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit.
Wait, was that Michael Pena? Was that Michael Pena just here?
Where are you? You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit.
Oh, no, it's not. Never mind.
Dude, just leave me alone. Just leave. The white man's yelling at her. He's starting
His first mistake was bringing an American flag.
Yeah, the fact that he's
Yes.
Okay, that man's crazy. Oh, she's finally hitting the wall. I'm looking at her face
Oh,
now.
wow.
I'm looking at her face now, and she's finally starting to get the wrinkles.
Yes, but of course this is because of the all the
Still
illegal
would, though.
migrants in New York.
Still totally would.
So I was speaking about Minnesota. I was
God.
speaking about Minnesota being a fucking basket case. But yes, their legislature has ended its session of historic spending and policy changes. The Democratic governor has called it the most successful legislation session, certainly in many of our lifetimes, maybe in Minnesota's history. So, sorry, Nick. Get the fuck out of there.
No.
He's right at home in that place.
Look, to be fair, his family lives in Minnesota. I understand why he'd want to stay there.
He can afford to pick them all up.
Yeah,
But he's not
true.
going to.
His parents can afford it because he's the trust fund baby.
Mm-hmm.
Like fucking Christ.
But I think I think Lady Racket's her family's there too, or something, isn't it? Or are they? I don't know.
Lady Racket's family is from Minnesota. So
yeah.
Nick's family's in
Texas. That's right.
Nick's family's in Texas, but they moved to Minnesota.
Yeah.
And his mum and dad have they're sunbirds now. They're in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I don't think sunbirds. I think sunbirds are people who went to Arizona. Yes. So State Farm has stopped offering home and property insurance in California. So State Farm announced on Friday it will no longer accept new applications for home and property insurance in California, effective Saturday, May 27th. According to a press release, the decision was made due to historic increases in construction costs outpacing inflation, rapid growing catastrophe exposure, and a challenging reinsurance market.
Wow.
So, fucking hell, an insurer is pulling out of the state. Well, I guess they're not pulling out of the state, but they're
not taking in new.
They're not taking in new customers.
Yeah.
That's going to cause issues.
So,
I love it.
So, an Indian official has been suspended after draining a reservoir to retrieve his phone. More than 2 million litres of water pumped from a dam on orders of food inspector who said device held sensitive government data. So the government official in central India has been suspended after he ordered a reservoir drained to retrieve his dropped phone. Millions of litres of water were pumped over 3 days in the Karakata Dam in the state of Chhattisgarh.
I don't know.
Chhattisgarh? Yeah, that's
I don't
right.
know.
Yeah. After Rajesh Vishwa, a food inspector, said his Samsung mobile held sensitive government data. In a statement to local media, Vishwa said he was contacted. He had contacted a subdivisional officer for permission to drain some water into a nearby canal. The drained amount, more than 2 million litres of water, was enough to irrigate 600 hectares of farmland.
Holy hell.
I bet he didn't have a case. He said it was not an issue if 3 to 4 feet deep water was drained and would, in fact, benefit the farmers who would have more water.
Until it kills the crops because it's been overhydrated.
India is one of the most water-stressed countries, being home to 18% of the world's population and only 4% of its water resources. A teacher who misgendered a pupil has been banned from the profession.
Mm-hmm.
Joshua Sutcliffe, a Christian who spoke out against who also spoke out against gay marriage, says he's devastated by ruling finding him guilty of misconduct.
Yep, guilty of being Christian.
This is of course in the UK, where they have the Teaching Regulation Authority. He apparently failed to treat a pupil with dignity and respect, and he was found to have failed to protect the pupil's well-being when he did not use the preferred pronouns of a girl who identified as a boy. So yes. And Guy says he had a heart attack and went to hell in 2016. Here's what he saw. So a priest says he briefly went to hell in 2016. You're a priest, bro. What are you going to hell for?
Why did you go to hell in the first place?
Yeah, I think somebody needs to look into this guy's proclivities. He saw men walking like dogs and heard demons singing Rihanna songs.
Okay.
While many of
that's
most
more on point, yeah.
While many most publicized near-death experiences are more positive than this journey to hell, negative NDEs do occur. A Michigan priest named Gerald Johnson suffered a heart attack. He says he had a near-death experience that sent him to be somewhere he never thought he'd visit, hell. Recently, he took to TikTok. I didn't realize this was a TikTok. Let's watch.
Come on.
By the CCP. Fucking TikTok. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I don't care what he did to me. No one deserves that. Johnson says immediately after he had a heart attack until February 2016, his spirit left his physical body and went down to hell, entering through the very center of the earth. Though he says the things he saw there were indescribable, he did his best. Johnson claims he saw a man walking on all fours like a dog and getting burned from head to toe. His eyes were bulging, and worse than that, he was wearing chains on his neck. He was like a hellhound. There was a demon holding the chains. Johnson said he heard music in hell, including Rihanna's Umbrella.
I was thinking that specifically.
And Bobby McFerrin's Don't Worry, Be Happy.
Don't
worry.
Traditionally upbeat tunes, only this time demons were singing the songs to torture people.
Makes
Johnson
sense.
said his hellacious NDE made him realize he needed to forgive people who had wronged him instead of hoping for their punishment. Maybe Johnson's story sounds far-fetched to you, but scientists say that while many of the most publicized NDEs have a positive spin, negative NDEs certainly do occur. The experts aren't entirely sure how or why. So yes.
Because people need Jesus.
Yes, people need Jesus. And that's it for this week. Thank you everybody for joining me. Dave has a book coming out eventually.
Yeah.
When he finally gets around to it, I'm going to harass him until he does it.
Yeah, publish your damn book, Dave.
So publish your damn book, Dave.
I'm sure Costy will buy it.
So yes, thank you guys. Thank you, chat. Thank you as always for sticking with it. Thank you everybody watching on Rumble. We'll be back next week with more news. So yeah, I can't afford. Yeah, he's now that. Yeah, it's all. You know what, Dave? You need to blame Dan Andrews. It's all his fault.
Yeah.
So yes, for the Americans, have a great Memorial Day weekend.
That's what the holiday is. Gotcha.
Yes, Memorial Day is. Yes, so for Americans, have a great Memorial Day weekend and support the troops as long as they're not, supporting the trans bullshit. I guess that's it. I'll see you guys later.